team, tier 2 team, maybe, that breakthrough that you're really looking for. So it's really, really important to not only get there, but then once you got there, really try hard to, obviously, everybody wants to win, but like take that little bit of extra motivation to try to get that top 1 finish.
Yeah, so let's take a look at the schedule that we've got on us for today, because it's not just the Oceania region that we're going to be doing, but this is the schedule. It's Australia, New Zealand, Cambodia, Malaysia, Philippines, Myanmar, who we saw win the Asian Championship last year, with Thailand, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and then it's Kyrgyzstan and Turkmenistan is that last one, I believe.
I think you're correct, yes.
I really got my abbreviations down pat for this event.
I'm gonna admit I would never known that. I told you before, we don't do this. We don't learn about these countries in Germany when we're doing geography.
I only know about some of these countries because of events like this.
Yeah, same. Yeah, but it's very nice to get to know the players from there. Maybe even get to talk to them in the post-player interview.
Right. Yeah, it definitely. Interviews are going to be interesting. We are going to be speaking to potentially, if Malaysia wins both their matchups, we could be speaking to them twice. But the Kyrgyzstan team, we could be speaking to twice. Like, I'm certainly interested to see how good the English is between all of us and how well we all speak to each other, because there are some notable players on Kyrgyzstan, and as Uzbekistan, we've seen a couple of notable players, but let's take a look at the current match for Australia and New Zealand, and let's see if we know anybody other than Lord Boons on these rosters, right? With Australia and New Zealand coming up next, it should be a fun one. This one's a BO3. So this one's a BO3 of New Zealand and Australia, since it's the only matchup in Oceania. And then I believe the other ones are BO1s for this, not like an end-all be-all group stage, right?
Yeah, pretty much everybody plays against each other, and the top go and play for that big slot at the finals over in Chengdu. The Bonzo show. So I just went through the nicknames really quick. I don't really see Lord Boons. I only see someone called the Bonzo Show. Is that him?
That's him. Yeah, that's him. That's his alt ID. If you look at his profile on Wikipedia, it is the Bonzo Show, which is a great name. I'll probably stick to Lord Boons in the play-by-play call, because I think the Bonzo Show is a very long name to. A very long name to pronounce. So let's take a look at the Australian roster, because we'll see the Bonzo Show on your screen with the Australian roster, but it's 5 players. So it's Andros, the Bonzo Show, aka Lord Boons. You got Zed, Hubala, and Minichin. Although Minichin sounds like a name I know. I don't know why.
I've also heard it before. Maybe from the last roster? I'm not too sure. But what I am sure about is I'm looking at the years these people were born in. I feel so old.
Why? Is it a lot of young stars?
Yeah, they're oldest players born in 98.
All right, I'm 6 years the elder. That makes sense. And it's all right. Fair enough. I feel like it's nice to feel maybe a little bit old sometimes, but not here at all.
I mean the wisdom,
that's
right?
Sure.
Like that's what we always tell ourselves. Like, yeah, you get older, but you might be younger, but I have much more wisdom than you. I have much more experience than you. All this life experience is gonna help me much more than you right now, you youngster. We always gotta sweet talk ourselves into getting older a little bit, but that's life, right? We all get there eventually.
Yeah. Definitely life. Let's take a look at the New Zealand roster. Show that on our screen. 5 more players to talk about here. As we've got Fury, who's probably the lead star of this team. Xavier, Tobes, Jandals, and NZ Rain, which is New Zealand Rain. So he could probably just be Rain. Ryan, Rain, Paul.
That's a pretty cool name. I gotta admit, the most exciting part for me about these qualifiers with players and teams that I'm not super well accustomed to is what kind of picks are they gonna run, what is like their play styles. It's always very different from like the top meta. And it's always interesting to see if you can copy something. You know me, I'm a professional copycat. It's my job. I like to copy things and then I like to improve upon them. So please show me all you got so you can steal it from me.
Some would say you are a piece of carbon paper. That's an old school technique for copying notes. I don't know if anybody new school does that, as you would just copy and paste on your computer. But back when I was going to school, you would take a piece of paper, you'd throw carbon paper under that piece of paper, and then have another piece of paper under that, and then you'd write your notes, and then the carbon paper would transfer the keystrokes, if you want to call them that, onto the second piece of paper, and that's how you make copies of your notes.
I've never done that personally, and that sounds it sounds like a big hassle. I'm kind of glad that I didn't have to do that. There's a lot of paper involved too.
Well, the carbon paper is, I don't know if it's reusable. I don't even remember at this point, but it is definitely an old school style of doing it, carbon copying. It's I don't know, maybe not with the times. Copying notes back in the day was just copy paste, and that was, or in the current day is just copy paste. So, we'll see how much they're going to copy paste, because you know what actually sticks out at me the most in terms of names that you don't really know and or newer rosters doing something crazy is last year's Asian Championship, not the IESF one, but the Asia Championship that had China, Mongolia, and a couple other countries like Malaysia. When Mongolia played China, they brought out that Meepo pick in that first game, and that's how they took a game off of China in that event. So there's always, do teams have a cheese pick? Do teams have something? And how much do you know about this team? How much do you know about these players? Because, you know, when you're facing teams and players that don't have blue links on Wikipedia, and maybe you don't know their Steam ID, how much research can you do?
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of people out there that are very good at certain things that we don't even know about. And most players wouldn't know about either. But that's the thing with the format as well. If it's just a BO1, you know, you can really just absolutely ruin someone's day with a Meepo pick, or maybe some brute mother tech that people found out now in this new patch. You bust out some sort of cheese pick. But in the first series that we have today with the Australia against New Zealand season, it's always very hard for the favorite to lose twice in a row. Yeah, maybe they'll get cheesed once, but the second and third time they're going to be much more aware. They're going to be much more focused, because truth be told, in a lot of matchups, when it's a BO3 and you're on paper the big favorite, you're going into it not 100%. You're going to be a little bit relaxed, you know, take it a little bit easy, see what they got. And then if you were ever to lose a game, 100% focus time, and then that's generally when they take it 2-1.
Yeah, so we could see this be a 2-1, we could see it be a 2-0. I'm trying to look back at what we saw in terms of qualifiers previously, but I believe in the IESF World Esports Championship of 2022, there was both Australia and New Zealand there. So I don't know if they had to face each other. I don't know how often we do see the Oceania region by itself doing its own thing. Because I know Australia, they played a GEG 2023, which we were on, and they ended up losing to Serbia, and that was it when we saw them do that. So, and Serbia was a strong team at that point. You know, you had LeBron, you had Mixa. They were both there. These teams going up against each other head to head, though, I guess is a real different story, I would say.
Yeah, I would imagine these two teams know each other very well. They might even be scrim partners, you know. Once they both qualified, I'm sure they're very happy to just play against each other a lot. Kind of to, well, hiding strats is always a term I don't really like too much. But, you know, if it's inter-regional and it doesn't really get out there, then all your secret picks, you know, they're going to be in your back pocket for whenever you need them.
Right.
But
yeah,
it's kind of funny that you spoke about Serbia, because even in the Asia qualifier, we're going to have some really big star names pop up. But then when we go to Europe after that, there's some insane lineups there as well. So I think as these international tournaments grow bigger and become more popular, like the names, players, and teams that really participate in them will get bigger and stronger as well. And eventually, maybe we'll have the best of the best for every country. You know, maybe we'll have some miracles suddenly there.
Yeah.
Or some army. I'm actually really excited to see the China team. I don't know who's going to pay for that.
Yeah, that one's going to be interesting. They get the benefits of being the host nation for the Asian finals. So they don't really have to go through a qualifier, which, you know, we've seen that before. I think last year at GEG, we also saw the Saudi team. They're going to be coming back. We'll probably see Heyman back on the roster as I'm always hoping for Heyman and a couple of them to do well. But we've already got Mongolia there because they're last year's winners. And then coming out of North Africa was Egypt, and coming out of South Africa was South Africa. So yep. that is definitely a very interesting sentence. But it was between Namibia and South Africa, Madagascar, and Kenya. So, and then I think Kenya didn't play, but Madagascar and Namibia did, and South Africa went 3-0. So
yeah, so like in those particular two qualifiers, like the favorites absolutely smashed the entire competition. It wasn't even close.
Yeah,
it's kind of what we expected as well, because that happened the previous year as well. So I'm hoping that this series in particular, I don't know how close it's going to be. Australia is quite strong. But then for the rest of the Asian region after that, because as we said, this is just a two-team region, it's going to be a lot closer. Especially with Malaysia, Philippines, there should be a lot of close matches coming.
Yeah, there should definitely be some close matches. I'm looking at other Team Australia rosters that used to exist in WESG 2018. The Australia roster is QO, Chemistry, Velo, Anna, and Godot. Which at that point, I mean, you know QO, you know Anna. Anna at that point was playing for OG. Velo was playing for WG Unity. Chemistry was playing for Atletico. And then you also had Godot, who was playing for Aura. Like, these are all big names on Australia. So definitely there is talent that comes from Australia. And I think it would be wrong to count either of these teams out, especially if we see them go into the Asian finals and potentially even make it to the main event.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. It's just, I always feel a little bit bad for them because they don't really have great support. Like, their own server is nigh unplayable. Almost
I've heard that
there
recently.
So they always have to play on super high ping, you know, like 150 plus ping every game. It's basically being Goku with weights on, a weighted vest the entire time. And it's just, the problem is in Dota, it's not really like an effect where, like, oh, I take the vest off, boom, and suddenly everything, I'm way better, you know? It's not really how it goes. So yeah, it's kind of rough for them to really find good practice partners too, because who wants to scrim them on like high ping as well, you know? Like, when you find scrims, you really want to have pretty regional conditions so you can actually practice for like, proper LAN tournaments. So yeah, it's always pretty tough for the two of them, I'd imagine, to find proper and good practice partners.
Yeah, it's one of those reasons that it's also tough to see like Japan become a region in which we see a lot of players come from. I think Korea has kind of slowed down in terms of the talent that we used to see that used to come out from like MVP Phoenix and MVP Hot Six. Like, we don't see that anymore. And
that was rough too. Now to mention that, because I was there for roughly 3 months as a coach, and we had to scrim China exclusively. Our ping to SEA was horrible, over 150. And with the VPN to China, we had roughly 100, which still isn't super great, but they had the skill to back it up. So Chinese teams actually wanted to scrim them. And yeah, that they're kind of gone now it's a little sad. Like QO, MP, you know, they're all gone.
It's weird because I think MP was talking about coaching, right? He had tweeted recently that he wanted to coach. And that was interesting to see, because MP was one of those guys that I would say, because I don't think it was like a quick career. When you think about the overlying Dota scenery, he was a little bit of a flash in the pan, but he was really great, MP.
Yeah, especially during his time in the limelight, he was really, really good. And as you said, he recently was looking for coach opportunities. I actually feel like a lot of them were. QO was at the time as well. 4F is a coach now too. Heen is a coach. So that entire MVP Phoenix team is now coaching other teams or looking to coach other teams, which is a very interesting development.
Yeah. And it's surprising to me that it doesn't draw more, I would say, of a draw from the Korean region in terms of getting into Dota, right? There's so much success coming from Korean players in terms of coaching now. And there was success back when they were playing too, like MVP Phoenix and MVP Hot Six. Yeah, they both played at TI and they both were a part of big tournaments. I guess it's just hard to get more out of the scene in terms of, like you said, with ping and everything like that.
Yeah, that's just the problem when you don't really have server support locally. As I said, it just feels very uncomfortable to get started. Like, at the beginning of your journey, you're already kind of hindered by something, which is
right.
Like, it's never a good feeling, Then of course, League of Legends over there with people like Faker. It's very hard to compete with names like that. Like, Faker is on like ads everywhere on shopping malls and stuff. So would you rather be Faker or like a Dota player where you don't get the most of exposure when it comes to this sort of thing? Because truth be told, in Korea, these league players, they're basically superstars. They're like they're K-pop bands, like BTS or something. It's very similar for Faker. In fact, the entire, I don't know, we're going a bit off track here, but their entire roster just won the SEA Games, I think they're called, or the Asian Games, and the entire team has army exceptions now.
Yeah.
It's absolutely crazy. Because even BTS, which is like a multi-billion-dollar band, they don't have that.
Yeah. That was the Asian Games I was talking about for Dota when Mongolia played China in the finals. But yeah, you're right. The South Korean team did in fact win that one 2-0. So it was, to get that is kind of crazy. And I will say the scenes are very different in terms of League of Legends and Dota, like where the scenes are popular. Obviously, Europe, I would say, is a big hotspot for both games, but something that I would say similar to this IESF, something that League of Legends does is they have small regions that vie for play-in spots that I think Turkey has their own region or did have their own region. Australia had their own region in League of Legends. There's a lot of smaller countries that have regions or smaller areas that have regions that vie for play-in spots, and I kind of like that.
I agree. It gives an opportunity to people that wouldn't necessarily be on people's plate. You could be completely unknown, but if you make it through the qualifiers, suddenly you have a big shot at making it big yourself, which is always very nice. Like, I am not a big fan of invite-only events, tournaments, or qualifiers, just because it doesn't give any chance for people who might really deserve that chance. Like,
right.
I myself, I only got big in Dota because of open qualifiers. If they didn't exist, I probably would have never gotten invited to anything. Like I stood in a couple of times for Navi, and then they were like, "Oh yeah, you're pretty cool, you're pretty good." And I joined the team. We went through open qualifiers, and that's how my Dota career basically started. If that didn't happen, where would I be?
Yeah, you're not wrong. And looking at it in terms of worlds for League of Legends, like it's 4 from Korea, 4 from China, 4 from EMEA, which I don't know what that stands for, 3 from North America, 2 from PCS, then there's 2 from Vietnam, 1 from Japan, 1 from Brazil in its own, and then you've got 1 from Latin America, and then 1 from the International Worlds qualifying.
Which is very interesting, because you do have to note China and South Korea are the big behemoths in the league.
Right.
So the fact that they get the same amount of spots as some other regions is pretty wild. Because if there was Dota, it would probably be South Korea 6, China 6, 1.
Yeah, well, you could definitely see the cut. Well, I mean, Dota, the Europe would still get a lot, but they're doing all of Europe. Like Europe, is its own complete thing. So
Yeah.
The teams that exist in Europe, I believe, are all encompassing, whereas we have Western Europe, Eastern Europe when it comes to Dota qualifiers.
Okay, Bicom, let me draw on your wisdom a bit, okay?
I have wisdom?
Have you played League before?
Yes.
Okay.
Admittedly,
so
yes.
I'm a big supporter of the opinion that both games have a lot to learn from each other. And I think if they actually did that, we would have an absolute monster of a MOBA. What do you think about that?
I agree, and I do think that both games are taking some aspects of each other
over time, for sure,
their own ways in their aspects. Like the Tormentor, I believe, is similar to like what Scuttle Crab was. Maybe not in reward, but it's a smaller objective that you can get before Baron or Roche.
Yeah, it's basically like they added a lot of objectives, which was very common in League. 100%, which just makes games more skirmishy.
Right.
Yeah, no, but seriously, I hope down the line at some point, I don't know when, I don't know where, I don't know if I'm still be alive, there will be like all these people working together to create like this one insane monster of a game, you know, that will just be there for eons. I mean, look at football, honestly. It's been around for I don't know how many hundreds of years, and it's been the same thing. You kick a damn ball. Why can't we do it with a MOBA? You know?
Yeah, true.
Sure
I mean, we definitely could try and make something that's going to be very fusion, but you got to get the earrings, you got to get the training, you have to get the finger pointing just right, you have to do the fusion dance on point. Otherwise, you'll get a pile of crap, right?
You know, that's the funny thing. The fusion dance symbolizes people actually having to work together, which is oftentimes a problem.
Yeah, that is true.
One guy's going to be, the other guy's going to be, and it's screwed.
And then you turn into a Majin Buu looking gross
weakling.
Weakly, exactly. But you, there are definitely aspects of both games that I could see doing well, but then it's about breaking in and being this new like game, right? It's so hard in terms of MOBAs to break in. When was the last time we got a new MOBA?
Well, really the only last one, I mean, we had League, Dota, and then the last biggest one was Heroes of New Earth that I played a lot myself as well. But yeah, Heroes of New Earth, like the company ceased the support for the game, so that disappeared. Since then, nothing, right? It was just Dota and League. And I don't even know, is there another MOBA?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. I mean, not on the PC anyway.
I'm trying to think like what other MOBAs there will be, and I guess while I think about that, I believe we should be starting soon. I know you guys have been sticking with us through this early part of the broadcast, but we should be seeing something coming up in just a few moments, and maybe a new MOBA in a few moments. I actually have to look it up, but MOBA releases is definitely the search, and I don't know.
Smite? I heard about Smite, but it never became a thing.
So technically, MOBAs, Pokemon Unite is the newest MOBA that came out.
Oh, that is actually true. There is a couple of tournaments, but it's not like really broken through, right?
Yeah, it's not like this massive thing just yet.
I'm a Charizard spammer, by the way.
It's. Why am I not shocked? I'm just not shocked. I think I was a Snorlax spammer when I was playing that game. Ooh, all right. We got ourselves a little bit of a draft overlay coming in.
Yeah.
And honestly, from what we're seeing right now in terms of the bans, I'm not shocked. I'm not shocked at a TA ban, not shocked at SF. Like Centaur's probably the most shocking one because I don't feel like this hero is first phase ban material. He's a good offlaner, but I feel like offlaners in general, unless you're a Mar, don't garner that much respect in terms of being a first phase ban.
I'd agree. I think it's the same with Lifestealer though. Like Lifestealer has so many counters in the game that are pretty popular right now as well. Most importantly, I think it's Troll. Troll right now is super popular and it beats the absolute crap out of Lifestealer. Tiny, of course, the classic. Everybody loves that hero. Or that's one of your heroes that you love. The Darkseid.
I don't know if love is the right word for it.
You said to play him,
but I've been playing him. You know, I am getting some MMR with him. I think Darkseer is a very good hero. do I think he's first phase material? Not in particular at the moment. I don't think he's like.
But it's Australia. Lord
Yeah,
Bruce's teams, they have always loved their Darkseer. Like, seriously. Australians in general. Like, I played with them way before TI2 even. Darkseer, every time, man. Darkseer, Bounty Hunter, they play these super annoying heroes. That was their mentality. They just want to be annoying. That's why I got along with them really well. But that's my Dota mentality.
It's just be annoying.
Yeah, you know me.
Bane mid.
Mana
yeah.
Drain, Bane mid.
Well, what were you doing? But I think you were doing the Nightmare and Feeble build or some crazy thing like that.
It
I don't know.
It was great fun.
So Dark Willow got changed pretty heavily. I didn't think it's actually. I thought, honestly, a bit of a dead hero.
I don't know if that is necessarily the right word. It's an interesting pairing though with Darkseer. It's not something you really see. Usually you would have more like of this melee guy that really goes in, can maybe rotate towards the mid lane with an Iron Shell, like Earth Spirit, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
New Zealand's early game draft looks really damn strong. Like all of these 3 heroes, their laning phase is insanely good.
Like
Dark Willow, Darkseer is interesting. Yeah, I didn't expect the Dark Willow here either.
The Dark Willow's best part of its kit was taken away in the last patch, in my opinion.
What was that?
Being able to throw Bedlam on other allies.
Yeah, I mean, that is really good, I agree. But in reality, when I saw people own with Dark Willow, well, I mostly saw Crit own with it. He's a little bit more of an ego guy. He's the kind of guy that runs in and does it himself, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I don't need to use that on you. But Dark Willow is still Dark Willow, right? Like the damage potential of the hero is still insanely good. The team fight ult potential is still great. Again, Darkseer, Dark Willow. There is a little bit of a combo, right? With the Cursed Crown. Eventually put them together. Oh no! Minus 0.1 strength per level. Unplayable.
Yeah, CK, the changes were pretty minimal. And actually, the change to CK, that 3.2 to 3.1, but also the level 15 talent, the strength from 12 to 10. Yeah, minus 2. Great. Yeah. Wow.
So by level 30, you have minus 5 strength. That's pretty good.
Yeah. Sure. I mean, getting to level 30 in games these days doesn't exactly feel like something we see all too often anyway, because the average game is about 38 minutes, I would say.
Which is still quite long. Are you surprised we haven't seen Storm? I feel with a lot of other teams right now, especially like in the SEA region, there would be a Storm here in the first phase, almost guaranteed.
First pick for sure. I feel like Storm would come out, and it could come out for both teams. Like this Tiny doesn't have to be mid. It could be a 4-position Tiny with a 5-position Enchantress, and Storm could come out for the side of Australia as well. They don't have a mid.
It's really good against Brewmaster too, because you build that Orchid anyway. Mostly nowadays we see the carry Tiny. Just his facet and his init are so good for just being a carry, and he keeps getting buffed as a carry again. I feel like this always happens every year. Like Tiny always comes back as his carry, then gets nerfed eventually, then nobody picks him again, and then tree grab is kind of weak right now. Let's buff that again. Okay, cool. Because Tiny is one of the heroes that has move speed. Well, like it makes move speed slow, less efficient, and it has status resistance inbuilt, which is always kind of crazy on a carry hero.
Tiny is always in the meta, where also Pango's also somehow in the meta. They can nerf. They can always say they've nerfed that hero, but it always seems like it ends up being a buff. All of a sudden they're like, oh well, actually because it's gone from 4 shots to 3 shots, Pango's actually amazing, and it's still good.
Yeah, people always find ways.
It's
right?
crazy. Yeah,
and there's just some heroes that are fundamentally broken. For example, a Bad Rider, you can't balance that hero. Just how the hero works right now, if you want to balance him, you have to rework him. But with his current kit, he will either be way too strong or way too weak. That's why we never see him, or always see him.
It's definitely interesting to see heroes get nerfed but still exist.
I'll have to pick your brain a bit later about certain things that I'm thinking lately when it comes to Dota bronze.
Yeah, well,
we're not getting there just yet.
I'm gonna need your insights so I can find myself winning more Dota games. Although
you've been doing very well.
Yeah, I'm up about 1,000 MMR, and I'm gonna be breaking through. I'm gonna be breaking through into the pro scene.
Be honest though, when we played together these couple of games, you got first but every game. Was there ever an easier lane partner? No, right?
No. Oh yeah, we did. We did when we were. Where were we when we were playing together? Was that in the?
I think Romania was it?
Was it Romania when we were playing together? But we also played together the DPC.
Or was it the Ukraine? Maybe
yeah, because we 5-stacked. And,
yeah, might have been the Ukraine.
Ukraine.
Yeah. We slapped our lanes, man.
No, we did well. Phoenix. Okay, so this is going to be a mid tiny. But I'm wondering if they're moving the Enchantress up to 4 and the Phoenix 5, because Phoenix doesn't exactly need to be 4, right?
And to be honest, I would love to see something crazy, like a mid-Brew or mid-Phoenix. Like, I'm just not the biggest fan of carry Gyro.
Right.
It's like, I don't know. It can work, of course, but it doesn't seem super amazing. But if it's something they practice, it can definitely work.
Right.
Yeah. Give me something spicy, as I said.
Palace played it yesterday in the SEA qualifiers for Elite League, so he was liking that safe lane Gyro. You could always go the Red Panda route and go 5-position Brew and off-lane Phoenix.
That also works, yeah. I mean, the entire lineup is very flexible, right? They're very open.
Yeah.
They can definitely do many different things. But now I think Storm Spirit just got that much better even. Still no
Ember.
Okay.
Ember is similar in the sense that you're getting a little bit of mobility and you've got the lockdown with the Searing Chains.
Who's going to kill the egg, though?
CK.
Well, it's going to be a problem. That's why I thought Storm, because you just literally BKB, you roll in the egg and destroy it.
I was thinking maybe even Lina or Windrunner coming out at the end there for mid.
But Ember, though, with Darkseer, of course, it's a tested combo, right?
Yeah.
Iron Shell plus Flame Guard always is insane amounts of damage.
It's
they have this run over potential, right? Like all of these heroes run at you, and they can completely overwhelm you.
And that's why I think Phoenix is actually going to struggle. Not just in lane, but I think that maybe we're going to see just the immense pressure coming out from the side of Australia that just shuts them down. Because Gyro kind of needs a little bit of time here. Tiny needs a decent timing on Blink. But if you're the side of Australia, like CK can run at you at 6 with an armlet, truthfully, if you're confident enough. And then Darkseer at level 6 can run at you. You get an Ion Shell on any of these heroes. Brambles are going to be good. Soulbind's going to be good. I would say Australia needs to control the map. Their lanes go well. If you could steal New Zealand's Wisdom Rune, I think you've set yourself up to win. And I think, honestly, stealing those early Wisdom Runes and getting your supports to 6 is going to be a massive deal in this game.
Yeah, it's become a very big factor over the last couple of months. Teams have been planning out more and more how to really get those runes, control those runes, because just as you said, they're really, really important. I'm a little bit worried for New Zealand that their damage early game might be very lacking, especially once the pipe and the Greeks come out of the Darkseer. Like, I'm not sure where the damage is going to be from. As you see a little smoke action, but both teams are just kind of ignoring itself. Well,
so
actually,
we should be
your beautiful face.
I still see you, but we should be getting into the game in just a second as we are setting up for game number 1 of this BO3 between Australia and New Zealand. And I mean, based on both drafts, who do you think wins it? Because I think it's Australia, truthfully.
I think so too. Their aggressive potential is amazing, and I don't really see the greatest aura carrier on the Dire side. So the Darkseer's presence is just going to be a huge problem for Dire, and I don't know how to deal with it until mid-late game, where damage, of course, is no problem for any team.
Right. Yeah, so we'll see how the mid-to-late game actually ends up going, because I could see it being a bit of a problem here for New Zealand. I will really stick to my point that I think that Australia with a good lane overwhelms New Zealand, and I don't know if you agree with that. I'm not usually the analyst, and I'm not the analyst here, so I'm just kind of guessing.
I think it's pretty spot on. Like, as I said, like, these early game timings are going to be very strong for Australia. And if they win the lane, then of course those timings are going to be there even sooner, especially for the Darkseer. That would be great. And yeah, once those team fight items are out, the damage is going to be very lacking on the dire side. Because Tiny, mid lane, blink first. That's the reason why it's being played as a carry a lot. You just have a lot more damage as a carry. You don't build blink, you just build right-click items. If you go blink first, you don't find a lot of kills in snowball. It can get very tough to actually have a game.
Definitely can be. You're gonna look as CK taking a bit of damage there early on, but looking up towards top, and I mean this Darkseer, Dark Willow lane. It's the dark lane to try and get something done, and that was truthfully just stroke of fate, early stun, coming through under the brew and just getting over aggressive on the CK. That's what's leading to this first blood.
Yeah, but you can see the damage potential. Like the 0.1 strength nerf is not yet visible.
No, not at all. Not really anything that's going to be too troublesome for them, and you can definitely sense that it'll probably be quite aggressive. I think this Ember also does really well against this Tiny too.
Yeah, 100%. It's pretty
this is
easy
not really a
for
matchup
Ember.
that you lose.
No, but Tiny usually also farms, which he should get his blink timing at a decent time. But yeah, I'm a little bit worried about the side lanes. Because Gyrocopter doesn't really pressure Darkseer too much either.
Although allowing yourself to get Avalanche there, not exactly the best. And then under the tower for a bunch of shots that you really shouldn't be taking. But Andros gets the kill on the Tobs and... or Tobes. I'm not really certain.
Yeah,
Tops,
an outplay
Tobes?
top. I think it's probably tops. I was gonna go with that. We can maybe ask later
Definitely.
if we get the chance to. But yeah, Dark
Bramble
Willow's
Maze
damage
down
outplay is
and Dark Willow's, yeah. I think Dark Willow there is truthfully playing aggressive with no mana remaining. 5 charges on a stick and you might as well just die, right? You could refill the bottle mid if you really want to.
Yeah. If his intention wasn't to die, he would have definitely used the stick to try to live.
Yeah, and he just goes back top. Full health, full mana. I think that's just a calculated death, truthfully.
Yeah, I agree.
Going
I've also seen it. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, yeah. I was gonna say I thought he was going double bracer for a second, but yeah, you've got the early bracer on Dark Willow, but this is the typical build on Darkseer is the double bracer.
I feel like everyone's just building bracers now. It's just the best stat item in the game. If you look around, bracer is pretty much the only one we have on anybody. So
Yeah,
probably gonna need some nerfs, maybe 0.1 strength.
Avalanche, but Jandal's not even really feeling too healthy in the lane. Could see another slight. Only level 1 at the moment, so the cooldown's not exactly amazing. But
Yeah.
the damage that Ember's doing, it does feel like it's pretty devastating to this Tiny in terms of damage taken, but overall, like the CS is still fine for Tiny.
Yeah, it's very hard to bully Tiny out of lane as an Ember. As we see the Harris damage.
CK's in trouble. That Cinder Brew, that ignited with the Icarus dive there. Kabbalah not able to survive that, and that's a little bit of revenge because they were able to get that first blood for CK earlier on in the lane.
It's a very strong lane combination, right? Brewmaster and Phoenix, once you get the levels. You're just a bit weak early on. But yeah, making good use of their abilities there.
And as long as you're able to just set up and not be too pressured in, or too out of position in lane, you should be fine.
Yeah, I mean, CK will always be farming his farm here. Finding his farm here shouldn't be really an issue for him. Just looking
No, not at all.
The side lanes, they're actually very even right now. I thought Australia might, run away a bit with the early game, but so far, very, very even.
Yeah, surprisingly even. I don't think you could play aggressive anymore on the side of Australia in this bottom lane. You could already see the damage that's really going up here. And Inkswell, it's going to pop, but it doesn't really do all that much to start. But now that you've kind of stood in, I'll be honest, I was a little surprised that off the Inkswell, that Rain swapped off the Void Brawler, but level 0 technically. It's only 4% status resistance, which isn't that much.
Lots of low HP trades going on down here. Definitely wish you would have a Bloodseeker on your team right now. It's getting very, very dangerous. One more Cinder Brew could spell death for the CK again. You definitely don't want to lose this lane here. Like, CK needs a decent early game to really scale into the mid game.
Yep, it really does. Otherwise, you can find yourself falling behind early on, and Bramble's down again as the gyro taking a good amount of damage to vacuum back in the Shadow Realm strike, but Tops is able to survive. Black Cannon comes in, and like we said, bottom lane. I mean, they played aggressive. They had that Icarus Dive come off cooldown with the Fire Spirits. Even, I don't even think they used Icarus Dive, actually, because it would still be on cooldown. They just ignited with the Fire Spirits.
Yep, Cinder Brew plus Fire Spirits. It's a very strong combination. Double damage rune top, Ember does not get rewarded. Ooh, Dark Will actually... denies it.
Yeah, denies it instead, and doesn't die for that, though.
Oh, now maybe the Brewmaster bot lane is on top of himself.
Rain's still alive and kicking. Finally have a level now, and the extra armor going from 1 to 3 is more than enough for Rain to survive. This Drunken Brawler, just the switches that you can make. Do you think it should have 0 cooldown?
No. I think it's way too strong. And I think the numbers on the spells are too strong too, especially with Cinder Brew.
I think Void Brawler is really strong at level 4.
Void Brawler is ridiculous, but even Earth Brawler too. 9 armor, 20 magic res, plus 2.5 times the amount when you're brewed up. That's crazy.
Yeah.
All of these numbers are just too crazy when you're brewed up. I think they need to get toned down a little bit. Maybe in the future if a Brewmaster gets too much of his limelight. But of course, he's not very popular right now. So.
He's not, but he's definitely one of those picks that I see coming in a TI or Riyadh that's going to be
100%.
Pretty...
It's such a stable tournament winner.
Chandal's just stopping that TP. Yeah, it definitely is. It's one of those very popular winners as well. Toss into the hoof stomp, but the Bramble Maze is down. They've got Ink Swell, and that's going to pop as they've got the silence with the Phantom's Embrace, but the Icarus Dive turning this one around. Curse Crown on a Fury. Blood Grenade being thrown onto the Dark Will as well as the toss. So that's going to be dunked down, and the kill on Andros as Xavier gets this kill. And gets this kill with the Dying Light, I believe.
Yeah, Xavier is doing so much work for his team right now. Super nice rotation, very nice gameplay overall. And Chantress also for his team found 4 neutral items already. Of course, he gets his double neutral item.
Yeah,
found another one just there. Now they pretty much have all of them already at minute 8. Now, people say it's useless, which, yeah, at a point it might be, but if you get these items super early for all of your heroes, it's a big power spike in the early game, especially minute 7, 8.
But it's a power spike that doesn't last that long if teams are on point with their neutral item grabbing, which obviously, they have to be. But I just think it could be that plus,
Yeah. Well, right now it's 1 neutral item against 5, so they definitely have a lot of work to do on the Radiant to catch it back up to that.
Going bottom. Phantasm used 2-second stun. But not really getting enough out of that while they go after Fury, who's here in their triangle. Trying to catch up, though, even with the Surge, and instead just going to the lane. Thought about it for a second. I'm thinking about that innate ability, and I'm wondering if... Would it be too strong if Enchantress, instead of maybe getting 2 for 1, has a chance to get 2 for 1, but also has the ability to get neutrals at an earlier time?
Oh, like a minute earlier or so?
A minute or 2 earlier, yeah.
I think that could be pretty game-breaking, especially later on.
Where, 58 minutes, you get the tier 5s?
Potentially that, but even tier 4s and tier 3s, some of them are insanely strong, right? And if you have 5 of them already, while the enemy has 0, and then there's a Roche fight or something, that can be pretty game-breaking. I mean, it could be a boon to make her more attractive. But yeah, we got to be careful that it doesn't break the game. I mean, Brewmaster is pretty damn rich. So is Gyrocopter. It's looking really good for New Zealand right now.
Yeah, they stabilized the early game, and it's something that we talked about how Australia needed to have a good early game, and truth be told, they really haven't done that.
Not at
They
all.
lost
No.
the CK twice bottom.
Only Ember is having a really good game. Like, Darkseer is okay. But yeah, Gyrocopter sitting at 5k net and Brew at 4, going for that Radiance first. Once you have that Radiance and Brewmaster, CK is going to be very sad.
Yeah, that's for sure. And the thing is, like, Darkseer should be higher in net worth, and they're going to go again over bottom. The Phantom's Embrace, but this is a Grimstroke that's able to just TP out. Not truly a lot of lockdown here for the side of the Dire.
And what do they have? Tiny and a Rocket. That's not even skilled yet.
And then I guess split with Cyclone and Rock Toss.
And Rock Toss, yep. Of course, you don't want to use that split for just
like 5 Grim, yeah. I thought this mid lane was going to go better for Ember, too.
Yeah, truthfully, it's very hard to bully out a Tiny from lane, especially the tree grab and avalanche spam. But yeah, we haven't really seen too much activity from the Ember Spirit yet. And the side lanes are really struggling. Lost bot tower already. And they can't really pressure top tower too much. They might be getting to the 9 now. Okay, opening up that lane at least.
Yeah, it's good for Darkseer. I think you're willing as a Gyro to fall back into the jungle. You still farm really well as a Gyro, right?
There's big smoke rotation coming, but Savior stopping that.
Yeah, Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, and they've got the Silence. The Phantom's Embrace, an easy kill there on Xavier.
Yeah, but protecting his Gyrocopter. He's more than happy with that, probably. Truth be told, all Dire wants to do right now is just farm. Like, we said how important the early game is for the Radiant. If the Brewmaster just gets his Radiance, no problem, in like 4 or 5 minutes, this Radiant lineup is going to have a lot of problems.
Right.
Tiny almost up to his Blink already. Gyrocopter, Crystallis on a good way towards his Aghanim Scepter. And these CK illusions, they might be a non-factor. You know, once the Gyrocopter gets too strong. They have so much AoE between Tiny, Brewmaster, and the Gyrocopter. Because it Brew the spell obviously deals a lot of damage to CK illusions as well.
What would you say that Radiant really need to do, though, to kind of get back in the driver's seat of this game? Is it just smoke plays coming in? Because you lose your Dark Willow like that, Andros just dying to an avalanche toss, and I don't really think you're looking at being able to fight anytime soon.
Yeah, the problem is really that they weren't allowed to lose lanes because their heroes aren't the most mobile ones. Like, Ember can run around, yes, but who are you going to make plays with? You know, your supports aren't super mobile. You and Grimstroke are the killing duo, so you got to get something done. Got to kill a Gyrocopter somehow, some high-value targets. But the Phoenix death just now, very well done by him, unsmoking for his teammate, of course.
Right.
Even the Brewmaster, you see how far up he is? And he's just freely farming there. Almost up to his Relic. Like, this should get punished immediately.
There should be a smoke that comes through. Like, you have the ability with Darkseer. I know you want Guardian Greaves, but getting a kill, coming over, vacuum back with a CK, you'd be in a decent spot to do so.
Yeah. I'm very scared for the Radiant once the Radiance is actually up. Like, I don't see any counterplay other than bursting him first with like a Grimstroke silence, which is possible. Not easy though, especially if you get that Earth Brawler with the Cinder Brew up before that.
Right.
Or as you said, even the Void Stance. 50% status res is kind of crazy.
That's so ridiculous. Considering the fact that I want to say Valve kind of tried to get rid of status resistance for a lot of things. It's surprising to give so much status resistance to a hero straight up like that. Multiple heroes, I would say. Tiny and Brew.
Yeah. Well, Tiny went for the other one, since he's the mid one. Went for that toss facet, which makes sense. But yeah, Brewmaster just 1,000 gold away from his Radiance. Once that's actually up, I still do not think that they're in any sort of rush or hurry to really make any plays happen.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here, look, Grim Ember. They're looking for the Gyro. But he's tanky. 2,000 health on him.
Yeah, 2K is going to be hard to rip through, and he's already got the Crystallis. He probably fights back pretty well in a fight.
Yep, and they're not going to find him anyway. They went the wrong way.
Missing out on that smoke. Like, you're just farming as this Gyro. You've got a good stack to take. You're happy.
This
What do you
game
think
is-
about that change, by the way, with the brew? Rolling the
one?
barrel like that.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's Gragas, I believe, from League of Legends does that.
Yeah, that sounds very, very right. But he like rolls his barrel out, right? Rather than
Yeah, and then you shoot it for extra damage.
yeah.
So it's definitely similar.
I can't believe with how much free farm they're getting away with. The Tiny might be in problems, you know.
Maybe Sunray's going to do a good job of trying to keep him alive. They've got the vacuum into the reality rift, and that pulls both of them with the soul bind. Supernova off to the side, and they've got two, at least for now. But Gyro's starting to rip apart with the flat cannon. They should kill
Ooh.
Ember, but survives. Had the help from the Darkseer. Now the turnaround's there. They kill off Tobbs, and they're going to look for more. Xavier forced to Icarus dive away, and surprisingly, the Guardian Greaves, they come in clutch from the Darkseer to save that Ember, and they don't lose anybody.
Yep, Guardian Greaves also loaded help from one of the teammates. But this is what New Zealand has to be wary of. Like, your big timing right now is the Radiance. You need your Brewmaster to fight with you. You're in no rush to really take this fight. I think they got a little bit overexcited, and it's perfect for Australia to get back into the game. Cutting the goal lead by 3k. That is what they needed. Now they can...
Oh, for sure.
There's almost Orchid up now in Chaos Knight, which is going to be the counter to Brewmaster, of course. If you see a little replay here. You just see it's very unnecessary for the Tiny to stick around there like that. He had a shield rune, he felt very confident, but he kind of baited his team into a pretty rough spot. You don't want to fight up there against the Darkseer at all.
No, not at all.
Then you see here the Guardian Greaves plus the Lotus. The big Lotus coming through as well. Yeah, there you go.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Yep. Very well played. Turning around, killing the gyrocopter as well. That's what they needed. And
yeah,
good job.
It slows down even just for a moment, that Ag's coming through for the gyrocopter, which is huge. That slows down a little bit of his farming potential. But he'll have it short enough anyway. And I think if you're Radiant off a move like that, where you're now about to have this Orchid have this Orchid, I think that's a moment to move for the side of the Radiant. And they're going to try and get this kill into the Grimstroke as well as Ember. Remnant back end and a Remnant forward, getting the kill onto the Tiny, trading this Dark Willow at the moment. But it's a 2-for-1 with Grimstroke dying as... can they get anything more? They tried to vacuum up onto the cliff, but they won't quite get that. Now they need to surge and run away. They've got the wall down that hits the gyrocopter. Some decent damage is going to be done with that, but not really enough. Unless the CK wants to go in, and there's the Orchid. The right clicks. Can they get the kill before he's able to get the split off? And they do. They'll take out Rain. They'll look for more. This is Ember still trying to run away from the flat cannon. The right clicks come in and get the kill there. They'll lose the Darkseer and the CK. They stood their ground with Tobbs and they lost.
Yeah, big commitment on the Phoenix Egg. Everybody actually tried to hit the Phoenix Egg. Obviously, illusions don't deal damage to it. And that's what we spoke about in the post-draft. Who deals with the egg? They all tried to hit it, but Darkseer and Chaos Knight, you don't have attack speed to kill that thing. While Tobbs is just laying in the pain into you. Yeah, it's rough. I think every time Phoenix acts, you need to run. Although this fight started in a little bit of a weird way. I'm surprised Brew didn't split at all. He was very greedy with the split. Could have easily dispelled the surge as well, get the kill a bit earlier. As you can see here, the big commitment on the egg. Makes it super simple for the Gyro just laying the pain.
Kind of a big yikes there, I'll be honest.
And it's a big problem now, because Gyrocopter almost has a BKB now. Very close to that. We still haven't seen a Brew split, so their full power spike hasn't even been showcased yet.
Yeah, this is going to be tough. Yeah, Tiny's at that point where you just kill heroes with Avalanche and Toss.
That Remnant is not very far. No, they choose not to chase. Also, Mage Slayer and the Ember Spirit. I mean, it's not a bad item, of course. We all know that, but I just feel Mage Slayer after the nerfs is... It's not that great of an item.
Not first item material.
Yeah, I agree. Like if you play against like the Leshrac or maybe something like that, maybe.
But truthfully, you could have gone Maelstrom Mage Slayer.
Yeah, or just no Mage Slayer, just Maelstrom BKB because you really need one.
Oh, for sure.
Well, top tower, well. I mean, bot tower's gone. Tormentors are up now as well if they want to look for that. Now we have a DD rule on the Ember. Maybe we can do something with that. There's a Maelstrom finish as well. So he is pretty strong in terms of the slide spam. But yeah, they gotta get something done soon. Plus the Dire is running away with this game.
Yeah, running away with it and up about 5,000. Yeah, you get this Tormentor. You've got the Shard on the Dark Will, which is going to be a good one. But I don't really see Radiant. Radiant winning this game soon. I think for them to come back into this game, they have to buy a lot of time. It's more of a late game situation for them now.
That's the question, though. Is their late game actually stronger than the Dire? It's kind of hard to say. Because their lineup doesn't deal the best with Gyrocopter, Tiny, and Brewmaster. Now they got an Aegis as well.
Yep.
The Gyrocopter's massive. Big problem. Not sure how Radiant fights right now. And to Brew Split as well. I think they need to
I don't think you can. Yeah, I really don't think you can.
They're sticking around right now, looking at the Enchanters, perhaps. I mean, it could
Not
be
an
just
easy
a
to kill
3v.
to get, though. Nature's Attendants, level 3. Having everybody there is certainly going to work, but it's still not an easy kill.
They're gating through though, to the top lane straight away. They're looking for the Brew, but Brew, of course, knows that. They have a ward there as well.
Yeah. Shocking.
And once
that
he has
doesn't
his
get
Manta style.
dewarded.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Like that ward, especially after Roshan, that's a must-be ward right there. What do you do to Brewmaster after his Manta style? The only counter, the Orchid is gone.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Hope that you kind of catch him low mana like he is now.
Fair. That could work, potentially.
Because I think
Janel's
that's
also
definitely a
getting
necessity.
So what was that?
I said it's definitely a necessity to catch him lower mana and hope you're in a decent position to fight, but they're going to smoke, and we're still looking for...
Ooh, the CK. Oh, they see the CK.
They see the CK, but they don't split immediately. Now they've got the Blink, the Avalanche, Terrorize, it lands.
split again?
Oh, wow, but still, yeah, they still got him. Double Phantom's Embrace, doesn't really matter. The Brambles are all right, but they needed more than that.
Yeah. Trying to save the CK. You can see there's so much damage coming out. CK had a good 2.7k health, but he died like butter.
And that's without split again.
Yeah. I haven't seen a single one yet, surprisingly. He's been very careful not wanting to waste them. But the cooldown's not that long. I think you can be a little bit more liberal with the use.
Radiant's middle tower
Right.
is under attack.
Well, Tops is hammering down the tower. See how much Ember can do to slow them down.
If I
Good
had to
job.
say, and Dota Plus says 70-30, I would almost rate this game more so 85-15.
Yeah, I think Dota Plus oftentimes is not very accurate. I think I kind of agree with your sentiment. Right now, at the stage of the game where it is right at this moment, I don't see Radiant fight at all. So if Dire really pushes their advantage with that Aegis, takes out all the outer towers, the map control is going to be all theirs. They're looking for the Dark Willow next.
Should be able to get it. Already have the homing missile going that way. And there's, of course, that Blink Avalanche toss, so they're not afraid to go under the tower. Shadow Realm, Avalanche, and now out of the Shadow Realm, they've got the toss, throw them on the gyro, get another kill. They will lose the Enchantress, but they've lost the Enchantress before. They don't really care about that. But whether or not they're looking to fight top is the question, and it's an Avalanche ready on the TP. They've got Inkswell, goes into a Bramble. Phantom's Embrace, the silence is in, and I mean, that's a death you don't really need to be giving up.
Yeah, overstaying is welcome just a little bit there, farming behind the tower. Especially with that Aegis timing, it can be a little bit hurtful. Oh, hopefully it doesn't come and bite them
Radiant's
in
bottom
the
tower
butt in
is
the
under
end.
attack.
But Brewmaster now with the finished Manta style as well. I would really love to see more of his involvement. Like, he has been farming a lot, has gotten a lot of space, but he hasn't really had the opportunity to pay that back to the team just yet.
Right.
Oh, wow. I forgot about that talent. It's now 3.5 times the bonus. So it's actually 70% status resistance. Jesus. What is that? Or 70% magic rest is also kind of a joke. Or what about 30 armor?
Yeah.
Oh, Brewmaster, man. The more you look at the hero, like on the numbers on paper, damn, dude, they're really high.
The more I'm surprised why this hero doesn't get picked all the time.
Yeah. I think people, as you said, are picking it up more and more in all sorts of different regions. It's just such a strong hero not to pick it up.
It offers a lot of team fight. I think even single-handedly, it just does so much, checks so many boxes.
Once you're 6 and you join a team fight at the right time, you can literally single-handedly win a team fight, as you said. Easily.
Top, Avalanche, Sunray, Toss. They've got the control, but the Remnant away is all the way out to safety.
Yep, easy peasy for him.
Going bottom.
And Dark Willow finishes Yule Step, so they have another form of control at least. But Gyro, BKB down already, very close to Satanic. Once the Satanic is up, I don't see the damage to kill him anymore. Truth be told, when we just spoke about the draft and post-draft, I never thought the game would be in this state, where the Radiant would be struggling for damage.
Yeah, I thought they were going to get a better start in lane. I think the double death on CK really shut that down.
Yeah, and he's not going BKB still against the Brewmaster. It's very risky, the item choice, going for Manta. Because one Dispel, and all your Illus are gone anyway. I mean, Manta's not going to change anything about that.
Yeah, I gotta hope that you kill Brew, or somebody else is the target of their wrath. Which, for all we know, could be the Ember.
Could be. Well, goodbye, tower. I think
Not
next
really
on the agenda
getting
is finish Satanic, and you're pretty much good to go. Tiny finishes BKB already.
Finish Satanic, get next Roche. Avalanche, though, toss on 2. They get the kill on both. Flying back on that Groomstroke, go to the Supernova, and they've got another kill. I mean, CK is dead very quickly. Wall was used. Phantasm came out. They bought back on the Grimstroke. Truth be told, I wouldn't be upset if Australia called it.
Yeah, that fight looked pretty rough. And it's not really surprising, right? We said they can't fight them at all. They somehow felt like they had to take a fight because they're falling further and further back. Behind, but yeah, you can just see the damage output of the Gyrocopter tiny. There's too much spread damage. Phoenix Egg, unbelievably powerful. Rex gone, 12 kill lead, Satanic online. If you thought the fight was hard just now, the next one is gonna be just that much harder.
Yeah, because Dire don't really need to force this. New Zealand doesn't need to force it. They can just go back and get Aegis whenever they want.
Yeah, but it makes you think, like, it wouldn't have changed too much, maybe, but they would have had at least a fighting chance if that Manta style and the CK was a BKB, because he actually has some staying power. You saw all his illusions, right? One Dispel, all the AoE, gone in an instant. Like, they didn't even hit once.
Yeah, not really doing much damage there, are you?
Yeah. Probably also have to go back to the draft and think about why you picked CK that early into the draft when there are still so many options open.
Also, this is a quick Roche. It's going to be up in a second, which benefits New Zealand.
Yeah, it's going to be going towards the Radiant in just 30 seconds. There's no way the Radiant can actually take it in time. So yeah, they're going to set up for the bottom Roche. That's the banner that spawns down there, right?
What did you say?
It's the banner for Roshan, right? The second
Yes.
one on the Radiant
Yes.
side. The new banner, by the way, is insanely broken because you just overcome a glyph, basically. New banner is insane. They're not even waiting for Roche, though. They're just like, all right, we're super strong.
Might as well
Get in
just
there.
push.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, why not? I don't see them lose a fight. No chance.
Yeah, I don't think so either. They don't need to risk it. They don't need to wait for Roche.
I am gonna say though, if this was a super important match, which it is, just go take the Roche. There's no reason not to.
Right.
I was gonna say, if this was China, they would do it. Oh, toss in. Goodbye.
Oh gosh, Grim dead immediately, and they're trying to get anything they can done. But what do? You're just watching. You're just watching. You can't really react.
It's so tanky too. Just destroying the Rex single-handedly.
You dropped wall. I mean, you'll try to hold, but it's not going to look good.
Yeah, I think it's time to just go for Roche for the Dire.
Yeah.
Maybe not. Just end the game. Let's go.
They could just end the game. I say you get a kill on CK and or Ember, and you just end the game. Terrorize doesn't affect the Gyro there. He's able to stand his ground. It doesn't matter. With this BKB, you can't do anything to him, and Gyro just does too much damage.
Yeah. Easy peasy. CK Illusions do nothing. Like, literally nothing. Yeah, there isn't a lot of hope left for the Radiant, unfortunately. Now, if they want to, they can still fall back for that Roshan, which they knows up.
You're pinging it already.
Coming up for the Dire. Brewmaster almost, what's it called? Octarine done. Daedalus on the horizon for the Gyro. Yeah, that was a good old-fashioned shellacking. One which I didn't expect. I thought was going to go the other way. But honestly, they looked like they were in control pretty much throughout the entirety of the game. From beginning to finish.
Yeah, it feels like a bit of an outclass. It's an outdraft. I wouldn't even say outdraft. I don't think it's truthfully an outdraft. I thought that the Brood of the CK, yes. That's a bit of a bad matchup for CK with the Illusions, like you said. But laning-wise, I want to say I still think Australia had good lanes, or at least the potential to have good lanes.
Yeah, they were just very reliant on good lanes and taking the momentum to the mid game to do well, which I thought they were going to, but the two side lanes actually lost quite badly, and mid lane just went 5-5.
Yeah.
So there isn't really a whole lot of play to be made.
Definitely.
Now they have the banner as well. As I said, Daedalus up. Octarine Core almost up. Of course, as you said, two-team region. You don't want to out GG early. Like, you're hoping for that one miracle sort of team fight.
The difference is you do have a BO3 to play with, and you don't want to kill yourself mentally game one.
Yeah, that's always like the thing you need to gauge, right? Like, how resilient are your players in that regard? Because some people, they tilt super hard, and they can't really make it out of that mental state anymore. Whereas other people, they just don't care, and you know, they're happy to just go.
Yeah, GG go next.
What kind of guy are you?
It depends on the game, truthfully. I think my emotions can be very much affected by the way a game goes.
That's fair.
Recently, I've had some pretty bad games with mid techies on my team and a mid DK that didn't want to move, and it breaks the mental. You take a break and you move on. Yeah, I usually wait till the next day to play again.
When I grind MMR super seriously, whether I win or lose, after every game, I take at least a 10-minute break. Because you don't want to ride that emotional high or low into the next game.
Not a bad way to think about it. Definitely not a bad way to think about it.
And it just helps you reset your mental state, right? You get like some stretching done. You're always like in the best position you can put yourself into, rather than just rage queue or tilt queue or queue after having like a super nice game and you're like, hell yeah. Then you completely overplay yourself. All right, knocking on the high ground. What can you do, guys?
And they still have this Aegis for a while.
Ooh, interesting satanic usage.
It's early.
A little bit scared there.
Icarus dive in, and they've got the Hex. They'll try to get this Supernova as they'll throw the Terrorize, but the BKB's been activated by the Gyrocopter. Again, they get the kill on the mini-chin, and they'll look for more. Black Cannon doing some decent damage onto the Ember, but it's just a deterrent as they can start to take the base. They've got the Rain Drax, the Melee Racks are next with the BKB being popped here by the Ember Spirit. They're going to try and fight. The Phantasm, the Reality Rift, the pull in, but the right click's coming up for the Tiny. They're not even bringing it down past half health. And they just called GG, and game one's going to go to the way of New Zealand.
Quite easily, too, if I might add. Like, there was a very one-sided affair. Well played by New Zealand. We both expected Australia to kind of just run them over. But yeah, New Zealand, a little wall, a little too high, too thick of a wall to overcome for Australia in game one.
Yeah.
I mean, back to the drafting.
I don't know, man. I like the drafting a little bit. I will agree with the CK pick being a little bit early in terms of just kind of giving them an opportunity to counter it, which it did by that brew. But I still think the laning could have been way better. Yeah.
100%. Especially the side lanes. That's really what it comes down to.
Right.
Gyro and Brewmaster were just too rich. They allowed Brewmaster to farm his Radiance completely uncontested, basically. Like, they won the bot lane. He got that bot tower. And he just farmed there for a good 5-6 minutes.
Right.
No one came to harass him. No one came to damage him. Nothing.
Yeah. And it's not only that. It's also the fact that they were able to get that first blood in that lane and honestly able to shut down the CK. And he wasn't really able to do much, which is not exactly what you want in terms of a game here from a CK where he does have zero impact, I would say. I don't know if that's... I don't think it's really being rude.
8k damage done. That's the lowest in the team.
Yeah.
I had no gameplay. We saw every time a teamfight started, Primal split, dispel, gone.
Right. Yeah. It just there really isn't. You take a look. You get a couple of kills here, but you lose this CK, and it's so easy, right? It's just the Cinder Brew into the Fire Spirits. You activate it. Even this fight here, Ember, like, you're just not feeling the damage from him.
Yeah. This is also why I was questioning when I did last pick that Ember Spirit. Yeah, it combos well with the Darkseer, but compared to like the Storm Spirit or something like that, you're just so inferior when it comes to damage output, mobility, just being able to make plays. Like, if both spirits are in the pool, I'd always go for Storm. Almost like 99% probably. Hero's just too good right now.
Yeah, I agree with that. Now, I've got one question for you, because we both played with him for one game in a show match. But where would you say maybe Danog's Winter Wyvern would fit in a game like this?
Danog's Winter Wyvern. I mean, truth be told, I'm a big fan of Winter Wyvern. I think it's a very strong hero. I could have definitely seen that pick come out. Of course, myself, I like it more as a core. But yeah, I think it could have really worked. It's not a terrible laner anymore. It's gotten quite a bit of buff. Maybe next game. I'm always super happy to see good Winter Wyvern players. That hero is just fantastic to look at.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I like the Winter Wyvern. I know Danog maybe for Australia could have been in there with his Wyvern. But you know, maybe we see him at the next IESF.
Everything's
for
possible.
Australia.
We don't know where his life journey is going to take him.
Yeah.
It'll be very fun to
see him doing that. Well, you look at this, like, CK just getting blown up. There's not really much there. 3-second stun, sure, but there was nothing saving that CK who took so much damage so early on. And this is just an instant kill. The Tiny had, honestly, a better lane than I thought they should have.
Yeah, it's always very tough for Ember to really bully out an enemy completely. Like, you always harass them to low HP, but then after that, you know, one bottle refill and you're kind of just like, well, my entire work is and I hate my day. Now look at this team fight. There's nothing to look at, to be honest. It's just spread damage galore and everyone's dead. And there's just no contest. Radiant can't fight at all.
Radiant's bottom
I think it's pretty much the story of the game, right? They can't fight at all.
Yeah, that felt like the entirety of it for sure.
Just was not something that was going to work. And you just see how easy it is for them to take buildings and run this down. Once the BKB is activated by the gyro too, you just go in and settle up.
Radiant's bottom
Go in, destroy everything super easily. They also don't really have an instant stun for the gyrocopter, so you always get his BKB off. Like, you're not going to get stunned by a CK walking up to you.
Right.
So, yeah. Pretty easy game for New Zealand, as you said. Well executed by them. And yeah, I gotta admit, I personally thought Australia was gonna have a little bit of a stronger showing.
Considering prior results for Australia, I agree with that.
Yeah, so maybe in game 2, as we said, right? Maybe they got covered their pants down a bit.
Coming out of the lanes, yeah, it definitely feels like that. So they're gonna have to certainly see what they can get done in game number 2 when and if we get to that. As I believe lobbies are already being set up, if not already joined, and it's back to the drawing board, right? Like, this could definitely be a 3-game series, but when you look at the stats for game 1, which we can throw up there for you, it does feel like an outclass, I would say, in terms of skill coming out of a game like that.
Yeah, which
So.
again is surprising, especially for me, because I know New Zealand is no pushover. Like, I know a couple of the players, especially, as you said, Explosive Fury, a good friend of mine.
Right.
Very good player. But just overall, I thought Australia was going to be quite a bit better. But that might not be the case now at all.
Right.
You know, because we don't really see those two teams or the players on these rosters too much. So maybe the tables have turned. The turns have tabled, as they say. And New Zealand might be the new Australia in terms of where it stands in their power level in the region.
Yeah, the Oceania region might be getting a new class dominator, and we'll have to see. I think the next match is going to be starting in about 5 minutes. So, I mean, coming from game 1 to game 2, what's the most important thing to highlight for you?
Probably just... So again, I think the draft is playable. It's definitely winnable. But make it a bit easier for yourself. Pick some instant stuns. Like, the Dire draft is so much easier to play. You have this tiny initiation front line. You have the Brewmaster who just runs in. It's very simple, you know, Phoenix Egg. Whereas on the Radiant, you really need to outplay. You could get like some nice vacuum combos with some Cursed Crowns, maybe Dark Willow Ultimate here and there. It's very, very difficult to execute. And especially in high pressure scenarios like that, just stick to easy. You know, stick to easy, stick to Lions, stick to instant stuns, pick some Wraith Kings, some Dragon Knights, stuff like that. We don't need to overcomplicate it. Everybody wants to look flashy, but we don't have to. We just want to win the game.
So you were saying you're friends with Fury. What's he gonna bring to the table in the next one?
I mean, he is probably even more than you. Like, I know you're pretty die-hard support when you're 5. Like, you don't mind being poor. Like, he is even more extreme than that. Like, he's
the
literally a
+6.
support through and through. His mindset, the way he talks, his entire being as a human, he's like that. So what is he gonna bring? I think Enchantress honestly is the perfect hero for him. You don't need many items on him. You dominate lane. You do everything for your team.
Right.
If anything, they might think about possibly banning the Enchantress and making him maybe feel a little bit more uncomfortable. But then there's still heroes like Disruptor for him, with Crystal Maiden, you know, like, as I said, he's a good, great player, and it's gonna be hard to shut him down completely.
Yeah.
But what are you focused on? Because I feel New Zealand as a whole team play very well together.
I think what you focus on is not getting too ahead of yourself in terms of a pick like CK, right?
Yeah, especially when there's so many counters on the table. And 0.1 strength per level is can me a rough one down the line. Like I saw him at
It's
level
still
10.
a strong hero, but
It's very strong, of course, but yeah.
yeah.
He is a hero. That I will say that's his biggest weakness. Like his lane is very strong, but if he somehow loses lane, coming back to the game is almost impossible.
Right.
He's so reliant on a snowball.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I think he's very reliant on the good lane, getting into it, and like by the time he had the armlet, they were down about 3,000 to 4,000. He didn't really fight with damage that often, and truth be told, they had some pretty tanky heroes on the side of New Zealand as well. Like that Enchantress is going to be tanky for you. The Gyro had 2,000 health early on when they tried to go for that gank, but missed him up in the trees, and he came down towards the mid lane. You've got Tiny's a very hard hero to kill. Brew's a very hard hero to kill. You've got the status resistance on Brew. You've got all of what Drunken Brawler gives you. Tiny's got, built-in status resistance as well, and he's pretty tanky. Who do you kill in a situation like that? And they got who they could. The Enchantress every time. But other than Enchantress, I don't think that lineup really was susceptible to ganks from a team that's behind early.
Yeah, that's a good point. Even if you look at Enchantress, she's probably one of the most tanky supports there is, right? So ultimately, that entire draft was really, really tanky. And they really played into the fact that it's a very complicated procedure for Team Australia to get all the damage out. Double Iron Shell on everybody, which can get dispelled by the Brew split anyway. So yeah, it was just very difficult, and I think Australia should just focus on making things easy, simple. See how you go from there. Because if New Zealand plays like that again in game 2, it's gonna get scary for you. You gotta shape up. If that's the level of play you bring, New Zealand will eat you.
Yeah, and you think about what they're gonna do in the next draft, and I think we were both kind of shocked at the fact that the way the draft went to those early picks and those early bans, because, we really saw Centaur banned in the first phase. Like the first few picks didn't exactly feel like those first few picks that you normally see in other drafts, right?
Yeah, but we've kind of highlighted that as well, that maybe in those top metas, like everything is super figured out, right? Like you have these coaches, you have all the players that know what's really good. Like if this was a tier 1 Dota right now, we probably would have seen Storm pick first phase, whatnot. So they definitely have their own little meta and what they think is good and bad. But if this is the current state of things of both teams, New Zealand is way, way ahead. Because their draft was simple, was tanky. They just needed to survive the early game, and then they have a huge amount of possibilities of what they can do in terms of damage, survivability, initiation. What did Australia have after the early game? Nothing.
No, they really didn't have anything, and that was where it fell downhill early on. And I think you have to pull out something a little bit different if you can. So we'll see if they can. When we get into the second game, we should be hitting it up sooner rather than later, and I think that the lobby is just kicking off, so we'll be with the draft in just a second. And I'm interested to see if these first bans are the same. I think Centaur first phase ban is whatever. I don't think giving up that hero is the end all be all. Obviously, he's a very straightforward kit when it comes to offlaners, in that you have initiation, you're gonna have a blink, you have disengage, and you have a stun.
Well, and you're out again. Yeah, but what did you think about the first ban lifesteal as well? Like, what's that about? I also don't think lifesteal is a great first phase ban. I don't think he's this amazing first phase ban either, but he's out again.
They
banned both same heroes again. It doesn't really seem like they want to change too much. This time though, they're on the first pick and New Zealand on the last. Pretty similar bans. Looks like both teams pretty much have their bans set on stone already. Witch Doctor. Now, that's a very interesting hero, because just pre-nerf, like a week ago, we saw this first pick like all the time, because it was pretty much impossible to contest. Yes, he got nerfed a little bit, but I still feel like his heal is ridiculously strong. And just because it got nerfed a little bit, I don't think it warrants teams like ignoring him, which obviously they don't do here. But I feel like teams aren't prioritizing him enough anymore just because there is a small little nerf. But they picked the Gyrocopter first this time around.
No, that's that's Australia. The names on the overlay just need to be switched. But Australia take the Gyrocopter first.
Taking it away. Of course, I know Boons likes to play it as a support as well. We've seen it as a carry. So very open draft. That's another thing, by the way, I really liked about New Zealand's draft. It was super open. They could have done anything.
Yeah,
at any
they
point.
left them options.
Yeah,
definitely.
Which is very important, especially when you're a second pick. So you have really that ability to counter with that last pick.
What do you look for early on if you're New Zealand? Because like you said, they kept the draft open for the majority of the draft. You don't want to really pick something that's cut and dry here early on.
Yeah, so they banned the Tiny because they really valued highly, of course. So that's not an option for them anymore. We'll see. Maybe they want to go into an early brew this time.
Phoenix, they go into the Phoenix. Okay.
That is actually a hero that's not great against Gyrocopter, though. Like last game, Phoenix was amazing because they had no answer. This game, they already have an answer straight away. They picked it into it.
It gives the vibes that they're looking to maybe redo the draft that they had last game and have that 4 Phoenix with a 3 brew where they can be aggressive towards the carry again. Because I think they found a lot of success with that, and they wouldn't be upset with going to Cinder Brew and running them down, right?
Yeah, I'd agree with that, but if they really wanted combo, you should probably pick it up in the second phase where they couldn't just... If they want, they could just ban it right now.
Yeah, they could.
And I think
then you have a Phoenix that
want
doesn't
to,
really accomplish much.
Yeah, go ban it right now. Like, why wouldn't you? They've already shown what they can do in game 1.
Yeah.
Although, it has to be said, Gyrocopter is really good against both Phoenix and Brew come mid-game. Right? You pop that BKB, destroy the Brew split, destroy the egg, scramble bamble.
Using a lot of time, and I wonder if they're even thinking about this Brew.
They gotta. Juggernaut.
That's really not what
I
thought was going to be coming here.
That's out there. Again, I don't know these teams and players super well. They definitely know each other way better than we do. So maybe it's just some comfort they really like.
This Brood is definitely a specific pick, and they go Enchantress again.
Yeah, I think it's the perfect hero for him, honestly.
Yeah.
I would love to see something like a Medusa for New Zealand. I think Medusa is a little underrated, and Medusa Phoenix is... I mean, we know how ridiculous the combo is.
Right.
It's actually one of the only ways to protect it against the BKB Gyro. Unless you want to pick something like an Enigma or something like that.
There we go. Back up as we do see Australia on the right side again. Now they've got the Gyro, which is true. They're picking now, and you can see the draft back on your screen. Brood's definitely a specific ban because we don't see a lot of Brood right now at all.
Yeah, from my own pub experience, the hero is pretty much the same as before. It's very hit or miss depending on the player that plays it. It can be very potent, though. It can be very potent.
Oh, Marana.
Marana Gyrocopter. That's a very interesting.
Okay. I mean, I guess that's what you want there. You want arrow in a hook. But we saw this a little bit in the China qualifiers, the Pudge. I saw it yesterday in the Southeast Asia qualifiers as well. But Pudge is very beatable. And I think that these lockdown attempts, these skill shots aren't going to be great. Oh, they went Ursa and Brew immediately. I mean, the Brew was pretty easy to call.
I'm so surprised that Ursa right now looks so free. And it destroys all these 3 heroes. And the fact that you get Brewmaster away like this. It's damn scary. Like, I like New Zealand's drafts a lot.
Their Storm.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
Okay, hear me out.
Yeah.
You could still go anti-mage in this lineup for New Zealand.
You can
I think
if
you
you
could.
were me.
I think you could still do it because out of Ursa, anti-mage, and Brew, who would match up best against the Storm?
You mean mid lane?
Yeah.
Probably. I mean, Storm is a menace right now in mid lane. I would probably have to say Brewmaster. I would have to go mid.
Right.
Yeah. But,
which you don't really want because you want that aggression with the Cinder Brew Fire
but as I said,
Spirits.
if it was me, I would just do mid AM and not give a crap. I just beat him anyway. Because that's me. That's my superpower.
Yeah. I think a level in Blink, you're fine as anti-mage mid. Obviously, this is like, for me, a bit of a meme here because Storm and anti-mage definitely.
Yeah. I mean, you have followed my career. I've had my Storm anti-mage moments too.
Yeah.
I love those. Blowing up a Storm never gets old with AM.
Yeah.
What I would like to see, perhaps, is now that Puck is out. Man, Storm is so annoying to play against because he lanes so well against most heroes. You can put like a DK middle, but he lanes super well against DK.
I think DK is so boring, but I wouldn't mind, like, what about Razor?
Boring.
I think DK is so boring, man.
He is 100%.
He is, and I've spent 9 years covering China Dota. And the amount of times I've seen last pick DK, like, just get that out of the system.
Oh, that's great. Stop hating on the hero.
Right.
I love DK. It's my go-to hero when I want to have a chill game.
Yeah, exactly. I want to see not chill.
There isn't a whole lot of reliable control from the mid lane anymore. It's time to bring out the mid lion, maybe.
Right.
Mid lion, or dude, if they want to be super toxic, they just go mid Husker right here. Storm can't do anything against Husker. This entire draft is pretty bad against Husker, and they have an amazing push draft then with the Ursa, Brewmaster, Husker, Ancient Phoenix. I think Husker would be the game-winning last pick here, potentially.
I can see that. Huskar does feel pretty strong.
Yeah, and once he builds Axe, Storm actually can't dodge that thing. Like, you just jump at him, and you jump... Like, you follow him everywhere. You just go. You can't do anything about it.
Thoughts on a Viper?
For New Zealand.
Yeah.
Yeah. The problem is just all these heroes, they can do very well against Storm, but it's just the post laning phase is so annoying against Storm, right? All his mobility.
I like Huskar. I'm always a big fan.
Yeah, I think Husker is amazing. If they don't want Husker, there are so many heroes who don't want to play against Storm is the problem. Invoker could work. Some good old Invoker.
What's your lockdown here for New Zealand?
Well, that's the thing. They don't have much. That's why they need some reliable lockdown.
Right.
Unless they really want to go all in. As I said, then I think Husker is amazing for that. Earth Spirit. That's a very interesting... I mean, it gives them the silence and lockdown against Storm Spirit, of course, but
yeah,
it's a very hit or miss hero. I thought... Like, remember what I just said with make the game easy for yourself? This New Zealand draft doesn't look super easy. I actually think Australia's draft it's also not that easy, actually. And both drafts are pretty hard to execute.
Right.
Huh, what do we like better then?
I still like the New Zealand draft, in my opinion.
Like a bit better? I think that the Putch Mirana support combo is very odd. But the cores are good. I think I'm going to go with Australia. I don't like this last pick Earth Spirit too much.
I think it
gives them what they need,
screams
but-
aggression early.
It does. But oftentimes with these lesser accomplished teams, like being aggressive early is super difficult in Dota.
Yeah,
know?
for sure.
Because you have to really win lane, and then you have to find the right timing to dissolve your lanes and get into other lanes to pressure them correctly. And it's just so difficult. It's much easier to just sit in lane and farm, as we've seen last year in New Zealand.
Yeah. Definitely. So, I mean, I'm still going to take New Zealand. I think that the aggression could come in clutch.
Yeah.
I don't really like the skill shots of Hook as well as the arrow. I think that's going to be a little bit annoying. But you still have other lockdown like homing missile, onslaught with pulverize. You have the vortex pull into an arrow or a hook. Like there are options here in terms of lockdown for the Dire when it's at least for Radiant, just roll and maybe having a creep that can ensnare.
Mm-hmm. It can definitely work. I'm having a tough time choosing a team because I think both lineups are not the easiest to execute. There should be some fun Dota at least.
Definitely should.
Correct me if I'm wrong. There's only one slot out of this region, obviously, right? Otherwise, they wouldn't be playing.
Yes.
So it's pretty much do or die.
Oh, for sure. And I think now it's one of those moments where we'll probably see Australia not call GG early if they go down.
Yeah. Even though last game they also stayed in quite a while.
Yeah, but they called it when it was necessary. There are definitely other teams that maybe would have helped out on that for a while.
Oh yeah, some people just never GG until the throne is down.
I mean, we've seen it before. I don't know if you remember the
Battle begins.
LBZS Vici matchup. It's something that I bring up quite a bit. But LBZS was up 40k. You'd think that would be a moment to GG out for the side of Vici at that point, and they ended up coming back.
Yeah. I mean, some of the best comebacks are on the back of one of the biggest deficits, right? Now, Earth Spirit, Storm Spirit should be pretty damn easy for Storm. I'm always scared when Storm Spirits have free lanes.
Is this a free lane, though?
So free.
You think so?
Yeah, like Earth Spirit can't really pressure. Because every time you want to even hit him or roll on top of him, you just eat a Remnant and you take the same amount of damage. The fact that Remnant only costs 70 mana is what makes Storm so ridiculous.
I mean, the Remnant itself is pretty ridiculous in its own right. The mana cost just makes it even that much better, right?
Yeah. I mean, the fact
I don't think
that it
so.
does so much is... Yeah. Well, it's supposed to be nerfed, quote-unquote, by its range, right? Because it's kind of melee. But that facet makes it not melee. It just walks towards them.
Yeah. That's pretty ridiculous. And I think that, honestly, for a lot of teams, I find that, or for a lot of heroes, I find that it's very one facet mediocre, the other facet good, and
Again.
that is first blood the same way.
That's not what you
Right?
want.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a patch. It's very hit or miss. He's coming back. Maybe he gets another hook into the tower or something. But yeah. The supports, as we said, are very, very volatile. A good arrow, good hook can turn the entire lane around. But if you don't hit those, you never have those moments.
Yeah. So you're gonna need to eat that hook or have that hook hit somewhere. And for Pudge, he's got that meat hook, that flares hook. But I don't know, if you're not hitting heroes with it, then what are you doing?
Radiant's courier has been killed.
I guess creep farming's not bad for it, right?
Yeah. Instant killing of creeps. Both supports can do that. It's pretty funny.
It's one of the things that Nyx Assassin can do these days.
What with the Mind Flare?
Yeah.
Which is very interesting. Because basically it just says You know, like a brainless dumb creature gets instantly killed by it.
Arrow in.
Ooh,
It's
nice
on the
arrow
Enchantress, and Fury is dead. Getting that kill. Easily bottom, but it's the Onslaught Trample. Gotta be careful here. Again, another hook that's gonna miss on this Phoenix, but when hook is down, the opportunity to just run in and go for it in terms of Cinder Brew and Fire Spirits goes up. Always got to be on the lookout there. Ursa's not exactly going to be jumping and getting kills here, right? Not yet, at least.
Nah.
As Gyro, you can see the damage already. Like, yeah, you're rotting on the Lord Boone's Pudge, but Gyro now has to be careful, and I believe that was just a hook from Lord Boone's. That makes him so susceptible. There's no save anymore. The Cinder Brew activates, and now they go for another kill. Like, this is exactly what they did to the CK.
Yeah, it's pretty much copy-paste. Another hook slightly off the mark. But that's just Pudge, right? It's such a hit-or-miss sort of scenario. That's why I'm a big fan of 4 Pudge, because you're not so reliant on hitting those hooks.
Yeah,
Whereas
you're
when
just kind of
support-
relying on getting your farm, right?
Yeah, exactly. But when you support, it's all about the hooks. And if you have no setup, hit them hard. Well, Storm Spirit will have a lot of heavy lifting to do this time around. But he's having an amazing lane.
He's having a good lane, but again, it's the similar story to the Tiny. Like, Earth Spirit is keeping up.
Yeah.
And that's where I find that a lot of issue is going to come from. Because Earth Spirit, if you shut him down, I think he's a non-factor.
I agree.
Obviously, okay, so that's a stupid sentence. If you shut him down, he's a non-factor. Let me explain on that a little bit more. If you shut him down early, he's not a hero that does well from behind.
Yeah, he's very similar
That's
to
more so what I
CK.
mean.
Ooh, and he almost dropped actually. We are 20 health. Barely made it out of lights there. Probably got hit by an arrow. Must have missed the connection. But yeah, Gyrocopter is mightily struggling again this time around.
Oh, yeah. And Gyro comes back. He obviously farms. He gets that black cannon. He's got ways to get back into it. But this is also pretty similar, where they get Toms, and now on the TP, they almost got the turnaround, but not enough.
Very good. Also a wasted rotation from the Earth Spirit, which gives Storm even more time. Bottles up an Invis. Now it's time for him to rotate potentially. TP stops straight away.
Yeah, this is going to be a good way to get those galvanized stacks. And Brew in some trouble. The homing missile's there. They've got this Storm. They should be able to get the kill on a Rain. The Remnant's down, and they've got that. So they get that kill, and you've got Storm Spirit, who's already got 4 in the galvanize.
He's galvanized, yeah. I can't believe actually they gave that to Storm. Just like a...
What, just old Bloodstone?
Yeah, for free. As an innate ability.
Yeah. The innates are kind of interesting.
Yeah, some are so useless though.
Yep.
That's actually what I wanted to bring up before. When I said I needed to ask you something. How do you think is it possible to balance Dota nowadays? Oh, bot lane. Never mind. No way to stop the charge. How do you think it's possible to balance Dota now with all the facets and innate abilities? I think before it was already almost impossible. I think now it is impossible.
I think you have to do it a singular part at a time.
Yeah, but that will always lead to imbalance, right?
Icarus dive, and the Fire Spirits, the damage, the hook misses again, but the survival is there, at least for this Gyro, and Lord Boone surviving, popping that wand.
Very low health both, though. Gotta be very careful. Last game he stuck around a couple of times with that low health, and paid the price for it. What about this time around?
Brew happy to just kind of live this lane though, right? Like even with that death, still sitting top of the net worth.
Yeah, he's very happy. I mean, you don't need to win lanes in Dota by killing the enemy. If they can't come to lane, they're also very happy.
Definitely.
Ace rune for Storm. Maybe... Oh, Fury actually running into...
Let's see him catch Sagan now.
Nice. Well played.
So, Chase is on. Looking for Fury. Easy kill there.
Yeah, now they have Pulverize as well. Pulverize arrow combo. Very potent, of course.
Yeah, Pulverize Arrow feels very strong. It's definitely set up, but also, are we going to see maybe the Pulverize Arrow and then after Pulverize Hook?
Also possible. There's lots of nice little combos they have at their disposal. Storm. Yep, going straight into the Orchid. I like that. It's going to take a while, of course.
If he can get to it, at a decent timing, it's nice.
Yeah,
but
and hard counters Ursa as well as Brewmaster. Who are going Battle Fury and Radiance respectively, so it's very greedy what they're doing. Looking for a Gyrocopter. I think they caught him pretty much. They'll be, yeah, perfectly intercepting him.
At least trying to, and Gyro starting to take some damage, but there's the call down, and Flat Cannon not going to be enough. They'll get the kill on the Gyro.
Ooh, Bonzo show though.
Yeah, well, they're trying to make a rotation, but immediately is Supernova. They need to protect this. Damage in. There's the roll. Xavier dies, but they do get lore boons, and they're going to try and get more. Starstorm and a leap away. Not a lot of mana left on this Storm. That could have been way worse for the Dire.
Yeah, perhaps a little premature the egg. Cause level 1 egg is really weak, right? When you do like next to 3 heals like that.
Right.
But yeah, I think overall still a decent trade to get the Gyrocopter. Pretty happy with that. Who's the ping top to Pudge? Do they have to
want to go again?
Brewmaster has ult. Ooh, nice arrow catch.
Forcing the issue and going for Fury again. Trying to survive. The tramples on him. They go to the Primal Split. Fury's able to survive. Oh, no. Ball lightning in. They get the kill Lord boons. Now they're going to try and turn this onto the Earth Spirit. They've got this Vortex. They'll pull back Jandals. They'll get the kill there. That works out so far for the Dire, and now Brewmaster's back to form. So you've got the chase, you have the damage, you'll get another kill, and Andros is on a killing spree as they get the Cone of Rain, and they'll find themselves this Enchantress and get themselves the third. Just a matter of time.
If he gets it.
Yeah.
Oh, it's such an
Another
annoying
Galvanized
hero.
stack, but it is a very annoying hero. It's going to be a space created for your Ursa.
Hey, Galvanized stack, my friend. And he doesn't want it. He says, I don't need you.
You should have taken it.
I think so. I think Galvanized is just makes your life so comfortable.
Man, Battle Fury feels so greedy.
Yeah, and Radiant in the same team. Crazy greedy.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, that is an insane level of greed we have not seen in a while. And it'll be a while till he gets that Battle Fury.
But it's all about Earth Spirit now. The problem is he doesn't really have any partners to make plays with.
Maybe the Brew with like Cinder Brew and rolling in.
Yeah, but he doesn't really want to fight because he wants to get his Radiance, right? And then you have Ursa who really wants his items.
Enchantress dead again.
Easy hope.
He's almost got the Sacred Relic, so I will say the Radiance is coming out pretty quick for the Brewmaster.
It does, but at the same time, there will be the Orchid online soon, and this time they have damage to kill him. And they have ways to get on top of him as well. Orchid is just 400 gold away.
No, the Sacred Relic is 400 gold away.
Yeah, of course the Orchid and Storm.
Oh, you said Orchid. I thought you said Radiance is almost done. 400 gold away.
No. I said I'm worried for him, even if he has Radiance, that he just gets blown up in this game in particular.
Yeah.
Because who's their frontline gonna be? I guess Eng?
Brew has to be. I think you have to start with Split.
It's a tough game for Brew this time around. But that being said, though, Gyrocopter is still might be poor.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. He's really low on net worth. Need to see this Earth Spirit move more. But you said they don't really have a combo for him at the moment.
Yeah.
Vortex,
nice
arrow, hook. No, hook, dismember, and got him.
They're burning. There's a lot of dot damage.
Though, Supernova, it's a decent amount of damage that gets him the kill on Lord Boons, but Ursa's in well too far. Pulverize is used, not really doing a lot of damage. Starstorm comes in. Now they're going to go for the Ursa. They've got the call down. They'll get the kill. Cobb's just way far in. I mean, that is all for what? A punch? Flat cannon ripping through this Brew, and now all of a sudden you've pulled yourself further from this Radiance.
Yeah, forcing a little
That's
bit of
insane.
anti-timings here. Best call probably would have just been to let the Earth Spirit die. Get your items online, then fight. If you had a Radiance in that fight, it's completely different, of course. But every time you die, the Radiance gets delayed. That Orchid is there. You might just, chain feet at this point onwards.
And it's giving more on the Galvanize, too. You're just making...
Yeah, quick replay here. Nice combo with the Vortex into hook. And then I think the Radiant team should just disengage. There's no need to really go in that deep. Like, even after the kill, just out. He keeps chasing more. It's a little bit too far, a little bit too trigger happy. And they pay the price, the blood price.
Something that we saw Australia kind of do in the last game, right? Just go for 2 more.
Yeah.
Too much more.
That's right.
So, getting those kills, cleaning it up.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Now all of a sudden, Gyro's back.
fallen.
Jaro's back. Storm is in fantastic shape. So is Primal Beast. Who's going Blink Dagger to set up for his team. Game is looking amazing for Australia.
We're really turning into the caster's curse on this one. Praise one team in the draft, the other team wins.
Storm power, man. This hero is so good.
Right. So good, especially when the other team doesn't have any lockdown.
Yeah. And it's another Galvanize.
Yeah, this is kind of
15
looking
now.
like last game.
Very interesting how,
Tower is under attack.
both teams just kind of smack each other around like that.
Do you think the Radiance gives them enough in terms of not fighting capabilities, but survivability and enough to farm?
The problem is Bruni's level 12 now. Like, his Brewlings just die so fast every fight. To the Flag Cannon, we spoke about how good that is against the Brewmaster in early team fights. Radiance would help, but if you don't get 12 ASAP,
Tower is under attack.
you're in trouble. There's too much spread damage coming out.
Right.
And I said that Orchid pretty much hard counters everything the Radiant does.
Hook in. And that's on the Earth Spirit. They've got the Dismember. They're trying to get this kill. He's surviving for now. Icarus dives Supernova. They get the kill on the Earth Spirit. And it's going to be a stun on the Storm. Oh!
He's burning!
Icarus dive burning and loses some galvanized stacks. They also got the kill on the Lord Boons. Big
Alright.
kills to get.
Under attack. Dire's
But
I
Earth
think
Spirit's starting to
overcommitment.
turn into a support.
It's the way of the game. Yeah, that's Earth Spirit though, right? You don't get a ton of kills. This is how the hero functions out of the mid lane.
fallen.
Which is why I wasn't super on board with the last pick Earth Spirit. But hey,
Dire's
they
middle tower
kind of got away with the greed. Battle Fury is online. So is Radiance. And they're farming away now.
True that.
Of course, it's still going to take a while for the greed to pay off. But if they can mitigate damage for like 5-6 minutes, it would be fantastic for them.
So you need to be able to kill the storm, I would say, 1 or 2 more times. But you're losing inch very quickly again.
Oi, DD Storm, that's a big one though.
They might just fight one more time. Get that deficit back.
The Atos also on the Mirana to set up the arrow and hook. Very interesting.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Mirana's so rich.
Yeah, that'll
Actually,
happen.
the whole difference in net worth is basically Mirana.
Yeah. Pudge doesn't really have a lot of farm, at least for the moment. And the supports are getting some decent farm, though, on the Radiant. At least Phoenix almost has Yules. That's a little bit more survivability. And if you want to call it catch, it's also catch. Enchantress. Gonna die here. Can they get anything more? They've got this Spirit Vessel onto the Pudge, and that will be at least a trade.
Yeah, just barely missed the silence on the Storm Spirit. He would have been dead otherwise as well. Also was... I think he had up to 4 or 5 Fury Swipes. Yeah, he would have definitely been dead. But that's the thing, right? It's not those cookie cutter spells to hit. It's all skill shots. It's not easy. And as I said before, I like easy. I think easy is good. Now, I will never do it myself. You know me. I love to do very hard stuff. Unnecessarily hard stuff, like Elden Ring level 1 runs. But if you want to win a tournament, easy is good.
It's the KISS method, right? Keep
What's
it
the
simple,
KISS method?
stupid.
Keep it simple, stupid. That's the KISS
Yep.
method.
Yes.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. Let's be honest. The easiest solutions to a lot of problems is usually the simplest, like the least funky one, right?
Right.
Just cookie cutter, easy peasy.
Fury.
All right, shot gone. Very nice. I think I would love the Dire to also prioritize their shot a little bit more. Their shots are pretty good, especially the Pudge one. With that nice save in.
Definitely. This is the Pudge one, and he's the lowest net worth, so there's definitely a shot.
It's my Mirana. Mirana's one is not the best.
Yeah, not really.
I'm still surprised that they haven't changed that like to a proper shot. I don't even know what I would want as a Mirana shot, to be entirely honest.
Bigger arrow hitbox.
Yeah, I just see that could be kind of game breaking though, because all your calculations that you've done previously, you know, suddenly instead of going around a creep, you just hit it in the face.
Or maybe arrow is piercing. One target.
That could be fun. Or arrow ignores creeps. You shoot it through a wave.
Well, no. Yeah, that would have to be an alt toggle.
Yeah. I think it would make the arrow super strong. Like a guy's farming creep wave, suddenly arrow comes through the wave into your face.
Could be too strong.
Have you ever played Heroes of New Earth?
Like a couple times.
So the hook there hooked you on the way back as well.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Okay.
Does that make sense? That would be a fantastic Pudge shot as well. Oh,
Smoke coming in.
hello, Earth Spirit.
Might be able to fight. Runaway just going to be on the Brew. And now they've got the hook into the Dismember. Pulverize the damage onto the Brewmaster. They get the kill on Xavier. They've taken out the 2 big team fight heroes on the side of the Radiant. They need to back.
It's all she wrote.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures
Make it
Ooh,
easy.
up the Phoenix.
Yeah, I think he actually... I don't know if he dove in to egg and just got caught in the pulverized stun, or if he got hooked in, but he was right next to the Brewmaster, and they both got completely cleaved down.
I will say the benefits of that are you didn't lose Ursa.
Yeah, he's still having a decent game. BKB almost up. I mean, he's definitely here that can turn the game around, right? With that burst damage, but that window is tightening. BKB almost up on Earth Spirit too. So their core fight items are coming online slowly. I'm just very worried about his Brewmaster now. Nowhere near as effective as it was in game 1.
Right. I will say this Ag's pickup on Primal feels a bit quick. And like quick as in unneeded this early.
Oh, Brew
Orchid.
again.
Brew, pulverize, and can't get anything off.
Oh, he dove in. Try and help.
Yeah, that's a problem. Hook misses, ball lightning. They've got the follow-up if need be, but Magnetize was used. The silence is there. They've got the onslaught. They're trying to do the damage here onto the Ursa, but they'll end up losing the Earth Spirit. Can he get the right clicks in? No. He looks like he is in no man's land. They are going to get this kill onto the Ursa. The Supernova is going to pop eventually, but they've got the call down. They'll have the damage to go onto the Enchantress. Even with Nature's Attendance, it's not looking likely that you get a lot out of it, but you lose the Phoenix. They go with the Gleipnir. They've got the control onto the Ench. The arrow misses, but still a good fight overall for the side of the Dire.
Yeah, and the game
Two
is slowly
fourths from the
slipping out of
Radiant.
the hands of the Radiant. Like their fighting power in these fights is just not there. They fought just before finishing BKB on Earth Spirit 2. He needed like 50 gold. Same with Ursa, he's 300 gold away. Like they've had, I think this is the third anti-timing now in this game. The first one was in mid lane with the Radiants just around the corner. Now the BKBs. Like you really have to make sure you actually hit your timings. Because now I think it might actually be too late to hit those timings. Because all the important items are online on the Dire.
Yeah, they really need to get their farm. I guess Ursa could get, if the BKB is there, you got a +1 item quickly.
A Basher Ursa can always turn something around, I guess. But wow, we already have a Bloodthorn now on Storm. So that damage is insane. Radiant's evasion doesn't really matter anymore.
And it's not Naked Bloodthorn, but I like this move here, at least from the Radiant.
Yeah, getting a good Roche. Very nice. And it's very easy too. Now, will that help them team fight? Yes. But is it going to win them the team fight? Probably not. Should be a farming Aegis. They need to get back into the game somehow.
Yeah, but who's farming their way back into the game and making a difference?
They need that bash on the Ursa badly. So important. They also need the Manta style up, which is still going to take a while in itself as well.
Yeah, he's got 2 components, but here's another catch, and they already took the Aegis out of the hands of the Ursa. I mean, that is the opposite of what you like there.
Yeah. Well,
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
that's life, I suppose. 24 galvanized stacks as well. Look at Storm's
Yeah,
mana region, man. 33.
You're getting to that point where the galvanized stacks are too high for you to really make a difference, and he's got that meteor hammer there too.
Dire's bottom tower.
It's so funny that everybody just builds Meteor Hammer for the mana region.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
It's looking like 3 games so far, but Earth Spirit going in, Spirit Vessel again. They've got the Geomagnetic Grip with the Onslaught, the BKB, the attempt to turn it around, BKB, but stunned up with the Dismember. The damage is out. They've got themselves one, but the Enchantress on the other side is dead, so it ends up being a trade, and they go for this egg and blow it up immediately once there's no protection.
Attack.
Yeah, I really like this Bloodthorn pickup for this reason as well. Oh, Brewmaster again. Bloodthorn just around the corner, and he's dead.
Rain had the
Bloodthorn just gives
timings,
so much
and
attack
now he
speed
doesn't.
for the egg as well. Oh, just completely blow that up. Yeah, like he had his timings exactly. But that's the thing. Like if you go Radiance, usually it's a very sharp timing, and then with the first Radiance, you want to crush that team fight. Gotta be a bit careful down there. Okay. He almost killed himself on the tormentor. Well, if you miss that timing, Radiance is not that potent anymore. And they had that timing, as you said. They just chose to fight at the wrong time.
Similar to what Australia did in the last game, right?
Yes, sir. Kind of like a similar story, but as you said, reverse roles.
And forced timings, just looking to fight too early. It wasn't even that they lost their lanes this time, so it's not the same exact story, but it's the force fighting that really killed them for it.
I mean, 10k lead is not insurmountable. We have seen way bigger comebacks, of course. So that's still a possibility.
Possibility, but probability is probably quite low.
You're probably
That's
right
for
there.
sure.
Yeah. This is what I thought would happen though with the Earth Spirit too. Like it's just such a hero that's almost guaranteed to fall off. It's so rare for it to have a good game.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, cooking.
Fishing. Can't always,
Searching.
Yep, can't always catch something though.
No, it ain't like that. Unable to do so.
Smoke up towards the top lane. Who are they gonna find? No one.
This doesn't feel like a lineup that can come back from 11,000 down.
Maybe with the Ursa Basher, if they get a lucky kill or two on the Storm, especially. I mean, there's a lot of bounties up for grabs, right? On the Mirana, on the Primal Beast. Who's about to finish his Shiva's God. That's gonna be very scary.
Does it almost force you to smoke and try to fight again?
I think so. I mean, Primal Beast is so far up here. Oh, they somehow catch him? Not really. His roles reversed. They just have no reliable catch now in this game. Dota becomes so difficult when you don't. Rain, he has Manta.
It won't even matter. Onslaught in, Supernova down, Dismember used, and eventually the Manta into the Primal. The Sunray's doing good damage with the Magnetize. They get the kill onto the Primal Beast. They'll take the Pudge. It's a good bounty picked up for the Earth Spirit, but can they get anything more? They looked for the Mirana, who is low. Maybe they can roll one more time and find it. Oh! Picking up two huge bounties on this Earth Spirit. But the question is it too little too late?
That was massive. Really well done by them. There we see the power of not having a BKB. Primal Beast needs a BKB for sure. Like, the Sunray just absolutely ate him alive in that egg. Storm Spirit, though, he has a Scythe and a Bloodthorn. He can pretty much solo kill any target on the map, so they're not going to be safe. But a couple more fights like this, and they should be okay. But can they get a couple more fights like this? Because this was really on the back of mispositioning on the Dire side and misusing the items a little bit.
Yeah, but now you go and look at Ursa, who has Basher, who's got Shard in a few moments. Getting that level 20 soon. Maybe that's something, but Brew doesn't have split. And like you said, you kill any target on the map.
Yeah, the power of Storm Spirit, Bloodthorn Hex. Literally nothing is safe. You have so much damage. You know what I've always been wondering? Like, why is everybody going for Meteor Hammer over Kaya and Sanj? I know Kyrgyzstan is more expensive, but it offers so many good benefits for you.
Spell Lifesteal in the mana region amp.
Yeah, you get that also from the Kyrgyzstan.
Yeah, I guess, but I just feel like Meteor Hammer also later on you do end up throwing down on some buildings. Enchantress dead.
And you don't really need the mana cost reduction on Storm, I guess.
Scanning.
How much less is Meteor Hammer actually? Is this theorized here? But it says 1.3k less. I mean, it's quite considerable amount. I just wish they would bring back a mana cost reduction for the ult as well. Then everybody would buy it.
Right. Need a perfect fight again from the Radiant.
Yeah. I mean, they brought the gold down to what, 8k? Now it's back up to 12 already in an instant. This is just why Storm is so scary. Like, you have no map control, and what do you do now? You can literally jump across the whole map and kill you. You can't leave alone. You have to smoke out, but smoke plays is so predictable at this point. What a menace. I hate patches where Storm is strong.
Same, actually. It's such a terrible feeling.
Yeah. And the thing is, he was already snowball reliant, right? And then you gave him the Bloodstone, like, charge thing on top of that. Now it feels even worse when he's snowballing. When it already felt terrible before, you know?
Dire are scanning.
I almost want to say Ursa needs an Abyssal Blade.
He does, but he also needs, like... Is he survivable enough? Because he just goes down in 1 hex. I have so many problems for him to deal with now. He could be now up on Storm as well.
They're going to need that extra Aegis again, too. But I don't think they get it this time around. I don't think that's possible for him.
Yeah, this might be the last fight of the Radiant. No BKB on him.
All right. Well, Moonlight Shadow and an early BKB from Ursa. So now you disengage and you have to leave.
There's a hook in 3.
Just used and Ball Lightning in. Looking to get that kill onto the Phoenix. That means no egg. The hook lands on the Enchantress. They've got themselves 2. The Primal Split is used. But there's no egg. There's no Sunray. There's no survivability here for these heroes. Goes back to form, but the homing missile connects and just gets popped. That's not what you really want to have if you're the Brewmaster anyway. And it does get him out, but just not really accomplishing much.
Don't worry. Just get 100% evasion and 50% movement speed. All good. Wow, he's actually getting 100% evasion with that, or what?
Dire structures are fortified.
No.
30% times 3.5? Yeah?
I don't know. That sounds like more. Brewmaster doesn't have split. They'll get the kill there. Rain's gonna die. Supernova with the Magnetize. There's potential here. They've got the kill to the Gyro, taking out the Storm as
died.
well. And Marana gets away. Wow. I'm shocked that they got that.
Those bounties were insane once again. Was it like a 15k lead? And Roshan is up. They didn't do Roshan.
Yeah, they got 1,700 for the Gyro. They got 1,400 for the Primal. They got 800 for the Pudge, and they got 2,000 basically for the Storm.
And they didn't do Roche. Now Ursa gets Aegis Cheese on top of what he already had.
Wow. And the damage is there. And if you're going to overstay your welcome, well, that'll happen. And all of a sudden, you're thinking Abyssal. No, you've got Aegis, you've got Cheese, and maybe MKB is the answer for this Ursa.
MKB against the Butterfly. Yeah, he just wants to stick on top of the Gyrocopter. But still, yeah, it was another misstep. Game control, I would think, is still very much in the Dire's side. Dire's favor. Like, Storm Spirit is still the menace he is. They need an answer to him. They still don't have any. They have no Hex. They have no reliable lockdown. The team fight is good, but only until the BKB is up on the Primal Beast, I'd imagine.
They'll have one soon.
Yeah. Man, the Earth Spirit picked up so many bounties throughout these last 2 fights. He's really rich now. I don't even know what item he should go for, to be honest. Hex is very much needed, but Hex Earth Spirit doesn't feel great. Octarine Core could be nice.
Honestly, I feel like the Hex is just such a necessity, though.
It is, it is. That's what feels bad about it, too. But Ange is actually thinking of building towards a Hex. But of course, she's nowhere near. They're 3k gold lead now only, by the way. Game is pretty much back to even. They're smoked up now. Radiance should reveal it if he doesn't turn it off. Okay. So they're just looking to get the what tier 2? Potentially.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I also got MKB done. Oh, you gotta be careful with the gyrocopter. If they jump you, you're dead.
The real carry has been the Storm, but Gyro is at that kind of gold. And they are starting to shift down here. Maybe they find the Brew. There's the Bloodthorn, and they've got the Hex, the Aeon Disc, but there's the Pulverize. Still looking for the Primal Split. Finally gets it off. They go to the Moonlight Shadow. They're going to need some vision here. They get the kill on this Pudge. Call down is used. The BKB is early from Tobbs, and now they're going to Ball Lightning back in. They've got the Hex, but the Lotus Orb doesn't reflect with the BKB being used here, and now he's got no mana. Storm's in. He may Galvanize, but that's not going to be worth it. They've got the Silence. They have the BKB. They get the kill, and all of a sudden, for 94 seconds, Gyro also in trouble.
Bash,
BKB,
bash.
TP out. The right clicks are in. They've got the bash. They'll stop the TP. They get the kill. Nobody's got buyback.
This game might just
They have
actually be
thrown
over.
the game away.
Wow, there was 16k lead. Now it's gonna be like 5-6k the other way.
Has fallen.
Oh man, New Zealand, they're definitely riding this high right now. They're gonna be so happy if they end up winning this game. And Australia must be heartbroken after 2 fights like this. Oh, Dota, man, the game of emotions, the game of highs and lows. They're just gonna get megas here. 1 minute to go. There's nobody can defend, right?
Not really. I mean, Primal can't really
Oh
defend
no,
by
there's
himself.
still
They can
tower
push out
mid to 2.
creeps.
Okay. No megas. No megas. Just almost megas. So there is still a little bit of hope. Now Mirana, Phoenix is looking. It's just a Phoenix. Can't really do too much. Oh, they're actually leaving. Well, they don't know they don't have buybacks, I guess. So it makes sense that they don't want to overstay their welcome. Just push it here mid instead.
Yeah, honestly, it might even be looking for a fight again. I don't want to man on that.
Almost on Earth Spirit now. The Abyssal almost done on Ursa. These fights are now actually going to get really hard.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
That's Dota for you. You botch 2 team fights, game is almost over. Especially with those combat mechanics.
Yeah. Man,
Jeez.
they
That must be
scaled
terrible,
really well.
man. Just 5 minutes ago, you were the king of the world. Now, back to peasant life. Refresher
Going
is
towards
up also.
bottom.
If he wants to buy it, he's keeping for buyback right now. Aegis is up for another 30 seconds. Probably can't really take a fight in that time. Can see the Tormentor though.
Yeah. Get the Tormentor shard there for Earth Spirit.
Can now grab allies.
That's always nice.
Yeah.
Not the most ridiculous shard, but not the worst.
It only becomes ridiculous once you get Axe as well.
Yeah.
Which, of course, he's not really going for right now. Aegis reclaimed. Abyssal Blade online. He purchases it out straight away. I have to say, though, he is still very squishy. Like, if he gets Hexed, Bloodthorned, and Focused, he will die.
Well, they've
I
been
like the
trying to do that to
decisiveness.
the Brewmaster, though. And that's been a rough situation for them.
Storm top. He has no buyback, man. If they catch him with this new Abyssal.
Scanning.
Okay, looking for Prime Beast.
Scan hit. They're actually just going towards mid anyway. Pudge. Alive for now, but not alive anymore. Vortex, BKBs, right clicks in. They get the kill on the Earth Spirit. He's a big part of their damage, but they got the Magnetize off. And now, Radiant, they're starting to retreat a little bit. Ball Lightning in. They've got themselves the Bloodthorn, but they've got the Glimmer Cape, so they've made him invisible. Invisible late in the game sometimes spells invincibility. Late near again. Sproink, arrow missing.
Time to disengage.
How much do you want to chase?
Okay, so now that all is said and done, one call for one support. Probably a trade that you're kind of happy with in the position you're in right now.
Yeah, definitely.
But yeah, if you're Earth Spirit, you gotta preemptively BKB that. Because you're rolling into basically 5 heroes trying to be very aggressive. Like if he runs in there with a BKB activated and gets cheese off, maybe the fight goes the other way. But that's just the power of Storm. Instant Hex. They have no way to stop it. Do you think there should be a strong dispel item that you can put on teammates? That would be kind of broken. Like imagine like a strong dispel Lotus Orb or something. But instead of reflecting it, it just strong dispels you. That sounds really broken.
Right.
Never mind. Let's not put that in the game.
Yeah, stop giving strong suggestions as we are unpaused and gonna get back into this one. And pause again. So quick 2 pauses from Primal Beast. You've got level 25 here for the Gyrocopter. He ends up taking the -5 second flak cannon cooldown. And he's got Trickster's Cloak, so they're trying to use that invincibility rule.
But if you click on Gyro right now, his flag cannon is on 60 seconds cooldown, but it says 15. How is that possible?
Yeah, well, using it and then getting 25, that is how that's possible.
Yes. That's right. Good job, Bcom. You passed the math test. The logic test, sorry.
I always do.
I know, you're very logical.
Okay. I'll take it.
Good that you did the laughing, not me.
All right. Relax.
Now, stage of the game. Brew working up towards his acceptor. You pretty much can't kill the Brewlings anymore. Well, they have 4.5k health. It's pretty darn hard. Cinder Brew applies fear when ignited.
Yeah, that one's pretty strong.
Yeah, but gain Drunken Brawler passive also sounds pretty damn strong.
Yeah. That's also pretty strong. Good.
Arsene is 25 though. That's the real game changer.
He's not too far away from it. And then Earth Spirit's already 25. He's got the Magnetize is undispellable.
Yeah, that talent is also ridiculously strong. Like, it does so much for your damage output if you can't Manta or BKB it off. How much damage is that per second now?
Are you just waiting for next Roche?
If you're who?
New Zealand.
Yeah, I think both are probably gonna do that, and then the last fight should erupt somewhere around the Roche pit. At this point, damage is there en masse. We just need a good initiation. And when it comes to initiation, the easier the time should be for the Storm Spirit for sure. Because he can choose and pick his targets whenever he wants to.
Right.
But there's serious trouble now. He can die in one Abyssal Blade if the punch isn't ready.
Everybody's got to be ready for it. Another pause from Primal Beast.
Keyboard's
broken. Still broken.
Damn.
What would be keyboard breaking? Out of battery? Maybe they just say it's broken.
Out of battery, or maybe a button is like, you know, sometimes when you use a keyboard for a long time, one of the button gets like stuck in.
Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe it's that, or maybe some Bluetooth problem. I have no idea what kind of keyboards they use. I'm gonna be completely honest, I'm a cable guy. I need cable on everything when I play, seriously.
Yeah, my mouse and keyboard are both wired.
Yeah, for sure. Like wired, it just gives me. I know there's a ton of really good wireless mice out there nowadays, but wired just gives you this feeling of security, you know?
Yeah. You're not going to disconnect. You're not going to run out of battery. You're always going to be in the slot.
Yeah. And something Ice as Ice like to do is he liked to take his headset to the bathroom and talk to me. Because you can take your wireless headset anywhere, right? That's like the biggest benefit of it.
Right.
So he always told me very nice stories from his adventures.
So nobody making moves just yet. Nobody making bathroom adventures.
No, but I might have to myself soon.
I think you'll be fine. I think this game might end in a moment.
Or not.
Maybe not.
Keyboard.
And now he's... Oh, I was going to say, now he's got a keyboard issue, but...
I also like how none of them actually writes the proper sentence. One says keyboard is Borkin. The other says keyboard.
Yeah,
Swapping it out.
Odd.
Do you have reverse? Not reverse. Do you have backup equipment in your house?
I have another keyboard.
Like the same one?
I actually do have two of the same keyboard.
Yeah. I have my keyboard and backup 2 more times in my shelf behind me. Same with my mouse.
Yeah, mouse, I have a different mouse. I don't have the same mouse, though.
What mouse are you using?
Right now, I'm using the Logitech Superlight.
Oh, is it really light?
It's like a feather.
Okay.
Although the wire kind of pulls it down off my desk because my desk is kind of high. I need to get
adjustable desks, or is it just high?
Yeah, I have an adjustable desk.
Oh, okay.
But I need to probably get a bungee cord or a bungee holder for my mouse.
Oh, the cable's too long.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, I have one of these. They're pretty handy.
It's usually used for shooters, but it just takes the weight off the back of the mouse.
Yeah, it feels nice. It also makes it feel more neat. Like the cable isn't just lying around somewhere on your mouse pad.
Right.
Oh, Eng, by the way, we didn't talk about that yet. Picked up Hex. That's a massive pickup. A massive pickup.
If you can get it on the Storm.
I was just so tanky, man. 2.6k health, too. What's happening with everyone's HP, B-Cup?
It's getting inflated. I do think HP is a bit of an issue with inflation.
So everyone at Radiant sits at 3k. And most heroes at Dia sit around 2.2 to 3k as well. Yeah, HP numbers are very high. 10 years ago, supports probably would have like 1,200 at this point.
And just the 4 staff.
And just the 4 staff. And like 4 slots with wards, TPs, and smokes.
True. True.
I see if the newly changed keyboard is gonna
work.
Gonna do some magic for him.
Okay, thank you. Go. And G there as well. So they'll unpause.
Here we go. By the way, why do you think Fury named himself Fury? He's like one of the nicest guys you'll ever see.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why.
I'm not sure.
He wants to be angry, but he can't.
It might clash. They got Ursa. Wow. Ursa out and alone. I mean, this is going to turn into potentially more. Means Primal splits down for at least 90 seconds, and Storm's going to start to take advantage. Goes back to form, and Brew's going to be dead. Havoc Hammer. Bloodthorn, another kill. I will
long
say Roche is
pauses.
up in 40 seconds, and maybe they can hold them off from getting it. But
That's a big couple of kills right there.
Will respawn in 40. Yeah, it's probably gonna be up. Statistically, in like what 1.5 minutes, so it should be fine.
No. It's 25 seconds till it's up.
Oh, right.
That's
Cool.
second spawn time.
Well, I think they'll just get it then. I misread the clock.
I mean, if you're Radiant, you gotta try, right? Throw somebody with buyback at it.
The thing is, Brewmaster has no buyback, so they threw a remnant in. Oh my god, is he gonna wait? He does. Okay. There's an axe scepter, the blue hole.
if they get it,
They're looking for Earth.
they are looking for Earth Spirit. Earth Spirit has cheese. You got to remember that. But they've got the silence, and now the BKB, the roll away, getting some distance. Now on the run with a roll again, and who? Oh, it was Storm who hit the BKB.
Yeah,
How is it keyboard again?
I don't know. I did see him though. He canceled his own charge really weirdly. So it seems likely to be a keyboard issue. Roshan is half HP though, right? A little less than that. They're up in 14. But I think Gyro just has a little bit too much damage probably. Now, if they get their hands onto an axe, onto this, like for the storm, that is massive. That axe upgrade is insane.
Where is he TPing to? Just back to base? Yeah. I wonder if this Ench gets in there and is able to spot some vision
Yeah, the creep.
and slow this down a little bit.
Creep is kind of just chillaxing on lane.
Wonder if they think Gyro would do this alone. Not your typical Gyro move.
Watch with Solo Roche.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's usually not the easiest, but he's very rich. So. It must be very taxing to lose 2 heroes like that and then have the enemy team pause repeatedly.
Yeah, it's kind of
I know I would be
frustrating, I
very
would say.
happy.
I'm just thinking about whether or not they have the ability to go. They don't have anywhere close to TP2 either.
Yeah, no, it's probably gone. So they have to deal with the Storm Spirit axe, which is one of the best axes in the entire game. I think it might be the second best axe after the Disruptor, to be honest.
Damn. High praise.
Just looking through the pool, is there better axes than that?
I'm not sure.
Kind of hard to find one, right?
Definitely. Definitely. See how long this keyboard takes. As
If you change his keyboard, but it's still the same issue, doesn't sound like a
it could
keyboard
be,
anymore, does it?
it sounds like a USB slot issue or something.
Yeah.
I wonder how many keyboard swap outs you have. Reconnect. See if this one
Honey?
works.
What works?
If it works, this keyboard.
Or has it
Don't-
another keyboard yet again?
I don't know if there's another keyboard swap or anything like this. And Earth Spirit is out. Still taking a look at Roche.
Should be falling momentarily.
Sending a creep in there. Oh, creep's dead. Oh, Gyro left. Gyro left enough because they go for the Ursu who just came back. Oh my god.
Well,
what?
is-
He came back and Inch is dead now too.
That is heartbreaking, is what you call that. 2 back-to-back deaths like that. They're gonna find a way to calm them down because, like, that can be rough. For
They got the
person to go through
bottom
it.
set of racks. I will say that.
They had that for a while though.
Like, yeah, but maybe it stops them from pushing all out and getting a lot out of this for the moment.
Yeah, 1 minute left. I mean, he has buyback. What if he buys back? That's such a big timing for the enemy team.
Yeah. Bruce trying to take buildings, I think. He's going bottom.
Radiant's top barracks are under attack.
Because look at mid. Look at the double mid wave.
Radiant's
He might just split. Yeah. He's gonna try and make him pay for this. Look at
Alright,
how
if
much
it-
building damage he does.
Yeah, if there's a hero that can do it, it's definitely Brewmaster.
Yeah.
Radiant's
They have a glyph though.
is under attack.
Oh my gosh, dude, he's destroying it. Hey, glyph!
Yeah, you might
Glyph it.
need to glyph. You might need to glyph, but this is a full set of racks mid.
Middle barracks.
So the racks
Gone.
stay even overall.
Radiant's middle barracks are under
Yeah.
Anything on the way out.
Radiant structure.
Oh, they're actually initiating and glyphing as well. Ooh.
He's coming with the BKB.
Yeah, he has
it gets
refresher.
him
He
to
has
go away.
refresher.
They don't have
so,
primal split though.
Yeah, they need to stall for 40. What we call this a win? No, not really a win, but I guess they made the best out of the situation for the Radiant.
I think so. They didn't lose their racks mid. They have
Yeah,
the
they got the-
advantage.
Do you think they didn't glyph because they were afraid that Brewmaster would just start rattling the throne? Oh, that damage was ridiculous.
I don't know.
Yeah, the brooding damage is ridiculous on buildings.
This Ob sees them. If it's just the Ench dying, I think they're okay with that.
No buyback though for 90. It's an important hero. Got the hex and a lot of support abilities.
Short 3 gold though.
Ah,
So has it now.
got it.
Bruce
And
pushing top.
Bruce upping top, yeah.
Bruce pushing top.
Oh,
And he's going for the split. I mean, they have glyph, but now they got the racks. Backdoor is gone. They're TPing back 1, 2. They've got the dismember on the Cyclone, but he got the tier 3 tower. It's rat time for Brewmaster, and melee racks. They're low. He might die for this. He's got buyback. And now they've glyphed. So now he's got buyback, and all of a sudden, Brewmaster, he can make you pay for this. Aeon
Catapults.
Dismember. They got the kill in the Earth Spirit, though. This is off and away from the fight.
I already feel like the Brewmaster is trying so hard to get his team back into the game, and his team is just not cooperating.
No.
They're dying right, left, and center.
Now, my question is, do you go refresher on this brew right now? And they glyphed. They do not have another glyph. You go tier 4s. You don't go for the racks.
It's
Or
possible,
do you go
but
for
the
mega
The
creeps?
enemy tier 4 is also very strong, right? Like, you should not be able to outpace them all by yourself. Because they still have ways to deal with their brew split as well. Like the gyrocopter to be back or something. If they can somehow stall and not need buybacks, they probably need buybacks though.
They probably could stall the TPs, though, with Earth Spirit.
That's a possibility. That would be a game-winning play potentially.
Is under attack.
They
Well-
take these buildings pretty quickly. You're going to have to figure out whether or not you want to buy back on both or one. I think Earth Spirit should be enough of a deterrent. They go to the Hex, it's onto the Gyro, but he still has the Aegis. And he's got that Trickster Cloak.
Yeah, Satanic as well, BKB as well. High ground push is coming.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Time to
Fury.
go.
That's
It's time to
Hurricane
go, my
Pike.
friends.
Right clicks in. Homing missile flying back. This could be megas. They're going to need to try and stop it. BKB ball lightning in. They got the Hex. It's on to the Storm Spirit. He's got himself cheese. They're going to have the right clicks. They'll blow him up. He's got buyback. They'll look at the Primal Beast. They have the Supernova. They've got 2. And they're all hits. Oh my God, they killed the Gyro. They got Gyro. They got 3. And can they kill him through this Aegis and a second life? Certainly. Triple kill for Tobbs. And all of a sudden, I mean, you could be the ones forcing buybacks now.
And it was so close. Like, somebody just needed to
Brood and buyback.
kill that range barracks a little bit. 200 HP on that. If they got that, they would have so much more time now than they do. There's no glyph, as you said, either way. Buybacks on everyone, though. 1 brew split to decide it all. There's money
That's
for
Storm
refresher.
buying back. Glyph available in 45 seconds for the Radiant side.
Yeah, and Brew is very close to having refresher. In fact, if he wants to purchase it, he can right now. Oh, what do you do?
2 buybacks.
You can't even click on the Earth Panda because there's so many of them on top of each other.
That's the melee racks.
Oh, that's mega.
They might get him. He's got buyback, but it's mega creeps. It doesn't matter. And if he dies, he dies. If there's blood, there's blood. But they want to go in. They had the Ursa in for a second. He got broken thanks to the uproar. He doesn't have BKB for 15 seconds. I mean, even going for this is so risky.
Okay.
Keeps pushing in top.
Well, the thing is, Dire basically also has megas. Like, there's no way to really defend that range barracks.
Yeah, but basically horseshoes, hand grenades, and all that stuff, you know, almost doesn't matter.
And we'll see, though. Like, Storm could literally just ball lightning in, hit it like twice, and they also have megas. But he has no buyback. Is he balls enough to do that? That would be very risky. Very, very risky. Next, Bruce will up in 20. Got money for refresher as well. Oh, he's going Rapier on Gyro. Do you really need that? I think that's unnecessary.
I think it's risky.
And for what? You don't need that.
I think it's risky when you're about to just get ratted instead, you know?
I think you just buy like a Swift Blink or something like that. Something to actually get in position where you need to be. But damage is not the issue, right? You kill everything super fast.
I guess so.
Oh, it's a smoke play. If they catch the Gyro just as he buys Rapier, man, it could be massive. Oh, he's doing it. He's doing it.
I mean, he wouldn't have buyback if he does it.
Yeah, but if you go Rapier, you might as well just do it. Oh, they saw the Gyro. They saw the Gyro.
At least with buyback, you'd have a chance. I know you'd lose the Rapier, but you'd still do damage without it.
Yeah, that's fair. Would they have a ward there? They see the Brew.
Hook, Brew, in trouble. Dismember, Aeon Disc. Thinks about the Primal Split. Actually faints on it for a second. They're going to try and go in. The arrow's going to be thrown out. They've got the Pulverize onto the Ursa. They get the kill on the Ursa immediately. They'll go to the Brewmaster, and he's going to be able to Primal Split with the Aeon Disc being popped here on the Earth Spirit. Down goes Lord Boons. They get the kill on Xavier. They'll take out the Phoenix. They've got themselves the Vortex. Down goes Earth Spirit, who doesn't have buyback. And now if you're Brewmaster, you have to survive. You have to hide near the base and maybe hope to rat again. 2 minutes till Roche.
Maybe by the refresher? They have no buyback, though. It's risky.
He's
can you
got
hold?
3,000 surplus.
Can you hold until Earth Spirit is up? 100 seconds is a long time, man.
They have Glyph. I know it's not everything, but they do have Glyph.
They're gonna get megas for sure, though. That's guaranteed pretty much at this point.
I don't know about that because they bought back on so many heroes that I wonder if they're willing to push up. They might just wait for Roche.
You can really see the Primal Beast absolutely hard countering the Ursa too. They need a Lotus Orb on the Ursa. So Primal just can't really ultimate. It's got a refresher now as well. It's very scary. They're looking for that big Rex on the bot.
Yeah, they want it. They want the Mega Creeps. It's a mini till Roche. Like, it takes 2 shots for them to kill it. But they might... You don't glyph this, right?
No.
You just go Megas v Megas.
Yeah. 40 seconds to go, though.
A lot of time. I'm looking for where Brewmaster is, and he's in their face.
It's a very early split, though, and you won't have it for the team fight now. It's a big problem.
My only thought is that he knows he's going to buy out on the refresher.
He doesn't quite have the money for that yet, unless he sells something. What would you be selling, though?
Nothing.
You kind of need everything.
Oh, no. Ench. Oh, Phoenix showing. Now Hex. Lotus, though. Storm, fine. Enchantress has buyback. A minute till tier 5s.
Mm-hmm. Any small mistake can now cost you the game or win you the game. Any small play. Rape
30
ball
seconds
out
so they have
on the gyro, by the
split.
way. Roshan up.
Now do you force them to glyph while they go for Roche?
Now who takes the next Ags?
Pudge?
It's kind of not good on anyone.
Rot damage would be nice.
Alright, there's an Aegis on gyro. You kill him twice.
Brew is bot, using that Manta to push.
Yes. He's also 25, so he has now got that fear. How long does that fear duration last?
1.5 seconds.
Oh, that's over there. It's
And
not
he's getting
bad.
his tier 5s. What's he gonna pick for himself? Force boots.
Boots. Okay.
I don't know if I like that. I don't know if I like that.
I guess
And
he
here's
wants
the
to help his
split.
teammates.
They
or
have to
split
pay
it out,
attention
yeah.
to their base.
There's no pings yet. Now the pings are coming.
Pings came from the Pudge, and Pudge is going to be the one who TPs back. But I want to say he forces the glyph and then leaves, but never even got that. He only got about half the damage out, and now Primal's looking. But they're... not going to find him. That ball lightning was close to the mark, though.
So I think you took force boot just to go full red mode. Because you can, of course, break your movement speed limit. The push is quite nice. He's full red mode now. Engaged.
Yeah. He doesn't have Primal Split for 40 seconds, but he's pushing top. That's very dangerous. He's got buyback if need be, but I don't think you really want to be spending buyback like this. And truth be told, Storm could just jump you, and
At any
that
time?
would be a massive issue. Yeah.
Punch
Oh,
gotta
actually,
see a
whoa. He TP'd bot by Storm. That was close.
Interesting TP.
Boots travel. Yeah, he's just trying to keep these lanes pushed.
And now he's going back top again.
Ursa got Stygian Desolator, by the way.
Ah. It's not the greatest item, in my opinion.
Back top, Mirana.
The Book of Shadows is massive, though. To get it here out of focus for the Phoenix.
Yeah.
That's great. For the Earth Spirit, get Mirror Shield. It's not bad. Ench Mirror Shield. Storm Mirror Shield.
Smoked, but Gyro is going to be here. Ooh,
Whoa!
Force Boots away.
Man. You're going to rape
He
me,
knows
my
the
friend.
smoke is there. They're not really pushing. I'm kind of shocked. They have the Aegis and double cheese, and they're not pushing. I'm a little worried because Radiant's all grouping up here, and their fight isn't exactly great. I would rather just the Brew be doing this.
I agree. Split the map, keyboard.
Storm disconnecting from the game. See how quickly we get him back. He reconnects quickly. Go when ready.
Ready right now.
Here we go. So again, I feel as if Brew should be the only one going for this. But now they're kind of positioning themselves bottom. Creeps pushing in bot. TP's starting to come back at least from the Phoenix. Not from everybody, truthfully. Enchantress is farming, looking for a Bloodthorn. I don't think that's really ever going to happen. Lincoln's is a big pickup from Earth Spirit if he can get it, but now he's got buyback. Call down used, force boots away, and Brew gets to leave.
What is that movement speed? That was without being brewed up, by the way. If he's brewed up, probably like 700.
Gyro, the timing on Gyro's Aegis is 1:15 still.
Yeah, and
You're
no
by the
lane is really pushed
Cinderbrew.
in, so they're safe right now.
Top is kind of pushed in, but Primal Split already used. They've got the stun. They have the Abyssal Blade, and now they've got the hook into the Dismember, so the Swallow is there
He
on
could
the
be
Primal
Ursa.
Beast. And Ursa, early BKB, and oh, whoa, Brew just died from the damage of the Divine Rapier. Your tier 4s, you guys have Glyph. I hope you remember that. Glyph's going to come out late. They go to the buyback. They're not going to have Primal Split. It was already used. The Force Boots, they've got themselves the kill on Lord Boots. He's going to be dead for 2 minutes. The damage onto the Gyro Counter. They've got themselves the Hex. Uproar, Force Boots. That's some damage from the Impetus shots. Brew's going in. He's got the Aeon Disc. They go for this Earth Spirit. They get that kill on Tops. He's gone. He's going to be forced to buyback with a BKB being popped here by the Marana. Trying to stand their ground. Primal Beast doing a lot with the Onslaught. They've got this trample, roll in, magnetize, replace onto these heroes. Silence on the 2. They start to back away, but they got the buybacks out. Roll once again, and this is a kick. Goes on. They buy back on Lord Boons. They find the kill onto this Brewmaster. He's the real problem for their base, but the right clicks are through.
That's the Rapier.
The Aegis just expired. He buys back. The Rapier's on the deck. It's on the deck. Somebody's got to pick it up. Finally, this Ursa picks it up, but is he going to be able to survive with it? The Sun Rays on him, and he blows up. They got the Divine Rapier back. Oh, this is GG. Oh, my. Ursa went from... What was that last pop of damage?
Bloodthorn.
800 magical damage from Bloodthorn at the end. That was a huge chunk.
Yep. Now he took so much damage under Enrage that the stacks really just killed him absolutely. I mean, they can't really defend the base anymore. Drone should be going down momentarily. Nice pull on 2.
Yeah.
Good
I mean,
night,
they have nothing
baby.
to stop it. We're going to a game 3.
Man. That's a roller coaster game for both teams.
Yeah, that is definitely a roller coaster game for both teams. It never stopped. And I think
Like,
I know the flow was kind of cut off a couple times. I will say that.
yeah.
And it is kind of stink, but that is, that's the way the cookie crumbles. And I mean, it's a 60-minute game that feels like an hour and a half. And it's a long drawn out one where you're trying to secure that slot. Now we're down to a BO1. That's it.
Yeah.
That's a
I mean,
BO1
you
to
saw
see
it, right?
who accomplishes
Dia
it,
had massive
right?
lead. Yeah, that's
Yep.
correct. Dia massive lead. Throw it away. Radiant massive lead. Mass pauses. Ursa dies twice in like 2 minutes. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's like written in a script, Like you guys do this, and then you have to go here and do this to make it really dramatic, and then you have to do it again.
Yeah.
And
It's so tough.
Yeah. I really hope they have a way to calm them down, because mistakes like that for an individual player, because let's be real, like the Ursa was probably the main reason they lost there at the end.
Right.
Like you gotta swallow that somehow, like not dwell on it. It's very hard to not dwell on it, but that's the mark of a champion. You gotta be able to overcome that, and hopefully be in tip-top shape for game 3. I think they have roughly a 5-minute break now, so plenty of opportunity to really talk things out.
Truthfully, probably a little bit more, but we do have highlights ready for you, so we should be able to take a look at those. And this was a long game, so it's going to be quite a bit of highlights. You know,
Yeah, who would have thought the game goes like this?
yeah,
At the
6
very
minutes
beginning.
in.
Yeah, it looked really good for Radiant. Then it looked amazing for Dire suddenly in like minute 15, almost unlosable. And they pretty much rode that momentum train until, what, like minute 35, 40? Close to that? Where the comeback happened?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then it swung the other way again. I wonder if the pauses impacted it a lot, because you know, if there's a lot of pauses, you kind of forget
Lose track
the
a little
read on
bit.
the map, right? So I will never know. Part of the competition.
Yeah, it's definitely always part of Dota is the breaks and potential problems, but it's I mean, at least from my point of view as well, you kind of think about how truthfully it's good enough that you were able to even make that comeback and make this game close.
I agree. From the position they were in to make it competitive, that's not the easiest thing in the world to do. It's an absolute one-sided show pretty much the entire time. And then they had two amazing team fights that brought them back into the game. But yeah, what do you even do now, though? Like, I actually don't think it was their play or draft. Like, do you even need to change anything? Because it was anyone's game in the end.
I think the Earth Spirit, it definitely still didn't feel that amazing. I mean, it did a lot towards the end, or it had moments to do a lot, but I would have said that the last pick didn't feel that great.
Yeah, I think I would agree.
Like
But for both
felt
teams,
like
really,
they were in that position.
like, I didn't like this punch Mirana combo that much either.
Yeah.
The punch did a lot though when it comes to saving. So maybe it did a lot more than we actually give it credit for. And again, when a game goes like this, you can't really criticize too many things, right? Because it was very even
To get to that point, yeah.
to get to that point. Yeah, could be anybody's game. And we saw, like, first game, completely one-sided in New Zealand's favor. Second game, well, for the most part, very one-sided in Australia's favor. So that means the teams are very evenly matched, and it really just comes down to like, minuscule things. It's way the
This
favor
fight was
towards the
crazy.
teams.
I will say I think there were a couple points where like you had a bit of misplays from both teams, and that'll happen. But you know, like Ursa's BKB in that last fight being used early in the exchange felt like it threw them for a loop, and getting caught a bunch on Earth Spirit and Enchantress felt problematic as well. But you know, the same could be said on the other side. Like Gyro got caught out a couple times. You got a little bit overzealous moving in too far, and all of a sudden you lose a team fight and get completely wiped. But also, both teams just not realizing that they are sticking around too long.
Yeah, and it pretty much happened in game one as well. I think that's actually one of the things a lot of amateur teams struggle with. Just having this precise movement of when to go in and out. You know, usually it's either one or a couple of people that are really in charge of that, where as soon as that person says out, it's an instant disengage. You know? And a lot of times, as I said, amateur teams, they don't really have that person, or that person doesn't do it quickly enough because of a lack of experience. And they can't lead what we saw here. Many times for both teams this game. Stick around too long, get punished, then try to stick around to help that person that got punished, then you also die, and it's just like a snowball from there. And it can be a very, very detrimental thing, obviously, if you lose many heroes for no reason.
Right. I'm just taking a look at this.
I mean, even to get to this point, you have this comeback potential. You're down 30,000 here, but the Ursa dies so quick both times.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, he deals a lot of damage, but he's very squishy himself. It's, yeah, late game Ursa, you somehow gotta... The reason why he's so strong on late game is you have the ability to juggle between jumping in with Enrage, then BKBing, then Enrage is off cooldown again, and throughout that entire time, you have like mini Enrages with your Earth Shock. And mastering, using all of these at the right time is not easy. Ursa's not an easy hero in late game scenario at all.
No, not at all. Ursa holds that Divine Rapier there, and I think this game is changed. Not sure it's over, even if he holds it, but definitely would have been pretty huge there to be in a situation like that. And unfortunately, I think that for New Zealand, you know, they were close, and I don't know if they'll get another opportunity like that.
A win like this can be super detrimental to your own morale, but it can also hype up Australia like mad. You know, yes, you had this you had this big stumble where you kind of gave the game the other way, but coming out on top of close games like this, especially long games like this, is very adrenaline inducing, and that can lead to two things, right? Either you're super pumped and you do really well, or it can be overconfidence, and something similar to game 1 happens, where you just keep running in and feeding bodies where you really don't have to.
Honestly, it could lead to a third situation where you just have an adrenaline dump. You know, like
True.
You can be put in a situation where now you feel a little bit tired. You were hyped up, but like, you know, adrenaline dumps do happen, and all of a sudden you're just feeling maybe a little bit sluggish, a little bit tired. So let's take a look at the scoreboard real quick. As you know, it was a long game. We got to give you a bit of a reminder of what we saw in that game, and let's break it down a little bit. It doesn't feel like it, but not a lot of positive KDA here for New Zealand, even though that game was close.
Yeah. I mean, even if you look at the kill score, 29-49, it was really... It's easy to forget or not know when you looked at the state of the game at like minute 50. But Australia controlled the game for like the majority of it. Probably 75% of the game was Australia controlled. So if you look at their KDAs, they're really, really good, other than the patch. Somebody always has to be the Bonzo show, right?
Yeah, for sure.
But
I think so.
Yeah, that's just Dota for you, right? Late game, you're up really far. 1 or 2 missteps in a team fight, suddenly 10k gold goes the other way. Game's back to even. I was never the biggest fan of that huge amount of comeback gold that you get and experience too. But it does make games more exciting, nicer for the viewers, right? But very stressful for the competitors, let me tell you that.
It definitely is. I mean, you have games like that and you really just, I don't know, losing a game like that is very, I'm not playing another game of Dota for me.
Yeah, that's pretty much probably how New Zealand feels right now as well. I don't think they want to be playing this game, but they have to. Part of the agenda, man. Gotta tough it out. Someone make it.
At least you know you only have one more.
Well, if it's another one like this.
Yeah, one more game before bed. Yes. That's really all you can ask for, right?
And then you lose, and then nope, it turns to one more win before bed, and then you're up until 5-6 a.m. Go to work. Your boss says, "Well, sorry, we have to lay you off. Go home.
You're tired. You're not doing enough."
Yeah, you're always tired at work. We can't have you work like this anymore. Here's your replacement. Here's your papers. Goodbye. You go back home.
Farewell.
Play another game of Dota. Lose that one miserably. Question your life.
Oh, definitely.
Where do you go from there?
Sounds like me to a T.
Yeah, of course. Every Dota player ever, I think.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true. So we'll have to see. I mean, how both teams kind of bounce back. I think we're starting in a couple minutes here, and teams need a break off a game like that for sure.
What is like your? Let's say you have a long day, a long series, whatever. Your competitor. I mean, you play like a lot of these casual for fun competitions, right? And dodgeball, and I mean, I don't know. I'm just following your social media, and What is like
I
the
play
thing you
softball,
do when you're, let's say you're not having the best day or you're lacking a bit of energy? Like, what's your go-to drink or food that really gets you into the moment?
I don't
Is there
know.
any?
I feel like when I'm playing softball, when I play tournaments, it's just water. It's just staying hydrated. I feel like it's such a simple answer, but
Nothing before, or like let's say you have a game at 10 a.m. You wake up, you have something nice for breakfast that really gets you going, or
yogurt with a little granola over it has been the go-to recently. Been
I like
keeping
that a lot. I also have to admit,
I
I
like
think you're
it,
very
yeah.
right. Like, if you eat healthy, you just feel insane. Like, you go to one of those competitions where it's really about physicality and you haven't eaten anything heavy. Dude, you feel so light and fast and athletic. It's crazy. Absolutely agree.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I keep it clean. Clean body and all that. I mean, I definitely eat junk food and I have that.
Well,
But if I think if I'm having that big competition day, like I'm trying to keep it clean, it's maybe a strawberry banana yogurt cup with some granola on top of it and
I like that
coffee,
a lot.
maybe, or a water, you know?
Yeah, I really liked it a lot. Because I spoke to a couple of other people and they're like, yeah, I love to have like some really heavy breakfast, you know, some nice cereal with some heavy milk, stuff like that. Or maybe even a McDonald's breakfast. Really get those calories in early on so you have the energy. I was like, nah, when I do that, I know some people work really well when they do that. But for me, I feel so sluggish. You know, I feel really slow and kind of tired. Yeah. But I like that. I like that. You've come a long way, B-Cop. I'm proud of you.
I'm, following in some footsteps, trying to cut some weight. I think next is maybe getting the hair to look like yours. So we just push this down. I got a lot of hair going on over here. It's been about a year and a half of growth right now. It gets out there. It gets down, It gets.
So what's like the end goal? Do you have an end goal with the thing?
I don't know. Maybe being able to pull it back. I can pull it back. It's got to be wet first, and
so it's like a little knot or like a little.
Yeah, I'm thinking not. Get the look going, and then maybe get the muscles going like yours. I mean, I'm definitely getting the protein intake now with the yogurt edition. Yeah. So I think it'll lead to me playing a better game of Dota as well.
Well, it's funny, but people really don't know or emphasize enough how important nutrition actually is for everything. Whether you're a Dota competitor or just an office worker or whatever, getting good food into your body is so underrated. It makes your whole day better. Your daily life becomes better. Even just going grocery shopping, you have more energy, you feel better. I don't know if you also noticed that, but for me, when I eat better, I don't get annoyed so easily. People don't frustrate me as easily. I'm just a happier individual.
I feel that, yeah. No doubt.
Good.
I mean, that's what you want.
Exactly. And it's not what I want, but it's what other people want. I want to be an annoying prick. You know me.
I mean, I don't know if I would say annoying prick. I feel like that's not...
when we play games, of course. Not in real life.
Yeah, I feel like you want to be energetic and aware.
Okay, I just want to tell you one story real quick before we go into the draft that's coming up right now.
Sure, okay.
So, I had an overcooked... Do you know Overcooked?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I had an Overcooked multiplayer session with 3 of my friends. And you'll probably never meet a bigger tryhard than me. You probably know.
Yeah, I do know that.
Alright, so the versus mode is you cook dishes, just like the real game, and you put them in, you get points, right? So what I did is, and disclaimer, they never played with me again. What I did is, it's open, like the entire field is open, basically. So one guy cooked and put it on a tray, or like on the band, on the belt. I went, grabbed their completed dish, and put it on our belt so we get the points, right? Then they obviously were like, oh, I'm going to do the same thing. But I was a step ahead. I knew they were going to do that. So I prepared the wrong dish. They took the wrong dish and they got minus points. They ended the game with like minus 2,000 points. So we had like 6,000 points.
This guy min-max is Overcooked over here.
It was so epic, dude. They never played the game with me again. They were so mad.
Well, what would you say is the more maddening experience? That or when we played One Night Werewolf?
Oh, dude, One Night Werewolf was horrible. I don't remember.
One Night Werewolf's a great game. You just didn't like it. Which is fair. You don't have to like every game you play. But
And One Night Werewolf, I think it depends on the people you play with.
yeah.
No. But when you have people that just bullshit all the time, no matter whether they're on your side or the enemy side, you don't know what to do. Because it's very much a game about deduction, right? Like you deduct
Radiant
who's on your
pick.
team and who isn't. But if people act like they're on both teams, so what do you do?
I mean, it was just you, and it was also,
Fucking Neff,
you know,
dude.
Neff.
Fucking
Neff
was
as well.
It was him mostly.
Yeah.
Everybody
Yeah,
was just
it really-
mad
it
at him
really
the
was.
entire time.
Remaining.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty ridiculous, but now we finally have our first pick, and it's Hoodwink.
Would we? That's out there from New Zealand.
Yeah.
Now, when you're in this kind of situation, as I said, it can be kind of tough to recover.
Right.
Bringing out a new draft could potentially bring in some new sauce for you as well to kind of forget about past occurrences. But Hoodwink first pick generally not as strong as it used to be because it got nerfed quite a bit.
Back to the Marana. Wow.
Oh, that's a very early Mirana pick. I mean, it had a lot of success. He was so rich on that hero. Basically,
He
core
really
network.
was. Early, too.
Think they're gonna ban the patch?
Mm-hmm.
10 seconds
I don't know.
back.
They also went away from the Lifestealer Centaur ban. Finally.
Yeah, I can see Centaur coming in. I can see Centaur coming in for New Zealand, truthfully.
Yeah, it's a good combo.
It does combo really well.
Yeah.
But they also, didn't they change the Acorn shot bounce range or something like that? Or cast range?
They
5
probably
seconds
did.
remaining.
I mean, some of the heroes you just literally read a novel about the changes, and
Radiant
it's
Right.
so hard to remember all of them.
Yeah, it's the bonus attack range decreased on Acorn shot from 125, 200, 275, 350 to 75, 150, 225, 300.
So we're sticking with the
Pretty,
cool
pretty
numbers.
significant
10
change.
seconds.
75 plus 75 all the way.
Yeah. Well,
5 seconds remaining.
yeah.
Razor ban. That's an interesting one.
Means,
Makes you wonder what they want to pick. Lifestealer?
Yeah, I was gonna say it's either Lifestealer because that wasn't that like an old nerf or not nerf, an old counter to Lifestealer was Razor, and it was just called Walking the Dog in Dota.
Yeah, that's still pretty much the case. Because
Yeah.
now Razor's damage drain is slower, but it's overall much more.
Mhm.
So heroes like Lifestealer really hate that. a lot.
Radiant team
They
pick.
ban a Centaur anyway.
I mean, I get it.
Me
I
too,
get
but
it for
Razor
sure.
ban usually screams Lifestealer or
Gyro
troll at me.
team pick.
And Gyro
Back to the
hates
Gyro.
playing against Lifestealer. Now it definitely screams Lifestealer at me. If they want it. Could always be
Yeah.
a support.
You don't have to pick it right here though.
Yeah. But generally, Lifestealer is amazing when both enemy supports can't do anything to you. So let's say these two other supports, if they end up changing the Gyro to a support, Lifestealer would be very happy with that. They do nothing to you.
Yeah. I mean, I will say you don't have to pick him here, but I guess you do. Just go for it. It's a little surprising, truthfully.
He did get nerfed also. Like his faster doesn't give 2 health per creep kill now, but 1. Which
Yeah,
2 health per kill was so ridiculous.
Yeah, but 2 is ridiculous, but 1 doesn't feel like enough, right?
1, yeah, exactly. I think truthfully it should have been 1.5. I think.
All right,
Disruptor.
I like
I
Disruptor.
like that a lot. Like,
Especially
they
with a
didn't have any
Lifestealer.
catch. Now, make it simple. Make Dota simple every time. I like
Yeah.
that a lot from New Zealand, that adjustment. Now they have a lot of options with Lifestealer. They have Storm Spirit still in the pool. Slaughter is a good one. I mean, there's so many good offlanes for Lifestealer, of course. We already know that. The support duo can kill together. It's very strong. I like this opening a lot from New Zealand already compared to the last game.
Yep.
Primal Beast.
All right.
Again, that is not great against Lifestealer, especially in lane. It's not that new.
Is it not great against him later on, though?
Later on, yes, but you have answers in Disruptor as well. You need to get a much earlier BKB as Primal Beast if you want to counter Lifestealer. Otherwise, you just get glimpsed or static stormed.
5 seconds remaining.
But lane is very rough for Primal Beast.
Right.
Now, what offlanes are we looking at for? They didn't really show anything on Australia. Just that Primal is probably the offlane. They have to show one more pick here. Do we just go back to the Storm? Wyvern.
Ooh,
We spoke
the
about that.
Australia Danog Winter Wyvern. I mean,
Right.
it's not Danog playing it, but
Can you check him IP?
I could.
Is Danog online? Check his Steam account.
I'm checking. I'm hacking the system. He is currently demoing Visage.
5 seconds remaining.
Ah, it's not him then.
I'll just send him a quick screenshot of this though. Send him. Just say your influence is felt.
Now, I think Storm Spirit here would be amazing. Underlord? Nani? No.
I think Underlord's pretty strong right now.
I think so too. It's just, it doesn't really counter anything of Australia. Primal Beast doesn't like it, but it's not like hard
Yeah.
counter.
Just
And it doesn't synergize very well with Lifestealer either.
Like Pin of Malice is okay, but I don't think it's like the best catch out there.
Yeah, I think Storm Spirit here would have been absolutely amazing for New Zealand. Wyvern
They could
hates
still go
Storm.
that way.
Yeah, but they could also just ban it now if you're Australian.
Radiant team banned.
Yeah.
They banned it themselves.
Yeah, they just banned it.
Maybe they don't like it.
Radiant team banned.
Maybe they don't want to be up against it again. But does that... trying to think about what that means for them mid. I wonder if they're going to go like Ember.
For New Zealand,
Team banned.
Yeah.
there's something they can cut into the backline. It's necessary against Wyvern usually. What about... But you also kind of want to have a taxi for Lifestealer. Unless you want to play taxiless, which is okay too.
10 seconds remaining.
It doesn't necessarily need to be taxiless. Underlord can kind of run in or walk in.
Seconds remaining.
But yeah, you
Yeah.
do kind of want somebody going straight in.
I mean, you have a good front line. Some back line would be really nice. Some coddle could be really good.
Coddle then sits too far back.
Some good on mid coddle. Invoker is a good option.
Maybe Puck?
Puck works with Lifestealer, yeah. If they play that still. If anybody plays the hero still, I haven't seen that hero in ages.
Yeah.
I'm always a big Puck fan though. I'm just looking through the pool right now. What else is there? I mean, if you just want to do Cookie Cutter, go Dragon Knight. You have triple tanky core. But then Timbersaw becomes a huge problem.
Dire team pick. Radiant team pick.
Yeah, there's the Ember.
Okay. All right. All right. They could do Primal Beast middle as well and pick another offlaner if they want to against Lifestealer. Or they can hard counter
Yeah.
the Ember Spirit.
They
10 seconds
could
remaining.
just go Primal 4
5 seconds remaining.
and Wyvern 3.
I'm
Don't
thinking right
you
now.
like
it's-
Core
it's-
Wyvern?
I love Core Wyvern. I think it's really good this game too. Yeah, Wyvern
I
gets a
kinda
ton
like
of
it.
damage with the new facet. Like where you get 1 damage per 10 attack range or something. It's a lot of damage early on. So that could work. If they want a hard counter mid, they can pick like a Monkey King, who is pretty good against Underlord and Lifestealer as well. If they want like a Spellcaster, Necrophos is pretty damn amazing this game. Like it counters pretty much the entire lineup. Necrophos with Radiancy can solo carry.
Yeah.
I don't know if they want to go that route. Because Necrophos also has the Winter Wyvern backup, right? Like you wouldn't really die easily.
OG.
OD. Okay, so they go for the hard counter route. Now, OD is pretty bad against Lifestealer, but it's amazing against Ember and Underlord.
5 seconds remaining.
Also, yeah, it's going to be support Winter Wyvern. I thought for a second maybe we'd get...
I don't know if I like that OD super much. I feel even Disruptor plays very well into it.
Yeah, you drop Static Storm. I think with Pit of Malice, Static Storm, I think you're fine. Or Searing Chain Static Storm, truthfully.
And it's not the easiest to play for you either, right? Because you get like Searing Chain, as you said, and you can't really move anymore. You have no mobility.
Yeah.
I like the New Zealand draft better, I think.
Is it just auras here for Underlord? Is it just like Guardian Greaves, Pipe?
I think so. I think you just want to keep your team alive. Potentially, you already have Catch with Disruptor. I don't think you need Atos.
Right.
I think Auras is the way to go. Maybe even Heaven's Halberd, the classic OD counter.
Okay, I like it. I don't know what we're gonna see here in terms of games because of what we've seen in the first 2 games, but I do kind of like the Lifestealer.
I feel like Lifestealer is like the Omni carry in this game for sure.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't really have an answer. They have Kite though, right? They have Wyvern Ult, they have Cold Embrace, they have Astral, so there's a lot of Kite potential.
Mm-hmm.
But there's also a lot of catch potential on the other side. Disruptor, Hoodwink, and Ember Spirit. And even if you ever ask for yourself and it puts a Pit of Malice on top of you, you also kind of feel terrible. I'm not sure which way to go, to be honest.
I don't know. I'm gonna
I like
trust. Yeah, I was gonna say I'm gonna trust New Zealand. The word is that Australia has been practicing very hard for this, and historically has always been better.
30 seconds to battle.
Maybe today is the day we kind of get a switch up.
Definitely possible. But it's
Using
also a really
Marshall's on.
nerfed Lifestealer, right? We can't forget that. Like Corpse Eater is really nerfed.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think it's warranted nerf. Halving it is brutal.
The battle begins.
I think 1.5 is the right amount. Hopefully they'll revert that eventually.
And for anybody looking for the Cambodia versus Malaysia matchup that was slated to start 6 minutes ago, because this series has gone overtime, that game will not have a live broadcast, but we will be continuing after this at 1:30 p.m. CET with Malaysia versus the Philippines.
Which is, it might be one of the highlights of the entire
best
group, to be honest.
I was just about to say the same thing. All right, get out of my head. Chill with that.
No, I love your hat.
Wait, I said Malaysia, Philippines, right?
Yeah.
I mean, before we get real deep into this game, Malaysia's CDR and Zhao Yu with Wonderboy, Rodion, and Lloyd against
Radiant's courier.
basically just Execration, who qualified for Elite League yesterday.
Yeah, I think oftentimes a country representative will be like that, right? That's why I'm saying China is going to be really hard to figure out what they're going to do. Are they going to like field an all-star lineup, which they could probably field like 5 of them?
Yeah.
Or is it going to be...
Well, it also depends on who... So I will say this. It also depends on who China... And I think China's going to have crazy representatives because the Asian championships do happen during TI, but there are so many amazing China players that aren't at TI. Like, all of Azure Ray could just play.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well. And another thing to take note of, there is a lot of pride within the Chinese community, with their country, 100%. So the best players would never shy away from actually playing for their country. They love doing that.
And then speaking about the other teams in that Asian region in the SEA, Southeast Asia region of the Asian qualifiers. Myanmar, I think, I truthfully, if I had to guess two teams that were going to make it, I would think maybe Thailand and the Philippines with Fearless and Masaros. But Myanmar also was playing really well last time around for IESF. I don't know if you remember when we saw them at the Asian Championship.
Yeah, they were really good too at the final. They definitely have what it takes. Wait, let me just take a quick look at the lineup.
It's the same exact lineup for Myanmar.
Same exact lineup?
Yeah, the YG, yeah. Yangon Galactics.
Ah, well, in that case, they're definitely a top contender. Malaysia, not as much because they just couldn't field the best they have, I think.
I mean, they
Kyrgyzstan
didn't have
also-
nothing to say.
No, they don't have nothing to say and all that.
Yeah, it's not
Does
exactly
Malaysia-
all-star lineup.
Theoretically, Malaysia lineup could have been what they had for the Asian Games, right?
Yeah.
Ooh, Minchin in some trouble, but not dead yet.
How is Midland actually
Yeah.
looking? I know OD Ember is not that bad anymore for Ember, or really any heroes that you use the hard counter as much. Just cause OD got nerfed quite a bit, the others got buffed quite a bit. But as the levels go higher, it usually becomes a little harder. Is there another keyboard? Perhaps.
You know, looking at the teams that played in the Asian Games and looking at the other regions and their qualifiers, like I am certainly interested to see what we get from these teams. Like Myanmar, I believe was Shoti in the offlane, but it's Ha now, so it's not him. But the rest of the team is the same. And for the Asian Games, Thailand was KMP, Fearless, Masaros, Boombui, Leonix as the 5 players. And their sub was TNT, but for this one, it's 2 players that we don't really know, but it is Fearless, Masaros, and TNT for them.
Oh, you're right. I actually completely forgot about Thailand. They're also a very strong contender.
But Mongolia, as First Blood gets taken there by the gyro, I'm hoping we see that entire IHC lineup back for Mongolia. They're the defending champions. I hope they come back with that whole IHC roster for IESF.
That would be great, yeah. Although they did kind of split up individually. If they could
Yes,
all make
but-
it, that would be great.
Sanctity's playing for Na'Vi at this point. Like,
Yeah.
right? He's really hitting a stride, and I think it'll make them that much better, and they're already defending champions.
But I do want to say, though, like, that's kind of what we were hinting at, right? Like, if you can perform well at these big stages, people will notice you. It's just inevitable.
Definitely.
So for each and every of these players, the same thing here.
They're going to try and make a move with the onslaught. They will trample but not get that kill on the Disruptor until he finally dies to the right click of the Marana. But this would be a kill there for the Lifestealer, and they get their first kill on the board.
Very much needed. Lifestealer, as we expected, is free farming. But apparently all Radiant cores are also free farming, no problem.
Dire's middle tower
Rotation bottom
is
from the
under
Mirana. Gonna see an arrow probably attempt. No. No. Rocket is too slow.
And just the last couple bits, I will say, for the Malaysian team that could have been. Malaysia was Ghost, Nothing to Say, JT, Yamate, X Nova.
It was the original?
That was the Asian Games Malaysian
Or
team.
Asian game, yeah. I wonder if it
And
could get even a bit better, because I know Mushi is really damn good himself too.
he was
I
the
thi-
coach for that team.
Yeah, I know, but I personally feel like his playability is really high still as well. So him being a coach for the team, I thought was kind of a waste. But I think that's like a personal decision he took, that he wants to take
Yeah.
over the backseat.
We will have to see
And
who
again,
China ends up bringing, because it was Ame, Somnus, Chalice, Xingqiu, and Pichu
that's what I'm
with a
saying.
substitute
There's
of
like,
PYW.
that potential there they have with China is that is scary.
So that is definitely the potential we might see. But now, talking about it for the last 7 minutes or so, let's get back into the game in front of us more so.
Well, what we're seeing right now is Australia definitely coming out of the laning phase ahead. All three cores more or less free farming. Ember getting pressured a lot, which is what we expected as the levels go higher. And the Underlord isn't really doing too much. I'm still a little bit confused by the pick. Not entirely sure.
Against this trio now, as the Fit of Malice comes in, and they'll just destroy Hoodwink, but not have the finishing damage. They've got the triangle around this gyrocopter. Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains with a Cold Embrace. It's doing a lot of healing, and no continued follow-up, surprisingly. Astro Imprisonment, as they've brought in the OD, and that means this Underlord is dead. Finally, somebody dies in this engagement.
This
Dire's bottom tower
Oh,
is under
Wyvern also gets picked
Whoa.
off easily.
Yeah.
Not the biggest loss though. Can definitely stomach that.
Oh.
Up to 2K lead already.
Starstorm and another kill here for this OD. And the homing missile's going. They want this Hoodwink, but they're going to bring over the Lifestealer. Rocket Barrage thinking about even going under the tower.
Oh!
Oh, good Pit of Malice.
Yeah. You were no match for my master.
Dire's top tower.
Decent there for Lifestealer, but still a 2,000 net worth lead, and OD getting a lot out of that.
Yeah.
The
and still
Lifestealer's
the
top of the
Primal
net
Beast.
worth.
Yeah, probably be completely free farming as well. That's the problem, that the other two cores, namely Ember and Underlord, aren't keeping up right now in terms of farm. And we have already seen Ember in game 1. It's not the greatest hero to play when you're behind. We'll see what items he goes for. I hope it's not the Mage
Radiant's
Slayer.
bottom tower is under attack.
I really don't like Mage
Dire's
Slayer
top
that much.
tower is under attack.
Yeah, Mage Slayer felt
He's got Mage Slayer
Underwhelming.
queued up.
Mo. Does it just feel like it's a fallback item? Like, I've seen Embers succeed with Battle Fury Maelstrom.
It's not good. It's not bad against Primal Beast and OD, of course. It's just if your game doesn't go well from there on out, you have no way to get back into the game without the Maelstrom early on.
Yeah, Mage Slayer doesn't feel that great. Well, I'm not a huge fan of it, and you're not going to get it that quickly now. As, well, they get 2 kills here,
Is under attack.
losing the Ember and the Disruptor.
That's a 3K lead in 10 minutes. A lot more one-sided than the last 2 games that we've seen. Hopefully, New Zealand can find it in them to kind of start a mini comeback here.
Yeah. They'll have to try really hard. But
So
it ain't
Underlord's
going to be
going
easy.
ATOS first. So looking for a bit more catch on him. I don't hate that. I think it's quite good.
It was not your fate.
I am a little worried though that the 3 cores are pulling away so far and Ember is struggling hard.
They're pulling away pretty easily, which is dangerous as hell when it comes for this comeback potential of this lineup, because Lifestealer doesn't exactly do amazing for, a comeback game. You get what, Armlet, and you're still not back in the game.
He isn't even going on. He's going for the greedier Radiance route.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't know about that.
Which means he's not going to be effective for a long time. I mean, this has been the build for quite a couple of months now. Just because it accelerates the farm so much. But
Right.
can you get there without the game being in a spot where it's a non-factor? That's the real question.
It's going to be tough to find out, right? We'll have to
Ember
see.
Spirit somehow needs to get back into the game.
Yeah. Mid not exactly having the best performances out of all 3 lanes for either team at times.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
But I say that and Storm kind of popped off last game, so I take that back.
Comforting wound.
Also
But
fair enough.
mids
But
have not had for good performances from both sides, both games.
yeah,
There's been one or the other.
that's right. That sounds about right. Jared already finished up with Crystallis, so he's very decently farmed.
Dire's mid
Primal Beast
Trying to
already
take these
blinked there.
stacks.
Wow. That's a fast blink on the Primal. See what
Yeah,
they can
it
make
is.
with it.
If anything.
Probably looking for a smoke gang. And then combo it up with the arrow. We do have Static Storm though. So there is a lot of potential.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Okay, mid, Searing Chain, Static Storm. They've got the block with the wall, the sharpshooter. Winter's Curse. Oh, they finally got him. It took a lot, though, to get that. Now the Winter Wyvern's in trouble. And they'll get 2. Good couple of kills there from the Dire.
Very
Took
much
a lot,
needed.
but it doesn't matter how much it takes when you get kills like that.
Tower is under attack.
That's right. Gyrocopter is ping middle now as well.
Underlord. Over eyes. Pit of Malice down. Sleight of Fist. Call down use. Homing missile, but the wall block again.
Yeah, and the entire cooldown just barely off the mark. Like literally a millimeter. Big stack waiting for him though, so he isn't too troubled with this.
So
There's no better feeling as a carry. You go to the triangle and there's just a couple of stacks waiting. You're like, yeah.
this is exactly what I wanted my supports to do for me.
Yeah, but then in the back of your mind, you're like, why is it only 1 stack?
No, you're not. Come on.
Yeah, of course.
That's rude.
I'm sorry. I said in the back of my mind. I'm not saying it out loud.
You're pinging your supports. I know
I would-
you.
What? I never pinged you. I even gave you first blood.
Gave me?
Yeah. Do you think you would get first blood if we didn't want you to?
Yes.
No. Be real.
I did what I
be
wanted.
real, B cop. Come on.
That's not fair. I held my own in those games.
You did.
You know, now another pause is we've got the reconnect. Let's see how long this works. We have to stop for a little bit again. Could potentially see us stopping once more, but hopefully not.
Not very exciting.
Yeah, pause is
Kinda-
always a little
They-
rough
they
to deal
break-
with as players.
They break the fluidity of the game.
Yeah, they do. Like, you don't really know the map position as well anymore. So they're looking for a potential Ember kill, but they need an Astral Arrow combo to even do that. Oh, hello, Disruptor. Arrow. Ooh.
Pulverize, arrow, well, late.
Nice
Granted, it
cancellation.
stopped
though.
after 1 second, yeah. So. I mean, at least there's that.
Radiant's bottom
See if we
tower
see
is under
anything
attack.
more coming through. But it's just Lifestealer farming away.
Radiance is almost up. He's definitely
He
getting
kinda
to a
got away
point
with it.
where... Yeah, exactly. We spoke about the core-to-core matchup, right? Gyrocopter is not that good. Ooh, open wounds potentially. He's dead.
All right, they're going to go for the gyro. They've got the Bushwhack Sharpshooter combo, and they get the kill. Arrow lands, but it's not going to get them anything. They're going to try and move forward for this. Maybe they're looking for a Winter's Curse, but the Static Storm is down. I said it's not going to get them anything, and all of a sudden they killed Tobbs and Fury. I really thought without the gyro, they didn't quite have it, but OD's starting to hit away. Had the help from the Mirana, and they've got themselves 3.
It looked so good at first. Nice clean pickup on the gyro, but they couldn't disengage fast enough. Just a second or two too slow. And yeah, get paid with their life for it. The problem now with Ember is he's still working on his mage there, and there's just no... Where does he go from there? You know, like he can't really farm well with it. It's... I don't like it. I really don't like it. I'm a bit
Yeah, I
worried for
feel you
them.
on that.
They're 5k down. His net worth is the same as the Mirana again. He always finds so much farm on the Mirana. It's actually ridiculous. Andros.
He's getting there. Rada Beto's early, too.
The Lifestealer is looking for his Radiant still.
Pulverize. Sanities.
All right. Sanity
Why not?
eclipsed.
Why not just go
Force
to
step
that?
almost done on him now, so it's going to give him his mobility.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Come out that quickly, but you know, it does seem like, yeah, they got there, but now Radiant don't really care.
Yeah. The question is, even once the Radiant is up,
Dire's
right?
bottom tower is under attack.
How much does it matter at that point?
Right.
It's still going to be annoying. It always is. The mischance and whatnot. But damage-wise, it's not going to be that great. It's still going to be good. And I hope they can take a team fight on the back of it. But we'll have to see. It's there in 80 gold. They're smoking before it's up again. They've had a couple of anti-timers in game 1 and 2 already. We know that. Ooh. Easy one. Why I say that? Blink is up too long. Who's that?
Yeah. I don't know why I'm making it sound anything more than it is. This is also, I mean, a big kill to get. What? Okay, all right. Curse, pulverize. Okay, I mean, they tried.
Radiant's
Interesting.
bottom tower is under
I
attack.
tried a couple of different ways. None of them worked out.
No.
Now Radiant is there. Now Lifestealer is strong. He needs to join those fights though.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Is Ember getting enough? Not really. He is so far behind. Mage
Yeah.
Slayer just is not a farming item.
It's not. It's a more like
Radiant's
snowball item. You
bottom
crush
tower
lane,
is under attack.
then you go into it. It's super effective. But if you lose lane, you need a Maelstrom.
Right. Definitely. Definitely.
Odie though, you know, he's done very well in lane. He still has a decent game. But it's also a hero that doesn't like to die a lot. He doesn't have any flash farm capabilities.
Right.
Any death is very hurtful for him.
Maybe they kill this wyvern. Sharpshooter. There is curse available, but nobody really too near if curse was used. But I thought they would just kill that winter wyvern. Anything pushing into it's a little bit rough though. Arrow comes in again. There is Tobbs going with their rage, and Xavier, he is
Gonna get low. They've got the Winter's Curse, but not really the right target. Thwack, they'll go with the Acorn shot. The Infest pop is there to get themselves a second. Gyro's in trouble. Firestorm, Rod of Atos. But they've got Rage again. Sleight of Fist. Even with the Rocket Barrage, you're still going to die. And they've got themselves a third, maybe a fourth. As Andros is dead. And all of a sudden, this game is back to even.
And something off camera as well. They had two front assault. They also killed Odie on the bot lane. And then they all rotated mid to win a team fight ultimately. So 4 for nothing. Game completely back to even. 4K gold lead gone in, what, less than a minute?
Basically.
All right. Now, I mean, Lifesteal is very strong now. We said he's going to be the ultimate carry. Sanj Yasha Radiance, minute 21 is not bad at all.
No, not really. Not at all.
Never refuse gold.
This game is going to get tough now. Like, Odie is not really afforded. Like, can't afford to die so much. 3
They
deaths.
can't, no.
Really slowed down. Maybe Mage Slayer Ember is going to win another game, and people are going to keep building it because of it.
But they're winning in spite of that Mage Slayer build.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. But you know,
I got you.
most Ember Spirits, they love their Mage Slayer.
I gotcha. I'll make sure you know. And this is going to be a shard.
Who's going to get it?
Ooh.
Disruptor.
Yeah. Deserved.
It's not the greatest shot though anymore. Or it can't be applied to allies.
Yeah, I guess.
It's kind of like a mini ward nowadays, I guess.
Of illusion.
But it's the cast range and the strike count's pretty solid. Oh boy. Well, not like that. Not like that at
Invincibility
all.
is so silly.
It doesn't do enough. It just feels like, oh, I got knocked back. Okay, you're dead.
I'm trying to think back. Have I ever seen a situation where there was a game winning? No. Atos.
Yeah, never true. It feels
Arrow.
like it. They've got call down. Do they
40
have the
damage.
damage? He's still pretty tanky. Oh, I think if he committed to going to the gate, he might have survived.
It almost looked like a case of his dead going to the other guy, and he almost lived because of it. But I think he didn't believe in it himself. As you said, he didn't go through.
That's kind of move. That's hands off the keyboard.
Dire's top tower
Yeah,
is under
sounds
attack.
about right.
You just
Also,
gotta
don't know.
trust to get through that gate.
Into Eden, the promised land.
I don't know if it's exactly the promised land, but it's definitely an escape.
So Lifesteal is looking for Axe next. Just to infest Gyro or OD to disarm them. It's a pretty potent Axe. Also gives them free damage. I like it. A
Dire's
lot.
top tower is
Underlord
under
still
attack.
building on his auras. Again, I don't really see the point of Underlord in this game. Like, it's an Underlord, yeah. But you know what I mean, right? Could have been any other hero, it feels like.
It could have, but I don't dislike the mobility. I don't dislike the pushing potential.
Fair. Can also defend it a little bit better. Potentially.
Smoke up. Well, like you said, not infest bombing, so you're just walking up as this Lifestealer.
Yeah, you don't really have another option, right? Maybe once Ember is really farmed, has a BKB can go in.
Or an Ags. You just throw a bunch of remnants, pop infest, go for it. But there goes the Underlord again.
Curse is still available.
Bushwhack connects, but
Whee!
oh,
Under attack.
healed up
That
a
was
lot.
a big Lotus.
Yep.
Must have been a 900 HP Lotus, right? With that amount?
Yeah. Yeah. Because he's only got 1,200 health. He was about dead.
Yeah. Or just go for Roche. I mean, that's what Ori does for you. That's also a BKB almost done on Odie.
Only a
Jericho is going for
1,000
pure
net worth lead, though.
Aegis, someone? Okay. Nobody wanted it.
No, Gyro always wanted it, but somebody asked if they could have it.
Me, please.
Hey, you mind if I take this? No, you're an ancient apparition. Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Makes sense.
I'm out there. Bye. When are they going to change the AA act?
To not being a carry axe?
Yeah.
It should, honestly, with the changes, it should add Death Rhyme or something. But just adding Death Rhyme isn't exactly enough of a
Nice
change that's
defensive.
worth 4,200.
That I may not falter in my flight.
Yeah. It's very hard to afford that kind of item on AA.
So they're using this time to farm.
Yeah, they still have roughly 4 minutes on the Aegis. No rush. Finish the data list and maybe start taking down some outer towers. Although that does give Lifestealer more time to farm up as well.
And he'll have that axe about the same time. Just about, right?
Yeah, looks about right. 600 away for the Daedalus. The big issue is going to be once Primal Beast has BKB, because they can't stop the Pulverize on the Lifestealer. They just be disabled and has to deal with it.
Spotted him for a second. Lifestealer is 100 gold away from that axe, but things surprisingly quiet right now.
Yeah, but they should speed up in
Dire's
just a
top
moment.
tower is
As a
under
Primal is
attack.
finishing his BKB. Needs 400 gold for that. Woo! Odie old used onto the Ember. It was never gonna kill him. So maybe we'll have to wait until the cooldown is recharged again. Odie ult is massive.
It is, but if you wait for this OD, you're not going to have Aegis.
Yeah. It was a little bit of an anti-timing again, unfortunately. Now you have to choose, right? Do you want to fight with Odie ult or with Aegis? Kind of
Right.
both.
Gyrocopter disconnects from the game. Do you experience any of these bugs in your pubs?
Which ones?
Like when there's bug or alt bug or packet loss?
Oh yeah, all the time. I think especially in SEA, more than any other region I've played in, there's way more pauses. I think it's just a culture here in Asia. Whereas in Europe, pausing isn't really that common, if I remember correctly. There's almost no pausing in China. And I don't remember American servers. You should probably know better than me.
There's pausing and then unpausing and then pausing and then unpausing.
To do trivial stuff or to like BM?
To not pause for the other person who's disconnected.
Ah, classic. So it goes ding, 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 ding.
Basically. Now, I brought this up. I was thinking that
That's a problem. Oh, go ahead.
it always is. I think if a hero in a ranked game, if somebody abandons your game, I think you should be able to win the max MMR, but I think you should only lose half. Jump in. Blink, pulverize. And they've got the damage. He's dead.
Very far away from
the
his team.
Lifestealer. Yeah, all alone.
But to quickly... I think I agree with that. Truth be told, I hate losing MMR to begin with when somebody bans. I think it's dumb. I think, truthfully, that person that abandons should just tank all the MMR loss of everybody.
I don't know if I agree with that just because if it's an emergency.
Unless it's like a internet disconnect or something. I mean, if you have an emergency, like you don't really care about MMR.
Yeah. Gyro is gonna lose his Aegis.
That was a very quick one. Hit. He has no B. He has B. Light. He's gonna be back in the pit again.
Really?
Yeah, he's like, I'm done with that.
I was about to say, he was really risking that.
He was like, I'm done with this.
They are porting just 2 feet over with that Fiend's Gate.
Try to catch him. But you also have to remember, my view on MMR is very biased. Because I always hated it to lose MMR because I'm not a guy that abandons myself. So as I said, it's very, it's a very biased view for like a pro gamer.
Right.
If somebody abandons and I lose MMR, I'd be like, why am I losing MMR? If you're a more casual player, I could definitely understand that. If you have to leave and you lose 150, that's rough.
It's like a whole star on your rank.
Yeah, there's 1 medal down.
So, Underworld looking for Ags, by the way.
What does that do again? A bit of malice and Fiend's Gate.
Yeah.
I don't think that's... It's not that good, is it?
I don't think it's worth 4,200.
No, I think Heaven's Halberd is the way to go.
For the Gyro or OD?
Yeah.
Well, not
Odin's
amazing
biggest
against
fear.
Gyro. I think it's definitely great against the OD.
Yeah. It's Odin's biggest fear, basically, getting disarmed.
Dire are scanning.
Arrow miss on the Torm. Stationary target. Could see them just waiting for the next Aegis. They really did give away the last one for free. Almost gave it away for negatives, truthfully.
Well, we got OD Hex picked up. He's really farmed, and he's about to obliterate anyone. His damage output is ridiculous. It's through the roof. Let's see who his first victim is. I think he can kill anybody except Lifestealer, probably.
Scanning.
I'm not sure. They did kill
And probably not Overlord either.
Lifestealer
Yeah, his
recently.
damage output is insane.
Radiant are scanning.
Oh, if he gets BKB pulverized off here on the Lifestealer, it might be death.
Scan connects, and they got the Lifestealer with the pulverize, and they cleaned up the Ember very quickly. Infest into Fury, but they can't pull him back.
Why is everybody huddled around the tree there?
I get the Underlord too. Oh, popping out of the Infest. Maybe looking for a way in. Acorn shot bouncing around, but they have the heal. It's onto the Winter Wyvern.
They gave him
They're
big
not gonna
lotus
lose
again.
anything.
They love the big lotus. Yeah. At this point, it's just so incredibly hard to fight against all these BKBs, right? How many do they have? 3? Winter Wyvern to heal. Yeah. This looks like a real top game, though. Look at the items. Wyvern, Blink, Witchblade, Axe from a +5, Mirana, Blade near Dragonlance.
Definitely very pubby in terms of builds.
Everybody's just right-clicking.
It's the best way to do
X,
things.
Shouldn't really be able to get too much.
Roche in 55 seconds.
I was meant to have this.
That Roche could be the nail in the coffin for him.
Yeah.
Never refuse gold given.
I gotta admit, New Zealand made it a lot closer than I thought initially it would be.
Yeah, they brought it back for a little bit, but then they, I want to say, lost it again.
Yeah. It's just very difficult to fight now with 3 BKBs.
Yeah,
And
definitely not
Disruptor
easy.
And Underlord basically do nothing against BKBs. Same with Hoodwink, really.
Oh, Wink's got okay damage.
Yeah, but I guess he has a Gleipnir too. Man, he supports a farm. Jesus.
Well, the game is pretty slowed down in terms of like aggression. Everybody's really had a good amount of time to farm. So it's not terribly surprising.
No, it just always surprises me how much network there's on the map.
44% bigger.
Dire are scared.
Everybody gets gold and then some more gold.
Basically. In a Roche they go again. As Dire set up for this, but I don't know how well this setup's going to be. Static Storm, BKB, Pulverized, Glimpse Attempt. They get the kill to Fury. They end up losing the Marana.
He infested the gyro. Ooh, this is where you want to be.
Put him in a bad spot. They ran away from the rest of the team. The Sanities has dropped. Down goes the Lifestealer. Winter's Curse might save the OD there, who will Astral himself. And Disruptor glimpsing all the way back. The damage, with the Thunderstrike is enough. They get the kill on the Winter Wyvern. They bought back on the Lifestealer.
And it's an Aegis for them, probably. And cheese. Definitely worth the buybacks. That might be their ticket back into the game somewhat.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Game is good from a point of view, that's for sure.
I really like how these games show how incredibly close the teams are in terms of skill.
Right.
It's really just a back and forth the entire time. It's very rare to see that in the series nowadays.
It's back and forth, but
Radiant's top tower is under
is it
attack.
because of the good plays or bad plays?
Probably both. I think in Tier 1 Dota, back and forth doesn't exist so much because comebacks are a lot harder nowadays.
Right.
With all the... We spoke about the HP numbers nowadays are very high.
Radiant's top tower
I
is
just look at
under
Underlord,
attack.
3.3. Disruptor has 2k, Hoodwink has 2k. Everybody has 2k. How does it possibly tanky? Primal Beast 4.5k. Jesus.
That's the way it goes, man. That is the way it goes.
The way the cookie crumbles.
Yeah.
Are you a cookie guy?
Yeah.
With milk or without milk?
With.
Chocolate chip?
Yeah. I usually bake chocolate chip.
Is it your favorite chocolate chip cookie?
It depends. It's honestly my favorite's whatever I'm making at the time.
Oh, we see another smoke here. Wait, who has the Aegis? The Lifesteal has the Aegis. Okay. Also picked up the Lincoln Sphere, so no pulverize on him. They need to go into the OD if they can. Maybe even the Winter Wyvern.
They bought back on the Lifestealer. I know he's got an Aegis, but if he gets caught out and dies twice, that's pushing for Radiant straight
Ooh,
up.
careful, careful. Oh, the Winter Wyvern.
Wyvern in trouble. Remnant. Cold Embrace. Gleipnir. Underlord's here. And now the Lifestealer is kind of being singled out a little bit by this Gyrocopter, but they're fighting back. The Marana ends up dead for 90 seconds. Buyback used by the Winter Wyvern. Infest into the Gyro, trying to bring him back towards the rest of his team, towards the Winter Wyvern, but they've got the Pulverized now with the BKBs, the Winter's Curse on the back lines. And Lifestealer standing his ground for now. They've got the Pit of Malice down, doing some decent right clicks. Has the homing missile on him, but the Rage is used, so it's not going to stun him. And he still has this Aegis. Whoa, not anymore. Oh, I say that. He infested. He's able to survive. The Hex, the right clicks, it wasn't enough. Now they've got a slight look for the OD. They get the kill there. Ember and Lifestealer is starting to really do this. But there's the Cold Embrace. Right clicks on the gyro again. Infest up in 4 seconds, but they'll take the Aegis. They got the kill onto the OD. Ember trying to get out of here. Aegis is used and the respawn is through. And New Zealand look pretty good.
On the back of an Aegis, the fight was even. So I think I'll probably still give the quote-unquote win to Australia. But they have to be really careful when they reinitiate like that. Focusing the lifesteal with Aegis is so risky. And they didn't even kill him initially, right? He got the infest off. It could have gone a lot worse for them. It's just right now, lifesteal doesn't have a lot of damage. Purely defensive. Lincoln, Sanjiasha, Agram Scepter. I really wanted to see like some sort of Daedalus, some Skadi, get rid of that heal. You need some damage.
Definitely do.
No damage, no game. So who does damage if not you, right? The Ember doesn't. So you, my friend.
Just want to give an update, by the way, to the Cambodia-Malaysia game. Malaysia took the game in 22 minutes, 30 seconds.
I mean, Malaysia still is a strong squad. So I suppose somewhat expected. It's a tough group to be in Southeast Asia.
Dire are scared.
So many strong teams there.
And 2 teams make it.
2 teams make it, yep.
I could see this game being another hour and whatever.
Yeah. Definitely has the makings of it. Back to pretty much even again. Now, who are they? They don't want to jump the Primal Beast, that's for sure. Ooh, they might be finding the Mirana here. No?
No, I don't think so. Using that ninja gear to get the smoke off. I mean, smoke breaks and then you just leap away, right? Leap near. Bushwhack. Glimpse. And
Nice Astral.
Astral save.
Nice save there. Going into the Bloodthorn next on the OD. I like that pickup. Maybe even a Hurricane Pike would be a bit better though. I feel like I need some mobility. I still don't know if I like this axe on the Wyvern. He's been trying to build up for it and up to it for so long. I really think you should get support items. Some 4 staffs.
Dire are scanning.
Very, very nice.
Onslaught away and
What happened to the age of supports? Everybody thinks they're core nowadays.
there's just so much gold in the map, you know?
Do you ever fall into this trap where when you play support, you build the wrong items because there's too much money and you think, yeah, I'll get away with it?
Maybe, but there's also times where I feel like in my bracket, I need to build more greedily.
All right, that's fair. I feel it's very easy to fall into a mindset of I'm gonna carry if you get rich early, right?
Right.
Even if that might not be the right thing to do.
Right.
We actually have
Radiant's
0
bottom
support
tower is
items
under attack.
on the Radiant.
Which is insane.
Ooh, dude, Disruptor has Aghanim Scepter that can be so game-winning. What? How did he get that?
Could be. I mean, you asked, the sports are rich. He's not. He's second on the bottom of the net worth, and he's got almost 12,000 net worth overall.
Yeah. If he gets that Blink Dagger and gets on top of the OD, man, that guy's squishy with 2k health on the OD. They could easily win in the fight.
Game
25
really
lives to
quiet
just
at
a
the
moment.
moment. Yeah. I know they're waiting for the Aegis, but the game is certainly very quiet.
What is he gonna take? Rage duration.
Beans Gate mid. And they're looking for the Mirana. And they will get that kill. Did for 80 seconds with Roche coming alive.
Middle tower is under attack.
Potentially coming alive.
I guess spawn time. I say
I say a minute 15.
I was about to say 75 seconds, bro. What's happening with you?
I read your mind.
I'll say
Radiant's middle tower
81
is under
seconds.
attack. Radiant's
Nice, 54.
structures are fortified.
GG.
And we both lose.
Yeah. Generally, we would say the closer one wins, but we don't do that here. Either exact or you lose.
Well, it's closest without going over. We both went over. So,
Radiant's middle
even
tower
game with that
is under
Mirana
attack.
death, and now they're starting to come back because the tier 3 is just being taken.
Yep. And he's getting that nice little ancient bonus damage.
Radiant's middle tower is
They're
under
just
attack.
being so willing to give this up so they can get Aegis.
And they don't even know the Roche timer. So it's a very interesting decision.
Radiant's middle tower
Yeah.
is fallen.
They're basically making this play, or try to make this play work on a gamble, right? Which is,
And the thing is, now you've come back, but you've come back too late.
yeah. Yeah. This is the worst of both worlds. Now you almost have Abyssal on the lifestealer. So he's going to be a bigger threat as well. This game will just come down purely to positioning, especially with Disruptor now. 200 away from Blink. No.
They're going. They've got the Static Storm down. Odie's in trouble. There's going to be a Splinter Blast that bounces off that Cold Embrace. They get the kill onto the Hoodwink, who's going to buy back. Pulverize onto the air. Ember Spirit. The BKB popped here. They get the kill into the Ember. They'll take him out. And Gyro's doing the damage, but they got the kill in the OD. A turnaround attempt by this Lifestealer, but doesn't infest into his own Underlord. Actually infests into an enemy, where they buy back on the OD, they buy back on the Mirana, the bashes are coming in, the right clicks are there, they've got the damage to get the kill on the Gyrocopter in New Zealand. I mean, they force some buybacks, they get some massive kills, 1,800 gold for that kill on the Gyro.
Big buybacks on both teams. Also, OD bought back as well. If he does one more time, might just be game over. And now Roche is up for grabs. If Dire gets Roche, they're in a huge leading position. They don't have the best Roche damage, though. But you can see, right, at the very end, the Lifestealer was basically full HP throughout the entire fight. Wasn't even
Right.
scratched a little bit. Gyrocopter just
right.
cannot fight toe-to-toe with Lifestealer. Not possible.
At least not yet.
I like how
But I don't know
Lifestealer
if
also
ever.
just passively from a spell gets 140 attack speed. What is that, man? It's a moon shard. Huh. It's crazy. Crazy. Dominate.
So, plus 2%. Arcane Orb damage. Is that a lot? Is 2%?
It's a lot.
Like, is it a lot? Numbers wise, it doesn't feel like it. Now, Pulverize again. Lifestealer is going to try and go in and get a kill here. The bashes start to really become a problem. Infest into this Primal Beast, and Primal Beast just going to have to walk away. And they've gone to the other side. They get the kill on the Mirana. They'll take him out for 2 minutes. Blink away from the Winter Wyvern, and these heroes need to really get out of dodge, but at the same time, they're like, oh, a Tormentor, we can take that.
Yeah. Oh, let's take it.
Radiant's
On our way back
middle
home.
tower is under attack.
Now, you don't have a Mirana, though, for over 100 seconds. She was one of the people that bought back. That is a big problem, because she has a lot of net worth.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Do they just want to go? I mean, Roche is still up for grabs. I actually can't believe that nobody's trying to take it yet.
Yeah, it's really surprising.
They just want to go high ground without Roche? Really? Okay.
It might feel like this is their moment to win the game.
Oh, careful.
Pulverized, glimpse used, and that was a pulverize with no BKB, still on cooldown for 40 seconds.
Yeah, look at Lifesteal's HP region, over 40 per second. 4.4k health pool. Ooh, they caught the Wyvern.
Yeah, that's going to be problems.
Oh, stays on 3.
Gleipnir comes in. Hoodwink getting that Gleipnir from far ways out. They kill the Primal Beast. They get the Gyro. Down goes the Winter Wyvern. Gyro's going to have buyback, but this might just be it for New Zealand here. They might be able to get the victory straight up as OD is going to get low and not die. He's Astro in prison and hidden himself away. And maybe now it's time for a turnaround. Onslaught into a Yules. Gleipnir used again on a Gyro who bought back. A Remnant out of harm's way and be all right. The fence is up, but they've got this Primal Beast in once again, trying to fight and stand his ground against the Lifestealer that's just doing all too much to them. They get the kill on the Disruptor. Finally, that's something, but they infest into the Gyrocopter. BKB forced out. Has to try and bring him under the tower, but now this is a Lifestealer taking too much damage. He's dead for 2 minutes. He does have buyback. The BKB is going to run out in just a second, probably when that homing missile actually ends up connecting here with this Hoodwink. And that's exactly how it goes, and they will get another kill. They'll take it a 4th.
And Roshan is still up for grabs. Like, if Raiden now gets the hands on that, it could be absolutely massive with Axe. Are they going for it? Not really. Oh, now they are. Now they are. Oh, that's a big turnaround. I cannot believe New Zealand just goes high ground like that. It is so risky. You need Odie here. Where's Odie? Stop jungling. Go.
It's risky, but it worked out.
Yeah.
I mean, it looked like it worked out. They forced a lot of buybacks.
They did, but actually, I think what really made it look bad towards the end is that Lifestealer and Fest was absolutely unnecessary. He kind of put himself into that position to the enemy high ground. Now, Gyro's damage is good. And yeah, I mean, they're in the driver's seat again with that Axe, that Aegis. Primal Beast is also massive. Look at the replay again. As you said, the fight looked very good inside the base for them, but then they just overstayed. Just like last game they did. If they actually just disengage, it's probably fine. You don't lose your Lifestealer. I think we're forcing the buybacks, probably. But would we be able to still defend Roshan 2 men down? That's the problem. I think we should have gone for Roshan, no? They should.
Yeah, I agree.
Why not?
Yeah, definitely.
Well,
agree.
they still have the best axe in the game to disrupt that, so.
Definitely do. Definitely have a chance to use that and get something done, but it's going to be tough. He's forced 3 buybacks, but now one of them who's bought back has the Aegis going into a Butterfly. Should be able to get it soon.
Yeah, which will probably have to force out an MKB on the Lifestealer. Pretty good item on Lifestealer anyway, so I don't mind getting that.
Thanks, blessing. Just 7 minutes now, and we're going to have back-to-back hour games. And that could be the case if this Aegis is just used to, like, strictly farm.
I think they're probably gonna pull the trigger once they have the Butterfly on the Gyrocopter. It's gonna make him super strong against the Lifestealer.
Right.
And here it is. I think now it's time to smoke. But it's, yeah, they're actually sitting in base, so they might be waiting for OD buyback as well. I'm not entirely sure what both teams are thinking right now. What is the guy doing? Tormentor? Okay. It's very out of the way, but
They might be stressing out about the fact that this game is back and forth again.
it could very well be, yeah. It's very taxing to play these kind of games. Like, there's a lot of mistakes where you think, like, why did he do that? But let me tell you, as a player, like, losing focus is very common throughout these long games. You just have one lapse in concentration. You're maybe talking to a teammate about something. You're checking something, and boom.
Right.
Dota is a game of milliseconds.
Definitely. Definitely a game of milliseconds, and the net worth now even. Smoke is used, and Aegis has a couple of minutes left on it.
Can you imagine if this was the old patch? Lifesteal would have like over 5k HP.
Well, you'd have what, another 550? So you'd have 4,900.
Yeah.
Or just about 5k. Yeah.
There would be a lot of HP.
Yeah. How much of a difference is it really, though?
Oh, it's 2 vitality boosters. Mirana also going to rank the carry, finished her BKB. And so is the Hoodwink. Finished her BKB as well. Oh, man.
See if anybody is willing to make a move. Arrows thrown out, forcing a rage.
Wow.
Top lane kind of pushing in.
Yep,
Yeah, it does feel like everybody's got some sort of farm.
Yeah,
they farm the map so well. And nobody's desperately behind in terms of net worth. Game definitely feeling like it's kind of even. Static Storm and Acorn Shot, Bushwhack with the Astral Imprisonment. Nothing doing.
It's going to happen every time.
Yeah, unless you hit the OD. But they back away, and this Aegis now has about a minute left on it, or 4 seconds, sorry. And there it goes. Divine Rapier next with a gyro.
Makes him wonder again. Do they actually need that Divine Rapier?
They lost it last time, but they got lucky enough to not lose the game.
Indeed, yeah. It was a close call, though. I really feel like a Swiftling or something to really get on top of the important heroes would probably make a bit more sense. Savior still staying bottom to press.
I think without this Aegis, now both teams are going to be sitting here till the 60-minute mark, at least. Just the way it has to be.
Very much might be, yeah. By the looks of it.
It's not too surprising, truthfully.
Is everybody 25? And Disruptor is barely not. That Static Storm radius on 25, by the way, is also ridiculous. It's huge.
Yeah, it's insane.
700 radius is monstrous.
It really is. Plus 150 radius, it's 150 on each side. It's a radius.
Exactly. And then making it a 700 radius is also 700 each side.
So it's a diameter of 1,400 units.
It's bigger than a Blink Digger.
Yeah. He'll get it soon.
I feel like they should prioritize that a bit more. Very important.
You could definitely change a fight. It opens up huge gaps.
Right now, both teams is kind of looking... What are they actually looking for? I guess they're just content to wait till minute 60.
He's going A on disc on this Disruptor. I'd almost rather him just go Refresher.
Yeah, Refresher could be good, especially with the cast range.
Dire are scanning.
Or if you really want to, a Wind Waker to bail out a teammate.
Remnant away.
Radiant's middle barracks.
Roshan, potentially 29 seconds. I think it's going to be another 60-ish second spawn.
Fiend's Gate, Pit of Malice sits down. They've got the fence. They go to the Astral Imprisonment. They drop down the Winter's Curse. Winter Wyvern in trouble. They have the Gleipnir on him, and now it's a Satanic and a right-click try from this Gyrocopter that is without that Divine Rapier so far, but doing a lot of damage. They hit the Pulverize, and Elsanity's eclipsed down this Lifestealer. Down goes the Ember. Hoodwink slow, so is the Disruptor. They're on the run to try and get themselves at least one more, and they'll get the Gleipnir. They'll have this kill, and it will be a 4-hero death for the Dire.
Yeah, and that could be the game-breaking moment here. Like, Lifestealer just... He's getting kited too much now. They have all the items online. They have all the levels they need. It's just very hard for him to stick on any target. And you saw Gyrocopter, right? As soon as he presses that Satanic button, pretty much unkillable. We need... Yeah, that MKB on the Lifestealer. He needed that this fight. I would have probably won it. He didn't buy out. He was a bit too scared.
Cold Embrace. Sharpshooter,
dude, look at that
Static
AoE,
Storm,
man.
Glimpse back. That's a problem, but the Astral Imprisonment, now they've got the Kinetic Fence. They're blocking him in. He goes to the Satanic. Is the damage overwhelming enough? Now with the Cold Embrace. He infests in, and now they'll get that kill on the Gyro.
Again,
60 minutes, eat your heart out.
Now, same thing again. Roshan about to spawn 30 seconds. I feel like both these teams, they're just not respecting the Roshan timer for 2 games in a row now. Like, you know it's about to spawn. You cannot make this high ground plays like that. I really hope the Dire is actually planning to go for it now. Are they looking to force a buyback? I really think they should wait for Roche, especially now that they spent all their buybacks.
Yeah. They want to get
deep
that
wards
buyback
in.
from the Gyro.
Oh, they saw the ward. Jigs up. Not gonna happen. Roshan up. Go, 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 go. They really don't like to do Roshan on the New Zealand side.
I would say it's because they want to force the Gyro buyback, but they're just farming the jungle.
Yeah, they're farming jungle now. That's right. I think now they're kind of making... Are they going there? They know it's up.
Yeah.
Okay. They're going. Now, Lifesteal is also very close to his MKB, so he might be able to actually be a threat to the Gyrocopter again.
And he needs to get that tier 5 token.
I think the best for him is probably a Pirate Hat. Or maybe even the Apex. Really good.
What about Stygian Desolator?
That's alright, it's just there's no other minus armor in the team.
Fair enough.
I actually think Pirate Head would be pretty insane with his proc-based items. Maybe Mirror Shield. There's lots of attractive options.
Keeping my eye out.
And he's going for...
I've just
undecided.
been watching. Yeah.
Too many good options.
Might need to figure out what he needs.
Stygian Desolator for Ember, and he went Mirror Shield
On this Lifestealer. I still would like to see the choices, because I feel like Mirror Shield may be the most underwhelming.
Yeah, I would have much rather he went for a damage item. Namely Pirate Head or Stygian or Apex.
Yeah. Definitely agree with that. A lot of Force Boots on the side of the Radiant.
Yeah, Force Boots is kind of insane now that you can use it on allies to reposition them.
Right.
Giant Ring Primal Beast. Casual 5k HP.
Force Boots on Rain on this Underlord. Not really feeling too much of the Underlord presence.
No, he kind of just existed in this game so far, right?
For sure. Nobody making moves yet with this Aegis either. A little bit surprising.
Probably afraid of losing their lifesteal without buyback.
Go get the Tormentor. Shard for the Lifestealer.
Another pair of Force Boots. That's 300 Radiant.
Just Force Boots all over, honestly. $13,000 net worth lead. But they don't have the Aegis, so they don't feel confident about going at 60 minutes. 13,000 net worth lead doesn't mean anything, really.
Yeah, OD has Refresher Shot, though. So double Hex, double BKB, double ult. Very potent damage output. Underlord just parks himself in front.
He's tanky, but we'll see how tanky he is. That's for sure.
Don't mind if I do. Dire are scanning.
Has BKB, has Crimson Guard, Guardian Greaves.
Radiant are scanning.
So we'll see. I mean, eventually somebody's going to have to make a move, right?
Well, I'm just going to tell you the longest game I've ever played is 3 hours.
Right.
Nothing's impossible.
Oh, for sure. Certainly not.
It just really depends on... Here's the thing. Like, we're just commentating and observing, but these guys in the game right now, they're nervous as hell.
Well, yeah,
everything's
I
on
mean,
the
this is
line.
the qualification game.
Exactly. Any single mistake where you don't have buyback or gold for buyback can mean the out for you. And lifesteal is short 1,500 gold. It's a lot. Now they're smoking up. Ooh, no. See, like these kind of mistakes usually don't happen, right? If you're like in a focused mindset,
Right.
2 gyros and you go on both of them,
Dire's top tower
it's not gonna
is
happen,
under
right?
attack.
They scan them out. Or the rapier is actually in the backpack of the gyro. Didn't assemble it yet.
Well,
But he can do it at
yeah.
any time.
He knows he's going to die soon. Might as well hold it, especially because you have buyback as well.
Ooh, it's a massive wave top.
Are under attack.
Might need a TP to clear that up.
Yeah, it's pushing in a little bit. They don't really have that in this game again, the Brewmaster pushing. But
Yeah, this
if
time
it
it's an
was
honest game of
maybe
Dota.
if it was Underlord, maybe you just go in and firestorm the wave.
This time around, B-Cop, it has to be an honest game of Dota. No lame. No nothing. Pure outplay or go home.
Right. Right. Homie missile flying all the way through. And reflected.
Yeah.
Return to sender.
So in case people are wondering, Mirror Shield always takes priority over Lincoln's.
Yeah.
Radiant are scanning.
Mirror Shield and Lincoln's, then a U. Now, Savior is actually pushing in top lane again. They will have to defend this once more. The wave is already too big.
Hey, clears creeps pretty quickly too.
Radiant's top barracks are under attack.
Oh, he's looking. But he's hiding in the trees. It's so hard to find Hoodwink in situations like these.
Almost impossible.
If he Shiva just a little bit earlier, I would have caught him right there, but your handshoe sentence goes in here. Insert.
Also, if that courier was off to the right a little bit more, he might have seen him blink pulverize.
Yeah. Now you see? Lifesteal nerf. He would have had even more health.
Oh, 1,300
Yeah.
total.
So basically a
Would have
heart.
had 640 more.
Yeah. It hurts. Now what did Underlord choose? Malice Root, Firestorm, burn damage. Truth be told, I haven't really felt him this entire game. It's just a hard game to be an Underlord in, to be honest.
Yeah. You're not really accomplishing much.
Yeah, Odie's about to hit 30. Do we have anything that's going to be super good? I feel like we already reached most power spikes. Lifesteal, I guess, 1% is not bad.
Looks like we're going to be heading towards another Roche, so... I
at
say
number
that,
4?
but bottom, maybe. Bottom could be a fight.
That's Roche number 4, right?
I think so. I do think so. I think the first two were top. The third one was bottom.
Oh, it's super fast spawn too. 10 seconds, I think. All right, there it is.
Kinetic fence. Roche not exactly dying that quickly. It's going to give him an opportunity to come in on this
OD.
one. Static Storm comes through. They've got the Pulverize to get the kill in the OG. He's going to buy back immediately, so they've already got one out of the loop. And, I mean, do you even want to fight more? Gyrocopter thinking about going in. He still has a Divine Rapier that isn't put together. Avoids that Sharpshooter. BKB. Glimpse attempt. Now going over to the side. Puts the Divine Rapier together. Starting to do some damage on the Tobbs. And again, I'm not sure if this is going to be enough from him. He still stands his ground. Sandy's Eclipse. They get the kill on the Ember Spirit. He's going to buy back as well. Gyro's still throwing out these flak cannons. Gets the kill on the Disruptor. There's the Infest onto the Gyro. He's going to refresh and have that BKB. Force Boots back towards his team. Trying to fight. They get the kill here onto the Underlord. They're going to buy back there as the Winter Wyverns do the same. They don't have OD. He's dead for 2 minutes. Onslaught. The push. Gyro, where you at? Can't give up this Divine Rapier. They get the kill there onto the Hoodwink. Buybacks are being used across the board. As now the attention... It's here trying to find anything they can over bottom, but TPs are going out. Primal Beast is gone. They still get the Winter Wyvern. The Mirana Force Boots needs to try and get away, but turn for a second. Gleipnir arrow connects, but it's looking like that's a dead Mirana. It's just a matter of time.
There's no buyback on all 3 of them. Looks like the Dire has finally done it. They have broken them. Both the other heroes still have buybacks though, but can they hold 2v5? It seems almost impossible against the Static Storm as well.
It's going to be tough.
They also have a Roshan's banner, so the creep wave is pretty much invulnerable whenever they want it to be. Throne time? That would be a huge upset. Actually, the first one in this whole qualifier series. Or double rapier now.
Double Rapier for the Gyro.
Oh, it's in the courier. Don't lose it.
And now, does he have the damage? Primal Beast by his back. Tobbs is on a killing spree. Glimpse all the way back to where he died. I have not seen that before. Usually you glimpse somebody away from a TP, and the Rapier damage, trying to get a kill on the Underlord. Now the right clicks are through. Good damage on a Tobbs, but he's forced to infest. BKB is used. Force Boots trying to get back to the base, and now it's just Gyro against the world, trying to hold the hopes here for Australia. The damage, though, it's decent. He's starting to heal up, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Force Boots gets some distance and still time. And he's starting to hold a little bit.
I actually has to disengage. The game is not over yet. Good hold.
Wow.
Probably the best they could have done.
Wow. Yeah. I can't believe they held double Divine Rapier. The Gyro damage is too much.
But now you know what's really going to happen, right? Like, he's going to be so afraid to leave base. Cause one Disruptor, Storm, you can't pop your BKB or Satanic, you are so dead. They're actually going still. They're going still. Careful, hey, Gyro, you're showing yourself. You're BKB.
Oh, yeah. Gyro needs BKB. 40 seconds until he's got it back up.
Man. I thought that was there. It's scary. So they're kind of sitting in front.
Wyvern. Wyvern, I feel like you cursed to hold them, right? From getting all the towers. Force boots. There's the Winter's Curse. Gyro though with the flat cannon now goes into the face of this Lifestealer. They've got the Static Storm. That's a problem. No BKB for 10 seconds. Infest on him. They don't have the heals. He'll drop the Double Divine Rapier. They're both on the ground technically, and Gyro's gonna Force Boots and pick them both back up. They get the kill on a 3. They don't have buyback on these heroes on the Dire side, and all of a sudden Lifestealer is dead. How is that possible?
No buybacks on the other side now. 3 of them.
How is this possible?
Oh, I think they just did it again. What a dramatic way to actually qualify. Now, can Lifestealer work the same sort of magic? I don't think so. He's not a Gyrocopter. He doesn't have a spread damage. He's going to buy back. Maybe infest a Gyrocopter, but how do you hold it? Your base is going to fall in seconds.
No. 60 seconds. I think if you're Underlord, you sell. You sell something. You have to get you get Refresher. You get Refresher and you Fiend's Gate.
Well, too late already.
To the throne.
Too late. The damage is too high.
They've got Glyph. You should have done it. Just send the Fiend's Gate so the Lifestealer can be there. Lifestealer is actually in the base. The Primal Beast, he's pushing the Lifestealer away.
Yeah, single-handedly. While Gyrocopter's taking this
Gyro, I can't believe it. They're going to win this, and Australia are going to pull it all the way back from the depths of defeat and 2-1 win. I can't believe it.
That was pretty clutch. That Gyrocopter play was really clutch.
How does he get both Divine Rapiers back? Like, that is insane. They were both on the ground. I don't get it.
As the power of Force
Nobody
Boots, though,
grabbed him.
He literally bought back, Force Boots himself right on top of them.
Yeah.
That was clutch.
I mean,
there isn't many better ways to really end a qualifier than that. A qualifier run.
No.
But yeah.
No, not at all.
Congratulations, Australia. Way closer than I thought it would be, personally.
Yeah.
New Zealand really made them work for it, made them sweat for it.
Yeah.
It was a tough series.
I mean, that was insane.
Yeah.
I can't believe that they were able to do that. And it's just like, I don't know how they didn't pick up those Divine Rapiers.
Yeah, misplaced them at least, or somehow picked them up. Like, if the Lifestealer has them, maybe, like, if the Lifestealer picks them up, turns around, and just hits the Gyro like 3 times, right? I think there was just too much going on, and yeah, you know how it is. Nerfs, definitely the right call would be to pick him up, 100%. But if he doesn't get those 2 back, his damage output is down the drain. Can't really do too much anymore. Another lengthy highlight series here. I think that's kind of break the game down a bit.
We can kind of wait until about 30 minutes because these highlights early on, I mean, they show some of the story, but everything in this story was basically the fights that happened from 30 to 65 minutes. As we once again are finding ourselves at a 75-minute game this time. Or no. Yeah,
75. That's right. Whew. I mean, I feel bad for New Zealand, honestly. Like,
it looked like that game was theirs.
Even the last game too, it looked like they were really gonna win it, right? At some point.
Yeah.
Yeah, it must be really tough. But again, congratulations to Australia. They were the favorites coming into it, probably, at least for me. Didn't look like it though, honestly. And this game was anyone's game at almost any time.
Yeah, it was back and forth, just like the whole series. I mean, this was an amalgamation of everything that the series was. And, I mean, it was pretty crazy. Like, we're still, like, at a point where it just felt like Australia got off to a great start.
Yeah. New Zealand's strength is really that they always manage to find ways back into the game. Like, you look at this, And this is the comeback fight they've had, right? They just picked up the Radiance. Yeah, of course, they're not perfect, but they never give up. And they always find that these little opportunities they can to really get back into the game. Like, they cut the gold lead here from 6k all the way back to even, basically.
Right.
And then it's a back on and forth from there on out. I really do think, though, New Zealand, that one play top lane is going to haunt them. Like, they could have just gone Roche, take the base after. Probably the game is theirs. Super easy. Right? But they were just too overconfident, going high ground without that Aegis. And I just backfired massively. Like, these kind of mistakes are mistakes that should never happen. You know, but in the moment,
Middle tower is under attack.
sometimes it's unavoidable, unfortunately.
Yeah. It's sometimes unavoidable, and it makes things tougher to swallow.
Yeah, they're definitely going to look back at this game 2 and 3, and it's going to take a while to get over that. 100%. New Zealand, good second place. Australia, of course, the big winner. Ooh, yeah. They worked really hard for it, right? How long was it? 2 last games combined? 2.5 hours? Close to that?
Yeah, 2.5 hours, just about.
We just said the average game length is 38 minutes, so it's double that each game.
Yeah,
very mentally
each
exhausting.
game.
I wouldn't be surprised if they did the China move where all of them just popped off and are in a restaurant already.
Both teams, honestly.
Yeah, do you remember when we tried to interview them and they were all gone?
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, that'll happen. You just want to leave. You just want to get out.
yeah.
You know, it is really tough to have really much of a feeling of anything, and you want that feeling of accomplishment. You did play a good series, but at the same time, it's tough to feel like you did anything after a loss like that.
Yeah. It's definitely like a moment of deflation, which will take a long time to kind of get over it. Like, this is the moment I was talking about where they just overstayed their welcome. And this was really unnecessary. They could have had the Aegis here. Life Slicker just ran out, but instead tried to help his teammate and infests right here. That was also completely unnecessary. Puts them in a rough spot where he can never do anything. He dies. His teammates try to help him. They die. Enemy gets Roshan. This game should have been over right here.
That's what I thought. I think this is definitely a fight that could have just finished the game.
Yeah.
And I was surprised it didn't.
I really should have. It's just opened up way too much for a Radiant side. A lot of the static storms were... I think they had the wrong targets in mind. You really need to focus that OD. You really need to focus that Winter Wyvern. It's a double safe lineup. It's always very difficult to play against, but you cannot go for the obvious bait. Like, Gyrocopter walks up the hill. He does that for a reason. Because there's two backups behind him. So you can't fall for the bait, because otherwise this happens. And it's tough to do, but there's no other way around it. Gotta come from behind somehow, gotta outplay them. Otherwise you can't play these team fights.
Game there, by the way. That previous clip was only 4/5 of the way done.
Yeah.
And this fight lasted forever, by the way.
Yeah, a good minute or so. Lots of buybacks and friendlies as well. And then after this is really where we see the other game-breaking moment where Gyro died with double rapier. Nobody picks them up. Literally. If anybody picks them up, I think they just win that game there pretty much.
Yeah, especially Lifestealer. Or Ember.
Yeah, Ember double rapier with double slide down. That's some juicy damage. Here it is.
Yeah. I mean, this is where it happens, right? Like, Gyro's going to try and stand his ground. He forces over, and then the static storm with the kinetic fence. Double kinetic fence.
See how much time they had to pick it up.
Right there.
So they had roughly...
They walked away from them.
4 seconds to pick it up, and they all walked away. But it's because the OD also caused a lot of havoc in the back.
Right.
Yeah, it's a tough call, especially when you're in that situation. So yeah, unfortunate for them. But again, congratulations, Australia. They will be in Chengdu in the qualifier, fighting against all the other best teams of Asia.
Yeah, it's the Asian Championship. Right now, the only confirmed team is China and Australia. So,
China and Australia, yeah. That sounds about right. We got how many more to join them? 3 or
it's no a good amount because it's going to be 2 from Central Asia, 2 from SEA, 2 from South Asia, 2 from West Asia.
Oh, so 8 more slots.
Yeah,
Wow, it's a lot. Okay.
yeah, it's a good amount. It's truthfully a lot of teams. It's a solid LAN at that point.
Yeah,
because it's 10 teams total.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, a 10-team tournament's always nice. Top 4 go to IESF as well. So we got the match summary. Let's take a look at all the stats that matter to you. Gyro, despite the double divine, only 8-6 and 18.
Yeah, but a ton of hero damage, 120k. Nothing comes even
That's
close to
crazy. Yeah. That's the last 2 fights, right?
that. Yeah, it must be. Like, it's such a heartbreaker too. They just didn't have damage to kill him. Like, Satanic activated with a double rapier. He was full HP after every hit.
Yeah.
They needed a Skadi. They
Yep.
needed some way to really slow it down. They had one Shiva's guard, but no Skadi. It's... Yeah, I mean, we're repeating ourselves, but it's really, really unfortunate to lose this way. It's even if you lose a pub game like this, you're gonna feel terrible.
Yeah, this is the you thought you were going to play one more and then just you're not.
No, I think this is the moment where you tilt Q right after for hours, and then you get fired from your job. That's the one.
Potentially.
Yeah.
Definitely potentially. Like it's definitely one of those things that it is tough to swallow. And here's the winner, Australia.
That's right.
A qualifier of 2 teams. One team makes it. Australia is going to do it. Thought New Zealand was really going to break away from the trend. And they had their moments. They had their chances.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, they didn't get done.
Every game was so incredibly close. So, yeah. Game 2 they could have won. Game 3 they could have won. Game 1 they did win. But ultimately, that's kind of what we said. In a best of 3, lots of things matter. If you can't go all the way, yeah. What can you do? Competition. There's only one winner.
Yeah.
The rest are all
definitely.
losers.
Yeah, that's definitely the case. And it's just, it must be so like heart wrenching because I feel like this qualifier for global tournaments happens a lot with Australia, where it's just Australia versus New Zealand. So the rivalry is there, but what can you do? Well, you know, there isn't much to really process out of that one immediately. Like that's a loss you can't process immediately. And as a win, I feel like it's also the same.
I think if you win, so there's 2 sides of the coin here. If you win, you're gonna watch those replays instantly, and you're gonna like, yeah.
Right.
But if you lose, there's no way you're gonna watch this replay for at least a week. It's like some nightmare material right now.
Yeah,
You know?
for sure.
Because
Truth
be told, it is a replay that we'll have to go back to eventually. 100%. Because there was a lot of game-losing mistakes that were committed there.
Yeah.
Because they could have won this game in many different situations, right? And they have to go back, look at those, even if it hurts, even if it sucks, and they will be like, "Yep, that's one of them. That's the other."
Well, you know, we do have somebody we can ask.
Yeah.
We're gonna have ourselves an interview with Gubala, so let's take a listen, or well, listen to what his thoughts are for sure. Hey, Gubala, congratulations! I mean that was, I mean, a 3 hours game 2 and 3, and then coming off a loss in game one, that is quite the long comeback, the arduous comeback. Is it a sigh of relief just to get through that series and let alone win it?
Yeah, it's playing 1 hour games in a row. It was tough for sure. I think by the end of it, tensions are high. Everyone's making mistakes. I don't know how somehow pulled that through, honestly. I think overall, just everyone on my team's happy, put away with the win.
Yeah.
For me, at least, it's my first time ever doing these sort of competitions or have this opportunity. So really grateful, thankful for IESF even, just holding the opportunity.
Yeah.
But yeah, pretty happy.
You're awfully calm. Like, I want to know, did you already have the moment of pop-off? And this is kind of the adrenaline, going back to the zero? Or was there never such a moment?
Yeah.
Yeah?
No, definitely. When I saw that lifestealer die, I was almost off my chair, I'll be honest. Heart's pounding at that point. So, at that point, just know the game's won. So, but then, definitely cool down a bit.
Good.
We'll definitely, I'll talk to my teammates a bit after, and we'll have a little celebration, I'm sure. But yeah, heart's still beating.
Yeah. I mean, the ending was insane. You end up dropping the double divine rapiers. You talked about how you were basically out of your seat when the lifestealer died. How deep in your seat were you when you died with the double divine rapier?
Yeah, I was a bit worried, and then I saw they weren't picking it up, and
they walked right away from them.
These force bits saved me. I think this Underlord was trying to root me so I can't hit, but I just force bits out, and I think that honestly that's what really helped me play the game and actually win these fights. Just being able to abuse tier 4 or tier 5 items.
Yeah, I mean the last two games going 60 minutes plus.
I think we all thought you lost. No, I actually want to know real quick what went on in your mind. So you were 2v5, right? Like, what did you think at that moment when it was just 2v5? Before knowing the result, obviously. It's like, are you like, what can we even do? Because obviously you took the best decision you could have with the double rapier. But
I remember saying, I have double divine. I sold the refresher for it, so I still had buy. And I think I said to my primal, like, we can hold this. Like, he frontlines. Like, in the base, I think, like, hoodwink disruptor, they can't show because my flak would just kill like half their team. So I think I felt it was defendable. But when he died like for free, it was a bit scary. And then he got like glimpsed back. It was I think that was the like really hard part, but ended up working. So can't be upset about that.
Definitely one of the few times you see a glimpse back to a spot outside the base, because usually, you TP in a lane and then the disruptor's there, just glimpse you back home. All of a sudden you glimpse out of base. You're like, wait a second, this isn't normally what happens, and you're in this tough spot. But I mean, you guys pulled through and you guys get this big victory. And I mean, before we let you go, I'm going to give you, take 2 minutes, shout out, do whatever you want. Tell the world how you feel right now.
Shout out wise, I'd say probably just my teammates. I think Boons alone, he's kind of brought me up to this point. He's pushed me to just keep playing and actually like really try for this opportunity. So probably Boons is the biggest one. Teammates all along have been pretty positive, even though hard losses have been positive. So hopefully that keeps going through throughout the whole Chengdu. Yeah. So does my family as well, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it's a solid shout out. It's always good to have the first, big shout out come out like that. We'll be excited to see you in Chengdu, see what you guys can do, and hopefully you guys move on. We get to see you in the finals in Saudi Arabia. It'd be nice to see you guys push even further. So I'll let you go. Have a great relaxation after a win like that, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Yeah. Thank you. You too.
See you around.
See you later.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, Australia get the victory. Always nice to see people have that victory and enjoy their time. So it's, to me, exciting to see teams like that and everybody have just their moment of just decompression after a victory. You know, we saw it with Ponlo after they qualified for TI for Team Zero. And it's just, I don't know. It's always exciting to see that stuff.
Yeah, 100%. Like, especially if you're a more inexperienced player, and it's like he said, it's his first time, right?
Mhm.
Absolutely amazing, a feeling like that, and then winning it on the back of a defense like that is, I'm sure it must feel somewhat surreal to him right now.
Definitely. I mean, he seemed very calm for what has just gone on, and
yeah, that's what I was wondering. Like,
definitely happy
did
about
the adrenaline, you know, already subside? Is it gone? We all know it. You said it before, the adrenaline dump. You're like, whoa! And then you get tired, like, he was so calm. I was like, did you just do that?
Dude,
Was it
yeah,
you?
I don't understand how you were that calm after a situation like that. That was probably, I would be screaming if that was a pub.
Yeah,
Like,
hop off for sure. But he said he did off the chair. That sounds just like about what I would have done. Click down the lane. Like, whoa, let's go. And my teammates are like, sit the hell down, bro. We didn't win it.
yeah, you need to make sure you get the victory and just kind of calm it down and really just be A-okay. So, I mean, Australia get that victory. There's still more games to come in other qualifiers. So we're going to send you guys to a break and be back with a big series, or BO1, between Malaysia and the Philippines. So we'll see you guys in just a moment. Stay tuned.